Chapter 752. Even with Qin Feiyang's temperament, he could not help but feel sad when he saw this scene. Fortunately, the pagoda master made a move to disperse the battle aura. Otherwise, those who had already escaped from Sky Thunder City would also be bloodied on the spot. The methods of these two old things were truly extremely vicious. So many people have already died tragically in your hands, shouldn't you stop now? The pagoda master looked at the two old men coldly. Sigh. One of the old men sighed deeply and said, "They are still unwilling to hand over the Sky Thunder Flame. It seems that we can only snatch it by force." Boom. After saying that, the two old men stepped out. Their white hair fluttered in the wind and their sharp gazes were like blades. Whoosh. The pagoda master glanced at the two of them and suddenly leaped into the sky. This time, the two old men did not stop him and also leaped into the sky. Bang bang bang. Boom. Immediately, the battle between the three of them unfolded in the sky. The void within a few hundred miles was instantly distorted. Waves of terrifying battle fluctuations surged in all directions. Qin Feiyang observed carefully for a while. He discovered that the cultivation of the three of them should be one-star battle saints. However, facing two battle saints, the pagoda master was somewhat powerless. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted and he lowered his head to look at the pill pagoda below. The entire Sky Thunder City had been destroyed. Only the pill pagoda was still sitting in the ruins unscathed. Wasn't this too unbelievable? One had to know, this was a battle between three battle saints. The strength of a battle saint could easily destroy mountains and rivers. How could the pill pagoda withstand such an attack? Could it be that this pill pagoda was a sacred artifact? Pfft. Just as Qin Feiyang was bewildered, the pagoda master was unable to dodge the indiscriminate attacks of the two old men. One of the old men punched his lower abdomen and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh no. The pagoda master's expression changed. He hurriedly waved his hand, wanting to wipe off the blood. This was because her blood could open the stone door of the pill pagoda. If the two old men obtained it, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, at the same time, the two old men smiled coldly. One of them stepped forward and slapped the pagoda master. The other person waved his hand, and the blood turned into a stream of light, shooting towards Mu Qing. I finally got it. Looking at the blood, Mu Qing muttered to herself with a happy smile on her face. Whoosh. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang also abruptly raised his head and looked at the pool of blood. Following closely, he used the phantom steps, and like a bolt of lightning, he tore through the sky and rushed towards the blood. With Chang Shui in his hands, he didn't need the tower master's blood to enter the pill pagoda. The reason why she wanted to snatch the blood was purely to foil Mu Qing's scheme. Seeing this, Mu Qing immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "Brother Qin, do you have to go against me? What do you think?" Qin Feiyang turned around and sneered. Alas. You're forcing me to attack you. Mu Qing let out a long sigh and shouted, "Stop him and snatch the blood." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Who was Mu Qing talking to? The two old men? But the two old men were firmly entangled by the pagoda master and had no time to spare. Boom! But suddenly, in the ruins below, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. What? There are more people? Qin Feiyang immediately lowered his head and scanned the area below. Whoosh! Immediately. Then, he saw numerous black shadows flying out of the ruins. These people were all middle-aged burly men in black robes, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. The aura they exuded was extremely powerful. Are they also your men? Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing in surprise and doubt. That's right. Mu Qing nodded and smiled. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened slightly and he sneered. You really put in a lot of effort for the flame of heavenly thunder. You flatter me. Mu Qing waved his hand in shame, but his face was filled with pride. He looked at the big-sized men and said, "Don't hurt him, as long as we get the blood." "Yes." The big-sized men respectfully replied and then spread out, surrounding Qin Feiyang. One of the burly men with a scar on his face directly rushed towards the blood. "Qin Feiyang, please, you must stop them." At this time, the pagoda master's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the pagoda master, then immediately retracted his gaze and scanned the surrounding big-sized men. For a moment, his heart was heavy. Because, including the scarred man who was rushing towards the blood, there were a total of 10 people. And amongst these 10 people, the scarred man was the strongest. 9 Star Wars sect. The remaining 9 people, based on their auras, were all 8 Star Wars sects. This kind of lineup was not something he could contend against. But it wasn't like there was no other way. As long as he could launch a surprise attack in advance without any warning, he would definitely be able to catch the 9 of them off guard. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said with a faint smile, 8 Star Wars sects surrounding me, you guys really think highly of me." On the surface, these words were said to the 9 big men, but in reality, they were said to Fatso and Wolf King who were inside the castle. Because now, only Fatso and Wolf King could help him. However, because the 9 of them were too close to him, he couldn't directly ask Wolf King and Fatso to prepare for battle, so he could only use this method to hint at them. He also believed that with Wolf King and Fatso's understanding of him, they would be able to understand. When the 9 of them heard Qin Feiyang's words, they did not answer Qin Feiyang, their auras firmly locked onto him. "Not talking? Then let me tell you, you might die later," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. The 9 of them remained silent, but a hint of disdain crawled up from their eyes. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze across the 9 of them, and shook his head in disappointment. "I originally wanted to scare you guys, but it seems like it didn't work." The disdain in the eyes of the 9 grew even stronger. "Do you really think I'm scaring you?" Qin Feiyang secretly sneered. He looked at Mu Qing in the distance, and a cold light suddenly erupted from his eyes. Boom! With a thought, Fatso and Wolf King immediately appeared out of thin air. Moreover, as soon as they came out, they were in a state of transformation. Wolf King activated Berserker's Fury and transformed into a 2-meter-tall muscular wolf, his ferocious might unparalleled. Fatso also activated the Dragon Transformation Art and transformed into a Dragon Warrior. The aura he emitted was comparable to that of a 9 Star Wars sect. Obviously, they had understood Qin Feiyang's hint and had already activated their transformation state inside the castle. In the blink of an eye. As soon as Wolf King and Fatso appeared, they immediately activated their auxiliary battle arts and rushed toward the 9 burly men. Their eyes flickered with shocking killing intent. Whether it was Mu Qing or the 9 burly men, none of them were able to react to this sudden turn of events. Boom! Fatso punched out with both fists, sending the 2 burly men flying. Their blood splattered across the sky. Wolf King was even more violent. It used the void escape steps and rushed in front of the 2 burly men. Its strong and powerful claws slashed out. Ah! Following a shrill cry, the 2 men's heads were directly smashed into pieces, and they died on the spot. And at the same time, Qin Feiyang also made his move, showing no mercy. The 4th move of the void returning art blasted out, instantly killing 2 people. In just half a blink of an eye, they had killed 6 people. But it wasn't over yet. The 2 men and the wolf did not stop at all. They focused their attacks on the remaining 3 men. There was no suspense. Without any preparation, under such a sudden attack, the 3 of them died on the spot. "Let's go." After killing 9 people, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and immediately led Wolf King and Fatso towards the scarred man. What's going on?" The city lord, who was standing in the distant void, and the crowd gathered outside the city, had their eyes about to pop out. One had to know. The 9 people on the other side were all genuine 8 Star Wars sects. 9 great 8 Star Wars sects, such a terrifying lineup, could be said to be invincible in this area of Sky Thunder City. But they never would have thought that they would be annihilated by Qin Fei Yang's group so effortlessly. These guys were too terrifying. Looking at the figures of the 2 men and 1 wolf, everyone's faces were filled with reverence and worship. People should be like them, vigorous and vigorous. At the same time, Mu Qing finally came back to his senses. He did not doubt the methods of Qin Fei Yang and the others. This was because he understood the strength of the 2 men and 1 wolf very well. They had all grasped perfect battle arts. Coupled with the ruthlessness in their bodies, it wasn't strange for them to be able to do such a feat, but there was one thing that he had never expected. That was, Wolf King and Fatso's cultivation had actually broken through to 5-star war sect? Were these 3 bastards the reincarnation of perverts? At the same time, the scarred man also turned to look at Qin Fei Yang and Wolf King. He was also rather shocked by the methods of the 2 men and 1 wolf. But very quickly, a trace of contempt crawled up his eyes. The reason why he was able to kill those 9 people in an instant was because it happened too suddenly. And now, he was prepared. In addition, his strength was stronger than those 9 people. To want to kill him was simply a pipe dream. You guys are very powerful. But in front of me, you're nothing. He sneered, turned around, and continued to rush towards the blood. What are you being arrogant for? If you have the guts, come and fight me one-on-one. Wolf King bellowed. But the scarred man did not pay any attention to it. Fatso frowned, and said in a low voice, "Boss, his speed is too fast, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up." Qin Fei Yang's gaze darkened, and said, "If you can't catch up, then go to the entrance of the Pill Pagoda and block it." Good idea. Fatso and Wolf King's eyes lit up. Whiz. 2 men and a wolf swooped down and landed in front of the Pill Pagoda's door, coldly looking at the scarred man. The heavenly thunder flame was inside the Pill Pagoda, and there was only one entrance to the Pill Pagoda. As long as they blocked this place, even if the scarred man obtained the blood of the pagoda master, he would not be able to enter. Whiz. Finally, the scarred man grabbed the blood, took out a jade bottle, and stored it inside. Next, he lowered his head and looked at Qin Fei Yang and Wolf King, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Qin Fei Yang, the heavenly thunder flame must not be snatched away by them. Please, you must stop him. When the pagoda master saw that the scarred man had successfully obtained the blood, a trace of panic appeared on his face, and he secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Fei Yang. So nervous? Qin Fei Yang raised his eyebrows, and secretly said, "Tell me, what exactly is so special about the heavenly thunder flame?" The heavenly thunder flame was only a 6th-grade pill fire, but it made Mu Qin go through so much trouble to snatch it. Chapter 753. It's a long story, I can't tell you everything right now. But I can tell you one thing, once the heavenly thunder flames are taken away by them, the Forgotten Continent will definitely be in chaos. The pill tower sent a sound transmission, worried. Qin Fei Yang's eyes flickered, and said, "All right, I will try my best to stop him, but you have to stall those 2 old things." Frankly speaking, he wasn't too confident. After all, the scarred man was a 9-star war sect, and might even have a perfect battle art. "Thank you. I will definitely hold them back." The pagoda master looked at Qin Fei Yang gratefully, and continued to pester the 2 old men. Just as Qin Fei Yang and the pagoda master were secretly communicating, the scarred man also turned his head to look at Mu Qing, as if asking for Mu Qing's opinion. Mu Qing frowned, he lowered his head and looked at Qin Fei Yang and the other 2, his expression uncertain. Suddenly, he raised his head and nodded to the scarred man. A cold smile crawled up the scarred man's face. Black Demon Hand. The next moment, with a cold shout, his large hand shot out explosively. A burst of black battle chi appeared, transforming into a giant hand that covered the sky, emitting a world-destroying aura. Then, with a wave of his arm, the giant hand suddenly swooped down, slapping towards Qin Fei Yang and the other 2. Qin Fei Yang looked at the giant hand in shock, his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "This is a perfect battle art, quickly retreat." Damn it. How are we supposed to fight a perfect battle art? Fatso and Wolf King were furious. Without daring to hesitate, the two of them and the wolf turned into a ray of light and fled into the sky like lightning. Boom! Just as they left, the black demon hand slapped the top of the pill tower, causing an earth-shaking explosion. A destructive wave immediately appeared, rolling out in all directions like an invisible wave. Although Qin Feiyang and the other two had escaped in time, they were still swept up by the shockwave and were sent flying, spitting out blood. Bang bang bang. Rumble. Crack. The three of them crashed into a mountain range outside the city one after another. The tall and majestic mountain range split apart on the spot and collapsed. That's all you've got? The scar-faced man smiled disdainfully. Then, he rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the other two with a dense killing intent. But at this moment, Mu Qing shouted, "Don't worry about them. Hurry up and seize the heavenly thunder flame." The knife-scarred man suddenly stopped. He looked at the broken mountain range and sneered, "You're really far." Next, he swooped down and landed in front of the door of the pill pagoda. He took out a drop of blood and dripped it on the door. Rumble. The doors of the pill pagoda slowly opened. Seeing this, the pagoda master was extremely anxious. He used all his strength to push back the two old men. Then, he rushed towards the scarred man without looking back. Humph. The two old men coldly snorted and chased after the pagoda master like lightning, punching him in the back. Bang! The pagoda master spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly turned pale. Like a meteor, he crashed into the ground. "Let's see how you're going to stop us now." The two old men smiled sinisterly and landed in front of the pagoda door one after another. The pagoda door was already halfway open. One of them said to the knife-scarred man, "Quickly go in and snatch the heavenly thunder flame. We'll guard here." "Yes, sir," the knife-scarred man respectfully replied. Then, he turned into a ray of light and rushed into the pill pagoda. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." At the same time, an enraged roar exploded. Wolf King, Fatso, and Qin Feiyang rushed out from the collapsed mountain range. Their bodies were dripping with blood. Wolf King was filled with ferocity as he immediately rushed towards the pill pagoda. However, Qin Feiyang grabbed it and whispered, "We're not their match. Don't be rash. You all deserve to die." At this time, the pagoda master also rushed out from the ground. His body was also riddled with wounds. He stood in the air and stared at the two old men coldly. "You're the one who's going to die." The two old men's eyes flashed with killing intent. They landed in front of the pagoda master and attacked with all their might. Fighting soul, open. The pagoda master retreated quickly. A fiery red bird soared into the sky from behind him. It was a fire swan. When it spread its wings, it was dozens of feet long. It was like a mountain in the sky. It was ferocious. Innate superpower, divine fire scorching sun. As soon as the fighting soul appeared, the pagoda master roared. The fire swan above him raised its head and spewed out flames. In an instant, the world seemed to have turned into a huge furnace. The mountains, rivers, and land within a radius of hundreds of miles, and even the sky were dyed red by the flames. Looking at the flames, the two old men's gazes turned solemn. Boom! The two old men's bodies shook as they activated their fighting souls at the same time. A black light shot up into the sky. Two tall shadows appeared in the sky in an instant. They were two humanoid fighting souls. Moreover, their fighting souls were exactly the same. The two humanoid fighting souls were dozens of feet tall. They were like two giant spiritual gods that had descended to the mortal world. They exuded a powerful aura. However, their faces could not be seen clearly as they were shrouded in a layer of black fog. Only a rough outline could be seen. Innate superpower, divine demon finger. As soon as the two fighting souls appeared, the two old men roared. At that moment, the two fighting souls raised their arms at the same time and pointed at the sky. Two rays of black light suddenly appeared and blasted toward the flames. Boom! The three innate superpowers were like comets that collided with each other. An earth-shattering explosion was heard. In this place, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Magma erupted. That terrifying destructive aura was like a raging wave in a vast ocean, destroying everything in its path. At that moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang and the other two, or the city governor and the rest, they all fled without looking back. It was too terrifying. It was like the end of the world. It was a sign of the end of the world. Puff! At the same time, the pagoda master spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a fallen leaf in the wind, he flew uncontrollably into the distance. Crack! The mask on his face was also shattered. His sapphire-like eyes were filled with a sense of weakness that could not be dispelled. The two old men were also sent flying, but their situation was much better than the pagoda master's. Boom! Soon, they stabilized their bodies and charged toward the pagoda master again. Looking at the dying pagoda master and the two old men who were filled with murderous intent, Wolf King frowned and said, "Little Qin Zi, do you still want to help?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation and said, "Also, I have another task for you." After that, Qin Feiyang whispered a few words in the ears of Wolf King and Fatso. The man and the beast's eyes lit up. They immediately swooped down and disappeared into the mountain stream below. Qin Feiyang also raised his head and looked at Mu Qin, who was standing in the distance. He secretly sneered and said, "Let's see how long you can jump around." Then, he turned his gaze to the pagoda master and shouted, "Come to me quickly." The pagoda master looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, she felt an inexplicable peace in her heart. No longer hesitating, she stepped into the void and forcibly stabilized her body. Then she turned into a divine rainbow and flew toward Qin Feiyang like lightning. "No matter where you go, you have to die today." The two old men followed closely, their faces full of murderous intent. At the same time, Mu Qin also looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of surprise in her eyes. What was this guy planning? No. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He looked at Qin Feiyang's left and right sides, and then looked behind Qin Feiyang. Where were Fatso and Wolf King? When did they disappear? He hurriedly glanced at the mountains below, but he didn't find any trace of them. Did they go to the castle? Swish! At this time, the pagoda master landed in front of Qin Feiyang and said, "Why did you call me here?" Since you're about to die, can you let me see your true face?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. Hearing this, a row of black lines appeared on the pagoda master's forehead. "Don't be angry, I'm joking." Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand, took out a rib bone from his cosmos bag, and said, "Use this, I guarantee that I can beat up those two old dogs." The pagoda master looked at the rib bone, her eyes flashing with a hint of surprise and doubt. "Qin Feiyang, if you don't want to die, then get lost." The two old men rushed over with murderous intent. The pagoda master's eyes darkened. Before she could ask in detail, she grabbed the rib bone and turned to kill the two old men. Seeing the rib bone in the pagoda master's hand, the two old men couldn't help but be surprised. Mu Qin, who was in the distance, couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were filled with horror. He shouted at the two old men, "Don't fight head-on, retreat." But it was too late. The pagoda master swept in front of the two old men like lightning, raised the rib bone, and smashed it toward the head of one of the old men. However, the old man was also a powerhouse who had experienced countless battles. When he heard Mu Qin's shout, he immediately retreated. At the same time, he raised both hands to protect his head. Boom! The rib bone instantly smashed into his hands. Ah! Accompanied by a painful scream, the old man was directly hit by the rib bone and crashed into the ground below. His 2 arms were also smashed, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. So strong? The pagoda master was a little stunned. The other old man also stared at the rib bone with his mouth agape. With this, it'll be easy to defeat these 2 people. The next moment, the pagoda master came to his senses, and he was hale and hearty. When he saw that the other old man was in a state of distraction, he immediately raised the rib bone and smashed it toward the old man's head. The killing intent was bone-chilling. The old man also trembled. He suddenly came to his senses and quickly dodged to the side. Bang! But it was still too late. Although the rib bone didn't hit his head, it hit his right shoulder. Blood spurted out. His entire right shoulder was smashed into pieces on the spot. His entire body crashed into the ground below like a meteor, just like the old man before him. Boom! Dust and smoke billowed, and the ground collapsed. A huge crater appeared in everyone's line of sight in an instant. 2 battle saints were seriously injured in one move. This scene shocked everyone so much that they couldn't close their mouths. Mu Qing's expression was also blank. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Suddenly. Chapter 754. What? Now you're angry out of humiliation? Weren't you very proud of yourself when you schemed against me? Qin Feiyang sneered. Mu Qing fell silent. In fact, he knew in his heart that the relationship between him and Qin Feiyang would come to this point sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Yes. I admit that I schemed against you. But I really have no malice toward you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just let them trap you. Mu Qing sighed. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, then shouldn't I thank you for not killing me? Forget about it. As long as you leave now, we don't owe each other anything. Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold and said, I don't owe you anything. Besides, don't make it sound so dignified. I'll find out what you and Lu Xingchen are plotting sooner or later. Mu Qing's heart skipped a beat. He shook his head and said, I don't understand what you're talking about. You don't understand? Then tell me, why did you and Lu Xingchen try so hard to lure me here? Qin Feiyang sneered. Mu Qing frowned and said, you're thinking too much. Qin Feiyang waved his hand impatiently and said, don't talk nonsense with me. I'll tell you, if you don't talk for a day, I'll make sure you don't have a good day. You're unreasonable. Mu Qing was furious. Boom! At this moment, 2 terrifying auras rushed out from the ground below. Following closely, the 2 old men rushed out of the ground with murderous intent, and their bodies were dripping with blood. Young master, kill him. The 2 men looked at Mu Qing and bowed. Young master. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Mu Qing's identity was indeed not simple. Mu Qing glanced at the 2 of them, then looked at Qin Feiyang, her eyes flickering. Not good. Suddenly, the tower master's expression changed drastically. What is it? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. The heavenly lightning flame has been touched by someone. The tower master's face was as gloomy as water. She had signed a blood contract with the heavenly thunder flame, so as long as someone touched the heavenly thunder flame, she would be able to sense it immediately. Qin Feiyang said, then hurry up and kill those 2 old dogs. Whoosh! The pagoda master's gaze turned cold. He grabbed his ribs and rushed towards the 2. Young master, please consider it carefully. The 2 old men spoke to Mu Qing again before turning to look at the pagoda master. Their old faces were filled with hostility. Clang! Suddenly, a dazzling divine light shot out from the forehead of an old man. It was a sword. It was 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide. It looked as if it was cast from lava, and its entire body was as red as fire. The sword floated in the air above the 2 old men, trembling non-stop and creating earth-shattering sounds. As soon as the sword appeared, a vast and mighty holy aura swept out in all directions and shrouded the entire area. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. What kind of joke was this? This was actually another sacred artifact. In addition to the replica of the space-time gate, Mu Qing's clan would have 2 sacred artifacts. When did sacred artifacts become so cheap? At the same time. When the pagoda master saw the sword, she could not help but feel worried. A sacred artifact was comparable to a 9-star battle saint. Could the ribs in her hand be a match for it? She could not help but start to doubt. However, her expression was still as cold as ice. A sacred artifact requires a 9-star battle saint to be revived. As for you, you are only 1-star battle saints. If you forcefully revive the sacred artifact, only death awaits you. Do you dare? She sneered and her eyes were filled with mockery. Humph. Even if it doesn't revive, the invincible sharpness of this sacred artifact is enough to break the ribs in your hand. One of the old men snorted. He grabbed the sword and charged forward. Clang! The sound of metal reverberated in all directions, almost tearing the eardrums of those who heard it. The pagoda master looked at the old man coldly and asked, Qin Feiyang, can you do it? Yes. Qin Feiyang replied through telepathy. The owner of the ribs was the former emperor, Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang was an expert from the same era as the first emperor. His strength must have reached the peak of perfection. Therefore, the pagoda master concluded that the ribs should not be inferior to a sacred artifact. After hearing Qin Feiyang's reply, the pagoda master could finally rest assured and go all out. At this moment, both the pagoda master and the old man stared at each other with an imposing aura. In less than 3 breaths, the 2 of them met. Die! Almost at the same time, the 2 of them roared and charged at each other with their ribs and swords. Clang! The ribs and the swords collided fiercely, causing sparks to fly and illuminate the sky. At the same time, with the 2 of them as the center, an apocalyptic battle wave swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the giant mountains crumbled like withered trees. The rumbling sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. Qin Feiyang and the others were sent flying again as if they were struck by lightning. Blood spurted out of their mouths. As for those who escaped from Sky Thunder City and gathered outside the city, more than half of them were killed or injured in an instant. Screams could be heard endlessly. In the end, the battle wave actually spread to hundreds of miles away from Sky Thunder City. The mountains and rivers within hundreds of miles were directly razed to the ground. It's actually so terrifying. Those who were lucky enough to survive looked at the battle between the pagoda master and the old man in horror. Was this the power of a sacred artifact? One had to know. The sword had not recovered yet. If it recovered, how shocking would it be? If they continued to fight like this, everyone here would probably be implicated and die in the end. Clang! High up in the sky, the pagoda master and the old man were already in a frenzy and did not consider this at all. Qin Feiyang stood on top of a mountain peak and took a healing pill. He raised his head and looked at the 2 people. Gradually, he couldn't help but frown. Because now, neither of them could suppress the other and could be considered to be evenly matched. Could it be that he guessed wrong? This Mu Tianyang's strength when he was alive was not as strong as he thought. Clang! But suddenly, under a violent collision, the old man's sword flew out of his hand and into the distance. Moreover, the old man's palm was lacerated and blood flowed out. Even his entire arm was trembling. Obviously, the old man's palm was lacerated because of the collision between the sword and the ribs. It was enough to show that he did not have the upper hand in the battle with the pagoda master. But then, Qin Feiyang's gaze was firmly locked on the sword. That was because the battle sword was flying in his direction. If he could seize the opportunity to snatch it, with a sacred artifact in hand, who would he be afraid of in the future? Decisive. With a leap, he used the phantom steps and rushed toward the sword. Quickly retrieved the sacred artifact. Seeing this, Mu Qing quickly shouted. Heard. The two old men were shocked and hurriedly looked at the sword. Suddenly, a strong cold light appeared in their old eyes. The person who fought with the pagoda master immediately waved his hand and the flying sword turned in the air and flew back like lightning. Die. But at the same time, the pagoda master seized the opportunity and suddenly raised his ribs and smashed the old man's head. With a cracking sound, the old man's head exploded on the spot like a watermelon. The bloody scene was simply unbearable to look at. He's dead? The expressions of Mu Qing and the other old man also immediately turned blank. And the sword, when the old man died, stopped in the void and did not move. Good chance. Qin Feiyang quickly rushed forward. His big hand suddenly stretched out, and grabbed it in his hand. A sacred artifact. He lowered his head and looked at the sword. His eyes shone brightly and his body was trembling with excitement. He had never thought that one day he would own a sacred artifact. Damn it. When Mu Qing came back to his senses, he saw that the sword was already in Qin Feiyang's hand. He immediately became anxious and shouted to the other old man, "What are you waiting for? Quickly take back the sacred artifact." Take it back? Qin Feiyang looked up at Mu Qing and said sarcastically, "You want to take back something that is already in my hands? Is it possible?" After saying that, he bit his finger and decisively dripped his blood to claim ownership. When the old man died, the sword stopped moving. It could be seen that the old man was the one who controlled this sacred artifact. And when the old man died, the blood contract in the sword naturally dissipated. In other words, this sacred artifact was now ownerless. Sure enough, the blood contract in the battle sword disappeared, and Qin Feiyang successfully dripped his blood on it to become its master. This also meant that now he was officially the owner of this sacred artifact. What an unexpected gain. It's over, I lost a sacred artifact before I even got the heavenly thunder flame, and the battle sage died. When I go back, I will definitely be beaten to death by father. The moment Qin Feiyang claimed ownership of the sword, Mu Qing was paralyzed in the air, his face full of despair. But the old man did not give up. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was still very weak and did not dare to revive the sacred artifact. As long as he could take it back, he could instantly erase the blood contract inside. Qin Feiyang looked up at the old man and said disdainfully, "Even your master has given up. What are you still doing here?" The old man looked at him coldly and said, "Hand it over immediately and this old man will spare your life. Have you forgotten about me?" But before he finished speaking, a bone-chilling voice came from behind him. The old man's face changed and he hurriedly looked back. He saw the pagoda master holding the rib and rushing over with a murderous aura. "Even if I die, I will take back the sacred artifact." He gritted his teeth and continued to rush towards Qin Feiyang. At the same time, a terrifying holy aura enveloped Qin Feiyang. "Let me tell you, not only will you not be able to take it back, you will also lose your life." Qin Feiyang grinned. Then, he disappeared into thin air without a trace after saying that. Where is he?" The old man stopped in the air and looked around in surprise. "Idiot, don't you know that he has a spatial divine object? Be careful of your back. Get out of the way." At this time, Mu Qing's angry roar sounded. Behind. The old man's eyes trembled and he hurriedly dodged to the side. But it was too late. The pagoda master took a step forward, grabbed the rib firmly, and smashed it towards the top of his head. Ah! A miserable scream suddenly resounded through the sky. The old man's head exploded on the spot without any suspense. Blood stained the sky. "Idiots, you are all idiots." Seeing this scene, Mu Qing was so angry that he went crazy and stomped his feet in the air. Whoosh! It was also at this time that Qin Feiyang appeared. Chapter 755. Write it off? Huh, Mu Qing laughed crazily as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "It seems that you're still not convinced." What a joke. You killed 2 of my clan's battle saints and even stole my clan's sacred artifact. Do you think it's possible to write it off? Mu Qing roared. Qin Feiyang fell silent. The grudge between him and Mu Qing had become deeper and deeper. If he wanted to resolve this grudge, only one of them could survive. Here's your rib. At this moment, the pagoda master turned around and handed the rib to Qin Feiyang. There was a trace of gratitude in his sky-blue eyes. If not for Qin Feiyang's help, not to mention protecting the heavenly thunder flame, his life would have been another matter. Qin Feiyang took the rib and smiled at the pagoda master. Then, he looked at Mu Qing again. His eyes flashed with a cold light. I'll leave Mu Qing to you. I'll go to the Pill Pagoda and kill that scarred man. The pagoda master left these words and rushed towards the Pill Pagoda's gate. Boom! But at this moment, a terrifying aura descended and enveloped this world. The pagoda master stopped and looked at the sky in surprise. Qin Feiyang immediately raised his head and looked over. Immediately, their eyes trembled. At this moment, an old man was standing in the sky. The old man had a ruddy complexion and white hair. His body was strong. However, he was not tall. He was probably only about 1.5 meters tall. He was wearing a fiery red robe. From his appearance alone, this old man was very inconspicuous. However, the aura he exuded was even stronger than the pagoda master. There was also a trace of gloominess between his brows that could not be dispelled. Mu Qing also looked at the old man in surprise and asked, Elder Sheng, why are you here? The old man glanced at Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing and said, If I didn't come, I'm afraid even you would have died here. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing lowered her head in shame. Young master, I was the one who informed Elder Sheng to come. It was also at this moment. A gloomy voice sounded from within the pill tower. Following closely, the scarred man rushed out of the Pill Pagoda's door and flew toward Mu Qing like a bolt of lightning. In his hand, there was a cluster of purple flames. Previously, after obtaining the heavenly lightning flame, he immediately left the Pill Tower. However, when he arrived at the gate and saw the 2 battle saints killed, he immediately understood that he would not be able to escape today. Therefore, he immediately sent a message to Elder Sheng asking for help. He only dared to show up when Old Master Sheng came. At the same time, the pagoda master's expression suddenly changed when he saw the purple flame in the scar-faced man's hand. He quickly chased after him and shouted, Leave the heavenly lightning flame behind. Do you want to die? The gaze of the old man in the sky also turned cold. He didn't seem to move at all, but a terrifying holy aura poured down like a waterfall toward the tower master. The tower master's pupils shrank, and he retreated without hesitation. Boom! The holy aura blasted into the ground below. A shocking explosion took place, resulting in a deafening explosion. Crack! Boom! On the ground below, bottomless fissures had appeared. And these cracks were still spreading crazily in all directions at lightning speed. If one were to look down from the sky, the scene would be even more shocking. At this moment, the land within a radius of 1,000 miles was like a broken spider web. So powerful. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang's eyes had a trace of horror. This person must not be defeated by force. Seeing that the pagoda master was about to chase after the scarred man, Qin Feiyang hurriedly transmitted his voice, Don't be rash, I have arranged a backup plan, the heavenly lightning flame won't be able to escape. The pagoda master was surprised. What backup plan? Why didn't she notice it? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and shouted, Do it. What do you mean? The pagoda master was even more confused. Mu Qing also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. If it were someone else, he wouldn't care. But he knew Qin Feiyang too well. Every action and every word of his had a hidden meaning. Before he finished speaking, 2 figures suddenly rushed out of the mountain stream directly below Mu Qing. They were Fatso and Wolf King, who had disappeared. One man and one wolf used their extreme speed, like two divine rainbows, and landed in front of Mu Qing in the blink of an eye. Then, Fatso reached out his hand and firmly grabbed Mu Qing's throat. This sudden turn of events was something that no one had expected. At first, Mu Qing also thought that Fatso and Wolf King had gone to the castle, but who would have thought that they had been hiding right below him, waiting for an opportunity to make a move? Let him go. Elder Sheng was the first to come to his senses, and his eyes immediately surged with murderous intent. Boom! That terrifying holy aura was like a heavenly tribulation, and it blasted toward the man and the wolf. Fatso looked up at Elder Sheng and grinned. Old man, you'd better withdraw your aura immediately, or Fat Lord will kill him. How dare you? Elder Sheng roared. Let's see if Fat Lord dares to. Fatso smiled coldly, and his 5 fingers suddenly tightened. Mu Qing's face suddenly turned red. At the same time, his hands also grabbed Fatso's arm, and he struggled desperately. Seeing this, Elder Sheng's face changed slightly, and he quickly withdrew his majesty and said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" "You'll have to ask my boss." Fatso chuckled. Boss? Elder Sheng frowned and asked, "Who is your boss?" "Nonsense, of course it's Qin Feiyang." Fatso raised his eyebrows and said angrily. Elder Sheng immediately looked at Qin Feiyang, and his eyes flashed coldly. Qin Feiyang shrunk his neck and said very seriously, "Don't scare me with that look, okay? Let me tell you, I'm a very timid person. If I'm frightened, I might do something out of line." As he spoke, he flew toward Wolf King and Fatso. The Tower Master also followed beside him. She was also extremely impressed by Qin Feiyang's methods and temperament. One had to know. That Elder Sheng was even stronger than her. If it was anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. But this kid, his expression didn't change at all, and he even dared to flirt with her? Just this courage alone was enough to make anyone praise him. When Elder Sheng heard these words, smoke rose from his head. He was obviously furious to the extreme. And the scarred man didn't fly toward Mu Qing anymore. He flew behind Elder Sheng and stared at Qin Feiyang and the others coldly. Soon, Qin Feiyang and the Tower Master arrived in front of Fatso and Wolf King. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing and said with a smile, "Your family background is so powerful, how can I not have a backup plan? You're ruthless." Mu Qing's face was gloomy. Ruthless? In terms of ruthlessness, I'm not even half as ruthless as you. At least, I won't deliberately kill so many lives in Sky Thunder City. Qin Feiyang sneered. Mu Qing said gloomily, "The weak are prey to the strong, don't you understand this principle?" "Of course I understand. But it doesn't mean that the strong can kill the innocent." Qin Feiyang shouted. Mu Qing frowned and said, "I don't want to talk nonsense with you, just say it, what do you want?" "I think you have nothing to say." Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully, raised his head to look at Elder Sheng, and said indifferently, "Hand over the heavenly thunder flames." Elder Sheng was silent. "Don't challenge my patience. Although you are stronger than me, as long as I want to hide, you can't do anything to me," Qin Feiyang said. Elder Sheng stared at Qin Feiyang angrily, gritted his teeth and said, "Give it to him." The scarred man said anxiously, "Elder Sheng, you can't." But before he could finish his words, Elder Sheng said angrily, "Can the heavenly thunder flames be compared to the young master's life? Give it to him." The scarred man's gaze trembled as he lowered his head to look at the heavenly thunder flames, his eyes filled with disbelief. One had to know. In order to snatch the heavenly thunder flames, not only did they lose a sacred artifact, they also lost 2 war saints. It wasn't easy to get it, but now they had to send it back. Then wouldn't their losses be worthless? However, Elder Sheng was right. No matter how important the heavenly thunder flames were, it couldn't be compared to the young master. Sigh. He sighed deeply and waved his big hand that was holding the heavenly thunder flames. The heavenly thunder flames flew out of his hand and flew towards Qin Feiyang and the others. "Qin Feiyang, thank you." The pagoda master looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully. Today, this person had really helped her a lot. It's nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Fatso was stunned and said, "Boss, are you really going to return it to her? We can't fall out with her now. Otherwise, we will be in a situation where we will be attacked from both sides." Qin Feiyang secretly said. Fatso frowned imperceptibly, but didn't say anything more. The heavenly thunder flames was like a gorgeous purple stream of light, cutting through the sky, getting closer and closer to Qin Feiyang and the others. But a change happened again. Swish! A white figure appeared out of thin air, flashing towards the heavenly thunder flames like lightning, and then grabbed it in his hand. Who is it? Whether it was Qin Feiyang and the others, or old Sheng and the others, at this moment, a sharp light burst out from their eyes. But when the white figure revealed her true appearance, Qin Feiyang and the others' faces changed. It was a beautiful woman. Her soft long hair was tied up high, and her snow-white dress was spotless, looking graceful and luxurious. That's right. This person was the mysterious madam. Qin Feiyang asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Swish! Before his voice died away, another two figures flew up into the sky. They were the burly man and the snakeskin old man. Of course, Madam knows. Because Madam guessed that you would come to Sky Thunder City. So, after you escaped, Madam asked us to wait for you here. And the news of your appearance was deliberately leaked by us. The two of them sneered. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them, then looked at the beautiful woman and frowned. "Are you really going to keep pestering me like this?" The beautiful woman just looked at him indifferently, then looked at the pagoda master and smiled. "Long time no see." "You are?" The pagoda master frowned and looked at the beautiful woman suspiciously. "Have you forgotten? That year, it was me who saved Qin Feiyang from your hands." The beautiful woman said. "So it's you." A cold light flashed in the pagoda master's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Then why are you snatching the heavenly thunder flames now?" "As long as it's something Qin Feiyang wants, no matter what it is, I will snatch it. That's the reason." The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. Battle chi surged into the heavenly thunder flames, directly erasing the blood contract inside. Puff. Chapter 756. At the same time, waves of shock surged in her heart. She actually erased her blood contract so easily? Just how strong was this woman? Then, she turned her head to look at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Your goal is also the flames of heavenly thunder?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang did not deny it. Because at this point, there was nothing to worry about. Hee, the pagoda master smiled bitterly. She really didn't expect that these people were all here for the flames of heavenly thunder. Even if she successfully chased away Mu Qing, there was still a hungry wolf lurking beside her, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. In other words, no matter what, she couldn't keep the flames of heavenly thunder today. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and couldn't help but sympathize with the pagoda master. In fact, the flames of heavenly thunder wasn't that important to him now. What he was really curious about was what was hidden in the flames of heavenly thunder. Suddenly, the pagoda master looked at the mysterious woman again and said, "I don't understand. Since you were saving Qin Feiyang back then, why are you going against him now?" The mysterious woman's eyes flashed with a sharp light and said, "Because he repaid kindness with ingratitude." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Don't talk about these useless things. You want me to follow you. Don't you want to use me?" "Yes, I admit it. But now, you no longer have any value to me. That's why I'm here this time to send you to hell." The mysterious woman's killing intent appeared. Her slender index finger pointed in the air, and a terrifying holy aura suddenly roared out, charging towards Qin Feiyang. She wouldn't care about Mu Qing's life or death. In her eyes, there were only Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King. But just because she didn't care, it didn't mean that Elder Sheng and the scarred man didn't care either. Because Mu Qing was still in Fatso's hands. If Qin Feiyang and the others were killed, then Mu Qing would also die. Boom! Elder Shing immediately made his move and dispersed the mysterious woman's holy aura. Who are you? How dare you ruin my plans? The mysterious lady suddenly raised her head and stared coldly at Old Man Sheng. Old Man Sheng said sternly, I don't care if you kill Qin Feiyang, but you can't touch the young master. Young master? The mysterious lady was stunned. Old Man Shipai said in a low voice, Madam, you've just arrived, so you might not know. That Mu Qing is their young master. Who is Mu Qing? The madam was suspicious. That's him. They are also here to snatch the heavenly lightning flame. Old Man Snakeskin said respectfully as he pointed at Mu Qing who was being held by Fatso. The mysterious madam looked at Mu Qing with a trace of astonishment in her eyes. She said, even an 8-star battle saint addresses you as young master. Your identity is not simple. What? Then Elder Sheng is an 8-star battle saint? The eyes of Qin Feiyang and the others trembled. This was truly an invincible existence. Fatso sent his voice, Boss, we can't continue like this, we need to escape as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang nodded. Just Elder Sheng alone was not someone they could contend against. With this mysterious madam, there was no way they could survive. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he opened a portal. Trying to run? The mysterious madam smiled disdainfully. With a flick of her sleeve, a holy aura directly blasted at the portal. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at Elder Sheng in the sky. He shouted, if you want Mu Qing to live, stop her immediately. Do you think I'm an idiot? Elder Sheng sneered. Boom! Before his voice died away. The portal was shattered by the mysterious madam's holy aura. The mysterious madam's gaze turned and landed on Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King. She said, today, none of you will leave. Whoosh! At the same time, the pagoda master at the side suddenly took action and grabbed the Wolf King. He shouted, if you want to die, then today we will all die together. Bastard! Qin Feiyang was furious. He stared at the tower master gloomily and said, if it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. Don't make it sound so dignified. Didn't you save me for the flame of heavenly thunder? The tower master sneered. Qin Feiyang said angrily, but I didn't say that we must snatch the flame of heavenly thunder. Don't treat me like an idiot. The tower master snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang was extremely angry. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have helped this woman. The current situation was quite complicated. Mu Qing was in the hands of Fatso, Wolf King was in the hands of the tower master, and the flame of heavenly thunder was in the hands of the mysterious madam. But there was one person who was not restrained, and that was the mysterious madam. Whether it was Qin Feiyang's group, Mu Qing's group, or the tower master, none of them could affect her. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others who were restraining each other, the mysterious madam had a trace of a smile in her eyes. Looking at the mysterious madam's smile, a strong sense of uneasiness rose in everyone's hearts. Elder Sheng said telepathically, Qin Feiyang, as long as you are willing to let go of the young master, this old man promises to help you escape from this place. Don't treat me like an idiot. If I really let go of Mu Qing, I'm afraid the first person you will kill will be me. Qin Feiyang sneered secretly. That won't happen. This old man might as well tell you the truth. That woman's cultivation is stronger than mine. She should be a 9-star battle saint or even higher. If we continue to restrain her like this, we will definitely die in her hands in the end. Elder Sheng said to himself. What? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. The mysterious madam was so strong. Swish. It was also at this moment. The mysterious madam took a step forward and walked towards Qin Feiyang step by step. Her steps were very slow. Her long dress fluttered in the wind, and her black hair danced in the wind. She was like a fairy from the 9th heaven who had descended to the mortal world, and her entire body was emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Fatso said anxiously, "Boss, what should we do?" "Don't panic. Elder Sheng won't let her make a move," Qin Feiyang said to himself. As long as Mu Qing was still in his hands, Mu Qing's clansmen would do their best to help him. Heard it. A cold light flashed in Fatso's eyes. He turned around abruptly and faced the mysterious madam, placing Mu Qing in front of him. Damn it. Seeing Fatso using Mu Qing as a shield, Elder Sheng and the scarred man's expressions changed. Elder Sheng immediately looked at the mysterious madam and shouted, "If you dare to hurt the young master, the Mu family will definitely not let you off." Mu family? The mysterious madam was stunned. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Which Mu family?" Elder Sheng said arrogantly, "It doesn't matter which Mu family it is. In short, you can't afford to offend them." "Is that so?" The mysterious madam smiled, but a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. Whoosh! But suddenly, another figure soared into the sky from the mountain stream below. With lightning speed, he captured the burly man and the snakeskin old man behind the mysterious madam. "Who is it?" Everyone was shocked and looked up. It turned out to be the city lord of Sky Thunder City. The city lord glanced at Qin Feiyang and looked at the mysterious madam. He shouted, "Leave the heavenly thunder flame and get out of Sky Thunder City immediately. Otherwise, I will kill them." The mysterious madam was stunned. She turned around and looked at the city lord. The corner of her mouth pursed into a playful smile. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. He said with a sound transmission, "Don't worry about us. Run." The city lord was stunned. He asked in confusion, "Her people are in my hands. Why should we run?" "You don't understand her. She doesn't care about the life and death of others. Hurry." Qin Feiyang shouted anxiously. "What?" The city lord's expression changed. "Madam, save us." At the same time, the burly man and the snakeskin old man also begged for help from the mysterious madam in fear. They were only war emperor, and the city lord was a two-star war sect. If they were caught by the city lord, there was no way for them to escape. The mysterious madam looked at the two of them with an extremely cold expression. She looked at the city lord and laughed, "You really aren't afraid of death." The city lord was afraid. "What I hate the most is being threatened. And those who once threatened me, without exception, all died miserably." The mysterious madam laughed. After she finished speaking, her gaze turned cold. Next, she raised her hand and waved it. A vast and mighty holy might roared out, instantly drowning the city lord and the burly man. "Ah!" Accompanied by 3 mournful screams, the city lord and the other 2 immediately splattered their blood in the air. "You damned demoness!" Qin Feiyang and the pagoda master roared at the same time. The mysterious madam was stunned. Mu Qing, Elder Sheng, and the scarred man also looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. The city lord was killed, so it made sense for the pagoda master to be angry. After all, they had been together for so many years, so there was a certain level of affection between them. But what did Qin Feiyang's roar have to do with him? Qin Feiyang smiled sadly, looked at Mu Qing and said, "Don't you want to know how I was able to find out your identity?" Mu Qing nodded, and then seemed to have thought of something, and asked in surprise, "Is he helping you?" "That's right. He checked all the people who participated in the assessment this time. In the end, he only found that you were the only one with an abnormal identity. He even personally went to the Tang tribe to investigate, and found that there was no such person as Tang Hai. That's why I set my sights on you," Qin Feiyang said. Mu Qing's face froze. So it turned out that his identity was exposed because of the city lord. The pagoda master next to him frowned. "So, he has been bought over by you?" "I forced him. But why is he so stupid? He could have just sat back and watched. Why did he help me?" Qin Feiyang's face was full of pain. The pagoda master fell silent. He blamed himself and was in so much pain for a person he had just met. This man was indeed a loyal and righteous person. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at the mysterious madam, and said word by word, "I promise, you will regret it." The mysterious madam lifted the corner of her mouth and said indifferently, "How can a person who is about to die say such words? Don't you think it's funny? Then you'd better not let me escape." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly, and he waved his hand, ready to enter the castle with the pagoda master and Mu Qing. But the mysterious madam seemed to have expected Qin Feiyang to do so. Boom! The holy power erupted, covering the sky and the earth, and instantly imprisoned Qin Feiyang and the others in the void. "Go to hell." Immediately after, the mysterious madam shouted coldly. Qin Feiyang and the others immediately felt that the holy power that imprisoned them began to crazily squeeze their bodies. Obviously, the mysterious madam wanted to make them explode and die. Ah! Mu Qing, Wolf King, and Fatso could not help but scream. Blood kept spurting out of the pores all over their bodies. In an instant, everyone was covered in blood, including Qin Feiyang and the pagoda master. Not good. Quickly inform the patriarch. I will go and hold her back. Seeing this. Chapter 757. Patriarch? The mysterious lady raised her head to look at Elder Sheng and frowned slightly. If a clansman was so strong, then how strong was the patriarch? Her eyes flashed with killing intent as she pointed her index finger in the air. The holy might was like a waterfall as it blasted towards the scarred man like lightning. The scarred man was taking out the image crystal when he sensed the terrifying holy might. His expression changed drastically as he quickly turned around and fled. Don't even think about it. Seeing this, Elder Sheng, who was diving down, roared angrily as a black light rushed out from his back. It was also a humanoid battle soul. It was almost exactly the same as the battle soul of the two old men who were killed by the pagoda master. The battle soul's true appearance could not be seen clearly, but it was more than 100 feet tall, like a giant spirit god. Innate ability, Demon God Finger. The humanoid battle soul raised his arm and pointed in the air. Boom! A ray of black light suddenly appeared, bringing along a destructive aura as it blasted towards the holy might. But the black light was unable to stop the holy might. On the contrary, the black light was crushed by the holy might. Puff! At the same time, Elder Sheng also spat out a mouthful of blood as his old body flew out like a meteorite. Ah, finally. The scarred man also did not escape. Accompanied by a shrill scream, he was smashed into pieces by the holy might, not even leaving a corpse behind. But the mysterious lady turned a blind eye to this. Her gaze was firmly locked onto the humanoid battle soul above Elder Sheng. At first, when she saw the battle soul, her expression was slightly sluggish and her gaze was somewhat absent-minded. But soon after, monstrous killing intent emerged in her eyes. "So you are from the Mu family," she said coldly, her eyes gloomy and frightening. "You know?" Elder Sheng was surprised. "Others don't know, but it doesn't mean that I don't know. You people from the Mu family deserve to die." As soon as she finished speaking, the mysterious lady's arm burst out, her 5 fingers bent like an eagle's claw as she stretched out in the air. Boom! A shocking aura emerged and roared towards Elder Sheng. "What a strong aura! You are indeed a war king." Elder Sheng's expression changed as he turned around and fled without hesitation. "It's too late to escape now." The mysterious lady smiled coldly as her aura roared in the sky, directly imprisoning Elder Sheng in the air. "Die. Next." She clenched her fist. Old man Sheng, who had been restrained, immediately let out a miserable cry and exploded on the spot. "This is too scary." The hearts of Qin Feiyang and the others trembled. An 8-star battle saint was killed in an instant just like that? Just what level had this woman's cultivation reached? Whoosh! After killing old Sheng, the mysterious madam turned to Mu Qing and asked, "Are you the young master of the Mu family?" Mu Qing was also completely flustered. This time, not only were the people he brought wiped out, even Elder Xing died tragically on the spot. Moreover, judging from this woman's attitude, she must have a deep grudge with the Mu family. Who could save him now? The mysterious madam didn't continue to be long-winded. She waved her hand, and a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky appeared. Die! Following her low shout, the giant hand suddenly slapped towards Qin Feiyang and the others. There was no luck. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, Wolf King, the pagoda master, and Mu Qing were sent flying on the spot. Blood splattered and dyed the void red. Bang! Bang! Rumble. In the end, the few of them crashed into a mountain range hundreds of miles away. A few giant mountains collapsed on the spot. The earth trembled violently. The group of people were all buried under the gravel and soil. Humph. The mysterious madam raised her head and snorted coldly as she flew away. Only when the mysterious madam disappeared did those lucky survivors in Sky Thunder City let out a sigh of relief. However, the shock in their eyes didn't dissipate for a long time. It was too scary. Whether it was Old Man Sheng or the mysterious madam, they were simply godlike existences. In less than half a day, the news of Sky Thunder City being destroyed, Qin Feiyang and the others being killed, and the fire of Sky Thunder being robbed spread to all the major tribes. Everyone was boiling with excitement. They were all wondering who this mysterious madam was, to actually have such terrifying strength. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, countless people came to Sky Thunder City to investigate, but they couldn't get close. Because there were still remnants of the battle between Old Man Sheng and the mysterious madam in the void here. Although these were only the aftermath of the battle, even a war emperor would be smashed to pieces if he got close. One could only see an ancient pagoda sitting in the ruins from afar. It was the Pill Pagoda. After such a terrifying battle, the Pill Pagoda was still intact. It was simply too magical. And on this morning, in a certain ruin, an arm suddenly emerged from the soil. If someone saw it now, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Because that arm was pale and powerless, covered in blood, like the hand of a dead person. At first glance, it looked like a dead person was crawling out from the ground. Soon, a young man with disheveled hair and a dirty face crawled out from the soil. Where is this? He lay on the ground and looked around, his eyes full of confusion. However, when he saw the Pill Pagoda, a trace of bewilderment crept onto his weak face. Following that, the surprise on his face was replaced by joy. That's the Pill Pagoda, I'm not dead yet. The young man immediately lay on the ground and looked at the dark sky, gasping for breath. Gradually, a trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. Even Old Man Sheng died in the hands of the mysterious madam, how could he not die? Right. Where are Fatso and Wolf King? The young man suddenly shuddered, turned over and got up, and began to search in the ruins. That's right. This person was Qin Feiyang. For the past 3 days, he had been in a coma. When he woke up, he thought that he had already entered hell. But when he crawled out from the ground and saw the Pill Pagoda, he realized that he was not dead at all. Since he was not dead, then Fatso and White-Eyed Wolf were not dead either. However, after searching a radius of dozens of miles, he could not find Fatso and Wolf King. Are they dead? Qin Feiyang muttered, lying weakly on the ground, his pale face filled with sadness and despair. How could Fatso and Wolf King still be alive in the face of the mysterious madam's all-out attack? But the question was, why was he still alive? He vaguely remembered that when he was hit by that giant hand, his consciousness disappeared on the spot. He had no idea what happened later. Thud. Suddenly, not far behind him, the faint sound of footsteps could be heard. Who is it? Qin Feiyang suddenly turned his head to look. Dozens of meters behind him, there was a broken hill. The sound of footsteps came from behind the small hill. He quickly got up and quietly walked over. When he came to the hill and carefully looked over, a trace of joy crept onto his face. He saw that behind the hill, there was a person limping towards him. This person was fat. His body was also stained with blood, and his footsteps were weak. Moreover, he was also looking around, as if he was looking for something. If this was not Fatso, who else could it be? "Boss, Brother Wolf, where are you? Fat Lord is not dead. How could you be dead?" As he searched, he muttered to himself. His fat face was also full of despair and misery. Qin Feiyang's heart warmed, and he quickly waved his hand. "Damn Fatso, I'm here." This voice, Fatso's spirit was lifted, and he looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw Qin Feiyang standing next to the hill, his face was filled with ecstasy. "Boss, Fat Lord knew you wouldn't die." Fatso immediately rushed over. But because he was overjoyed, he didn't notice the stone under his feet and tripped over a piece of gravel. With a bang, he fell on the spot with a bloody nose and swollen eyes. Fat Lord's handsome face. Fatso also suddenly cried out in pain. "Weirdo." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He trotted over and helped Fatso up. "Boss, it's great that you're not dead." Fatso came up and gave Qin Feiyang a bear hug. His tears and snot rubbed all over Qin Feiyang's body. Okay. A man crying, isn't it shameful?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly. "Who said men can't cry?" Fatso pursed his lips, let go of Qin Feiyang, and said, "You know what? When I climbed out of the ground just now, I was really afraid that you were all dead." Qin Feiyang patted Fatso's shoulder and sighed. "I was looking for you before. Did you see the white-eyed wolf?" "No." Fatso shook his head. His face was full of worry. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the two of us are still alive. That scourge definitely won't die." "Yes. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years." Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang forced a smile and said, "Let's go and look for it." "What do you mean? How did I become a scourge?" But before the two of them could take a step, an angry voice sounded in the ruins not far away. "Heard." Qin Feiyang and Fatso were overjoyed. They quickly turned around and saw countless broken cracks on the ground in front of them. And right next to one of the cracks, the palm-sized Wolf King was lying on a piece of gravel, staring at them angrily. "Brother, Fat Lord missed you so much." Fatso immediately opened his arms and ran toward Wolf King. "Get lost." A row of black lines suddenly appeared on Wolf King's forehead. This damn Fatso was really disgusting. The smile on Qin Feiyang's face at this moment was also undisguised. No matter what, everyone was still alive, which was better than anything else. The two men and one beast gathered together. Wolf King said suspiciously, "Strange, why aren't we dead?" "I'm wondering too." Qin Feiyang frowned. "What's there to wonder? It must be because Fat Lord is too handsome, and the King of Hell is reluctant to take away Fat Lord's little life. You're all benefiting from Fat Lord's glory." Fatso laughed. "Go away." Qin Feiyang and Wolf King couldn't help but stare fiercely at Fatso. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. Was this fat head and big ears even close to being handsome? Fatso pursed his lips and said, "Then tell me the reason. It can't be that the woman deliberately showed mercy and didn't kill us, right?" Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were stunned. Maybe it was really possible? Chapter 758. Fatso looked at the reaction of the man and the wolf, his face twitching, and said, "You guys don't really believe that she was merciful, do you?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "It's not hard to judge whether she was merciful or not." "How?" Fatso and Wolf King looked at him in surprise. "At that time, we were attacked together with the Pagoda Master and Mu Qing. If the Pagoda Master and Mu Qing are dead, it proves that the mysterious lady did show mercy. On the other hand, there might be another reason." Qin Feiyang said. Fatso thought for a moment, then nodded. That makes sense, but where are we going to find them now? At that time, although they were attacked together, they all dispersed in the end. Moreover, the two of them must have been buried underground like them. In such a large area, to find two people underground was equivalent to finding a needle in a haystack. It's not difficult. Qin Feiyang smiled, turned to look at Wolf King, and said, "It's time for you to show your skills." Fatso looked at Wolf King suspiciously. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he slapped his forehead in annoyance and laughed. "Brother Wolf, quickly show your dog nose." Ayo. Wolf King's eyes flashed with a cold light and directly bit Fatso's buttocks, causing Fatso to grimace in pain. "If you dare to speak rudely again, be careful that I bite your balls." Wolf King looked at Fatso unkindly, then turned around and looked around. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, slowly following behind Wolf King. The Wolf King rubbed its bleeding buttocks and groaned as it followed them. A moment later, Wolf King stopped in front of a pile of rubble and said, "There is the smell of the pagoda master's blood here, she should be here." Qin Feiyang immediately waved his hand, and a gust of wind rose, directly sweeping away the rubble. Immediately, a bloody figure entered the line of sight of the two humans and one wolf. It really was the pagoda master. However, at this moment, her clothes were ragged, her aura was completely gone, and the blood all over her body had already solidified. Qin Feiyang said, "Quick, take a look." Fatso walked forward and squatted beside the tower master, checking his pulse and heartbeat. Gradually, he frowned and then focused his mind on the main body of the pagoda. After a careful examination, Fatso sighed deeply. He raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Dead. The cause of death is the shattering of his sea of consciousness. We were attacked at the same time. She died, but we are still alive. Furthermore, she is a one-star battle saint. She is much stronger than us. Doesn't this prove that the woman showed mercy?" Wolf King said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's mood became extremely heavy all of a sudden. Being able to survive was naturally a good thing, but it was followed by worry. Why didn't this mysterious madam kill them? Was he plotting something? At this time, Fatso stretched out his arm and took off the broken mask on the tower master's face. A pale face suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. It was only at this moment that the two humans and one wolf saw the true appearance of the tower master. Her facial features were exquisite and picturesque. Her skin was also as soft and delicate as mutton fat. She was like a sleeping beauty, lying peacefully on the ground. Such a beautiful woman died like this. It's really a pity. Fatso sighed deeply and took away the chinkuan bag of the tower master. He got up and waved his hand. The surrounding soil rolled and buried the tower master. It's indeed a pity. Wolf King nodded and looked up at Fatso. He asked suspiciously, "Why did you take her chinkuan bag?" "You don't understand. This person is the tower master of the Sky Thunder City Pill Tower. Maybe there is some information about the Pill Tower in her chinkuan bag." Fatso laughed. "That's true." Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He said, "Let's check the chinkuan bag later. Let's find Mu Qing first." Crack. But before he finished speaking, a crisp sound came from the left. It seemed to be the sound of a withered branch breaking. "There's someone." The gazes of the two people and one wolf turned cold as they simultaneously turned their heads to look. Just a dozen meters away, next to a small mound, they saw a person. It was also a young man. He was covered in wounds and his face was as pale as paper. At this moment, the young man was stepping on a broken withered branch. "You're actually not dead?" The two humans and one wolf were extremely incredulous. This person was Mu Qing. Although Mu Qing's injuries were very serious, she was indeed standing in front of them alive. Mu Qing looked at the withered branch under her feet with a trace of anger. Then she looked up at the two humans and one wolf and sneered, "I'm not dead." Are you very disappointed? Qin Feiyang laughed disdainfully, and said, whether you die or not, it's the same to me. That's right. You are all 5-star War Master, and I have only broken through to 2-star War Master. In your eyes, I am naturally nothing. But let me tell you, this matter will not end like this. Mu Qing said. You still dare to threaten us? Wolf King and Fatso looked at each other, a cold light flashing past their eyes. You want to kill me? Come on, if I frown, I'm not worthy of being a descendant of the Mu family. Mu Qing coldly looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. All right. Brother will fulfill your wish. Wolf King took a step forward, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Clang clang. But at this moment, accompanied by a loud sound, a stone door flew out from between Mu Qing's brows. It was the fake gate of time and space. The gate of time and space did not awaken, but the aura it emitted made it impossible for Wolf King to get close. With your abilities, even if I give you a chance, you won't be able to kill me now. Do you know what Elder Shing's status is in my Mu family? Let me tell you, he is just a butler of my Mu family. So, if you want to kill me, you have to work hard to cultivate. Mu Qing laughed disdainfully and immediately opened a teleportation gate. Bringing the gate of time and space with her, she walked in without looking back. Qin Feiyang was also prepared to take out his battle sword. But he was still a step too late, and Mu Qing slipped away. Looking at the dissipating teleportation gate, the expressions of the two men and the wolf were very ugly. What kind of sacred being is this Mu family? Fatso frowned. If a butler was an 8-star battle saint, then how powerful would the elders and patriarch of the Mu family be? At this moment, the two men and the wolf deeply realized that Mu Qing's identity was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Who could afford to provoke such a behemoth like her? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at Fatso and said, quickly check the chief's Qinkuan bag. Fatso immediately sank his mind into the Qinkuan bag. Wolf King glanced at Fatso and said, Little Qin Zi, when that mysterious madam saw Elder Sheng's war spirit, she had a reaction. You must have noticed it. Qin Feiyang nodded. This woman must be related to the Mu family. You said that she deliberately showed mercy. Is it because of the Mu family? Wolf King said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. She wants us to fight to the death with the Mu family first, then she can sit back and reap the benefits. While she is at it, she can also watch a good show. Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang frowned. The possibility that Wolf King mentioned could not be ignored. Got it. At this time, Fatso's eyes lit up. He took out a black token and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. The token was as big as a baby's palm. There was a picture of an ancient tower engraved on the front and a name on the back. Mu Qiuyu. Mu Qiuyu should be the name of the chief. The picture of the ancient tower may be the symbol of the Pill Tower. It seems that this should be the chief's identity token. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully and asked, Is there anything else? I'll look again. Fatso said. A moment later, Fatso's eyes showed a trace of disappointment. He looked at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. Except for some pill recipes and herbs, there is no information about the flame of heavenly thunder. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked up at the pill tower in the distance. He pondered for a while and said, Let's go inside and have a look. Whoosh! The two men and one wolf quickly arrived at the entrance of the pill tower. When the scarred man left the pill tower, he did not close the door, so the stone door of the pill tower was now open. Qin Feiyang rushed in and went straight to the top floor. The two men and one wolf were no strangers to the layout of the pill tower. Not long after, they appeared in front of the pill master's alchemy room. The stone door was half open. Qin Feiyang walked in. After so many years, there was no change in this place. The only difference was that the secret door of the secret room where the flame of heavenly thunder was hidden was now wide open. Qin Feiyang stood in the middle of the secret room and scanned his surroundings. Without the flame of heavenly thunder, this place had become much cooler. But after observing for a moment, he did not find anything suspicious. More than 10 breaths later, he retracted his gaze and looked at Fatso and Wolf King. It seems that to fully understand the flame of heavenly thunder, we have to go deeper into the Pill Tower. Fatso said, in the deeper parts of the Pill Tower, there will definitely be more experts. Should we increase our strength first? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. Wolf King suddenly said, do you think that mysterious lady knows the secret of the flame of heavenly thunder? I'm not sure. Fatso shook his head, then looked around and said, on the other hand, this Pill Tower, don't you think it's very strange? It is a little strange. Wolf King nodded, and then asked in surprise, could it really be a sacred artifact? Do you think sacred artifacts are cabbages? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, but his eyes were also filled with doubt. One had to know. Before Old Man Xing died, he had personally said that the mysterious lady was a war king. The pressure of the war king was actually unable to destroy this Pill Tower. It was truly inconceivable. Let's go out and take a look, Qin Feiyang said. The 2 men and 1 wolf quickly flew out of the Pill Tower and stood in the air, sizing it up. After a long time, Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, although I don't know why this ancient tower is so hard, I dare to conclude that it is not a sacred artifact. How can you be sure? Fatso asked suspiciously. If this ancient tower is really a sacred artifact, then when the pagoda master faced Old Man Sheng and the mysterious lady, she would definitely forcefully revive it to save her life. However, she did not do so. Qin Feiyang said. What if she knew that even if she revived this ancient tower, she would not be able to defeat Old Man Sheng and that woman, so she simply did not revive it? Fatso said. There is such a possibility. But have you ever thought about what kind of existence that mysterious lady is? How could she not see through it? If it really was a sacred artifact, she would have taken it away long ago. Why would she wait for us to come? So, stop dreaming. Chapter 759. Heard of it? Fatso immediately lost interest. Qin Feiyang looked at him in amusement and said, let's go to White Fox City. What? To White Fox City? Immediately. Fatso and Wolf King stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. What are you afraid of? If we disguise ourselves, as long as we don't cause trouble, who will know it's us? Qin Feiyang said. Fatso frowned. Then what are you going to White Fox City for? Qin Feiyang said, I'm going to buy some teleportation portals and see if the mysterious madam is still there. Do you think the mysterious madam will leave White Fox City? Wolf King asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. The mysterious madam must have concealed her identity and lurked in White Fox City for some reason. And now that her whereabouts had been exposed, the chances of her leaving were very high. Looking at the man and wolf, Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Forget it, you guys go to the castle to cultivate, I'll go alone. Finished. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fatso and Wolf King to the castle. Then, he opened a teleportation gate and strode in. Not long after Qin Feiyang left, 2 figures descended from the sky above the Pill Pagoda. One of them was Mu Qing. The other person was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. His face was rough and there were strands of white hair on his temples. The aura he exuded was unfathomable like a vast ocean. The middle-aged man scanned the area below, his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. Looks like Qin Feiyang has already left. His voice was full of vigor, with a great sense of majesty. Mu Qing frowned and bowed. It's my fault for not doing my job well and losing the sacred artifact. Please punish me, father. Losing the sacred artifact is indeed not a small matter. But now that your sister is dead, I only have one child. How can I bear to punish you? But as the clan leader, I can't possibly cover for you, right? So, when you go back, go find the elders of the various clans and take the initiative to apologize to them and ask for leniency. The middle-aged man looked at Mu Qing dotingly. I understand. Mu Qing nodded, then frowned and said, "But the heavenly thunder flame, don't worry. As long as the heavenly lightning flames aren't in the hands of those people from the Pill Tower, everything will be fine. The person I'm most concerned about now is still that mysterious woman. She's actually a warlord. If we don't find her and find out her identity, it will cause endless trouble for our Mu clan," the middle-aged man said worriedly. Mu Qing's eyes flashed as he said, "Leave this matter to me. Consider it a chance for me to make amends for my mistakes." "That works too. However, I still have to go back first and meet with the elders." The middle-aged man waved his hand and opened a teleportation door. Then, he walked in with Mu Qing. At the same time, Qin Feiyang first found a pool, washed the bloodstains on his body, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then entered the White Fox City with a disguise. Everywhere he went, the discussions he heard were basically all about the destruction of Sky Thunder City. He did not stay in the city for long. After buying enough teleportation doors, he went to the city lord's mansion to inquire. In the end, that mysterious lady really did not come back. Frankly speaking, if the mysterious lady was still in the White Fox City, he would be a little more at ease. But now, the mysterious lady had disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where she was hiding. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against her. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. He could only be more vigilant when he was doing things normally. Following that, he left the White Fox City and once again appeared in the sky above the Pill Tower. If he remembered correctly, the city lord had said that there was a glacier 1,000 miles away from the Sky Thunder City. As long as he crossed that glacier, he would be able to enter the next region of the Forgotten Continent. Shwa. Qin Feiyang did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards the depths like lightning. An hour later, a towering and majestic glacier finally entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. At a glance, it was covered in thick snow everywhere. Layers upon layers of mountains stretched for tens of thousands of miles. And from afar, Qin Feiyang could already feel the terrifying might of the glacier. Even at the edge of the glacier, he could sense no less than dozens of one-Star War sect's ferocious might. It was no wonder that the Sky Thunder City's city lord did not dare to set foot in this glacier. To ordinary people, this glacier was a forbidden area. 9 deaths and 1 life. Boom! Qin Feiyang's aura of a 5-Star War sect erupted, and without the slightest pause, he directly rushed into the glacier. Roar! When the ferocious beasts below saw that there were outsiders invading, they immediately roared. However, not a single ferocious beast dared to charge forward, as they were all intimidated by Qin Feiyang's aura. Along the way, it could be considered unimpeded. However, the deeper they went, the stronger the ferocious beasts they encountered. Until the 3rd day. Roar! A black panther soared into the sky. It was over 100 feet long and opened its bloody mouth as it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. This black panther had the cultivation of a 5-Star War sect. "You're courting death." Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold as he waved his hand in the air and instantly killed it. Blood was like a waterfall, dyeing the sky red. Below, there were originally some fierce beasts that wanted to rush up and take a share of the loot. However, when they saw the strength that Qin Feiyang displayed, they were like chickens flying and dogs jumping, scaring them to the point of fleeing in panic. 5th day. The fierce beasts that Qin Feiyang encountered basically all had the cultivation of a 7-Star War sect. As soon as he came up, it was not as easy as before. From time to time, a fierce beast would jump out to block his path. There were even some fierce beasts that, although they only had the cultivation of a 7-Star War sect, the strength they displayed was almost on par with Qin Feiyang. The 9th day. When Qin Feiyang passed by a canyon, a huge white tiger rushed out from the canyon and blocked his path. This huge tiger was dozens of feet tall, like a small mountain, and its cultivation had reached the level of an 8-Star War sect. Qin Feiyang only managed to kill it after a bitter battle. Next, the fierce beasts he encountered were basically all 8-Star War sect. On the 11th day, Qin Feiyang had no choice but to stop in his tracks. Because on top of an ice mountain in front of him, he sensed a ferocious might that made his heart palpitate. This ferocious might was shockingly the 9-Star War sect. In other words, on top of the ice mountain, there was a 9-Star War sect ferocious beast lurking. Moreover, in this area, he did not sense any other ferocious auras. This was enough to show that the ferocious beast lurking on the ice mountain was the emperor of this area. However, after 11 consecutive days of traveling, he still could not see the end of the glacier. It felt as if this glacier was endless. Looks like I have to take a detour. Looking at the ice mountain in front of him, Qin Feiyang frowned, retracted his aura, and rushed to the side. Chirp. However, just as he was about to circle around, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the ice mountain. Have we been discovered? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He immediately looked over and saw a huge ferocious bird flying out from the peak of the ice mountain. It was a snow eagle. Its entire body was snow white and its body was extremely large. When its wings were spread out, it was more than 100 feet long. And that pair of huge eagle eyes also flickered with an extremely sharp light. Qin Feiyang was shocked by the snow eagle. It wasn't because he was shocked by the snow eagle's strength, but because there were 2 pairs of wings on the snow eagle's back. A terrifying name surfaced in his mind. Double-winged snow eagle. According to the ancient records, this double-winged snow eagle was the same as the snow python and the snow mountain ape. They were all species from 10,000 years ago and had long been extinct. But he didn't expect to meet one here. Moreover, it was the 9-Star War sect. Human, hand over your life. This emperor will let you die a little faster. The double-winged snow eagle stared at Qin Feiyang, and that cold and stern voice entered Qin Feiyang's mind. Humph. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, surrender obediently, and I will spare your life. This double-winged snow eagle was very beautiful. Its entire body was as white as snow, and its eyes were as clear as diamonds. Therefore, he planned to subdue it and give it to Lu Hong as a mount. The most important thing was, the double-winged snow eagle just so happened to be a 9-Star War sect. As long as he could subdue it, he could immediately open the door to his potential. What did you just say? The double-winged snow eagle's wings paused, and it stopped in the air, looking at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Qin Feiyang said, "Follow me, and I will grant you a great fortune." Huh, the double-winged snow eagle laughed wildly. Is there something wrong with this human's head? A mere 5-Star War sect actually dared to make it submit? Insignificant human, your arrogance will cause you to die miserably. The double-winged snow eagle laughed sinisterly, and with a flap of its 4 huge wings, it shot towards Qin Feiyang like a meteor. Boom! Qin Feiyang did not hesitate to activate the battle character art. His long hair and eyes instantly turned blood red, and a terrifying fighting intent shook the glacial land. There was a certain difference between the 9-Star War sect's berserk beasts and humans. If he was facing a human from the 9-Star War sect, Qin Feiyang would definitely not pester him and turn around to leave. This was because humans would more or less master 1 or 2 battle arts. However, although the berserk beasts were innately stronger than humans in terms of physical body, unless it was the berserk beasts that followed humans, they would not have any battle arts. Of course, it was also possible that he would encounter a few battle arts by chance somewhere. But this possibility was too low. So, facing this double-winged snow eagle, Qin Feiyang could still take a gamble. Shwa. After activating the battle character art, he immediately used the phantom steps, and his speed was almost the same as the double-winged snow eagle. So fast. The double-winged snow eagle was surprised, but its huge eyes were still filled with disdain. One man and one beast collided with each other like lightning. Qin Feiyang directly raised his arm, and the battle character art appeared in his palm. Golden light surged as he slapped the double-winged snow eagle's claws. Boom! The double-winged snow eagle was sent flying on the spot, but it did not cause much damage to it, only its skin and flesh. However, Qin Feiyang's move shocked the double-winged snow eagle. It could actually bounce back its power? Was this a dream? Did you see that? Although your cultivation is higher than mine, I have mastered the divine art. You are not my opponent at all. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and rushed forward again, slapping with his palm. The double-winged snow eagle did not dare to meet it head-on and quickly turned around to fly away. After opening up a distance, it turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked in surprise, "What did you just say? You have mastered the divine art?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Huh." Chapter 760. Qin Feiyang said, "You don't believe me? I'd be a fool to believe you." The double-winged snow eagle sneered. Its huge body trembled and 2 rays of white light shot out from its back. When it appeared in the sky, it was a pair of light wings. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. This was the double-winged snow eagle's fighting soul. The pair of wings floated in the sky and flapped slightly. Its entire body was snow-white and light poured out like a pair of angel's wings. "Lowly human, I'll show you the power of my fighting soul." The double-winged snow eagle sneered. The pair of light wings quickly fell and attached to its back. There were now 3 pairs of wings. Swoosh! Immediately after, the double-winged snow eagle moved. Like a flash of lightning, even Qin Feiyang could not catch a trace of it. According to his estimation, the double-winged snow eagle's speed was at least 4 times faster than before. Boom! Qin Feiyang could not dodge in time and was hit in the chest by the double-winged snow eagle's claws. Puff! As he spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body smashed into the glacier below like a meteorite. The land within a radius of a few miles was razed to the ground in an instant. Why did it suddenly become so fast? Could it be because of the fighting soul? Qin Feiyang, who was buried under the ice and snow, was overwhelmed with shock. If it wasn't for the battle incantation protecting him, he would have lost his life. However, even though he didn't die, his chest was lacerated and blood was gushing out. There were even a few cracks on his heart. Without hesitation, he took out a heart protection pill and threw it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic energy that quickly repaired his damaged heart. Boom! Subsequently, he fiercely punched upwards, and the ice and snow that buried him immediately shot out in all directions. Swoosh! Immediately after, he flew out and stood in the void opposite the double-winged snow eagle. He looked at the pair of light wings in shock. "How is it? I'm powerful, right? This fighting soul is equivalent to a perfect auxiliary battle skill. It can increase my speed by 4 times. Moreover, if I master an auxiliary battle skill, my speed can be doubled." The double-winged snow eagle looked at him proudly. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. If it could only increase his speed by 4 times, it would not be surprising. But it could be doubled? Stacking meant that if it grasped an auxiliary battle art, it would be able to increase the power of the auxiliary battle art by 4 times. For example, if the double-winged snow had a perfect auxiliary battle skill and activated battle skill, its speed would increase by 8 times. What was 8 times? With its speed, it's DSSS, you've regret? But it's too late for regrets. Snow, no T, of course, Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. Roar Dragon's roar reverberated throughout the world. In the next moment, a purple-gold divine dragon roared as it emerged from behind him. The dragon's might was vast and intimidating. What? You've activated the dragon soul? The double-winged snow eagle's eyes trembled as a sense of awe rose in its heart. The dragon was the supreme of all beasts. What more, the purple-gold divine dragon with the highest bloodline? Therefore, no matter what kind of beast it was, it would be fearful when it saw the purple-gold dragon soul. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me, or you'll die today. Qin Feiyang leaped up and stood on the head of the purple-gold dragon soul. He was like the overlord of heaven and earth, exuding a domineering aura that could intimidate all living things. The beasts within a radius of dozens of miles could not help but prostrate on the ground and worship him respectfully. The double-winged snow eagle raised its head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the purple gold dragon's soul. Its heart trembled. It seems like it's not intimidating enough. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The nine-leaf fire lotus soared into the sky. Waves of fire surged and the sky was dyed red. What? Double war souls. The double-winged snow eagle's eyes widened in shock. Shing! Before it could regain its senses, the crimson sword soul shot out of Qin Feiyang's body and hovered above his head, radiating a dazzling light. This. He has activated 3 war souls. The double-winged snow eagle's eyes widened in anger. Was this a joke? How could someone activate 3 war souls? However, the truth was right before its eyes. It had no choice but to believe it. It glanced at the 3 war souls and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. It asked, "Who are you?" A person who could activate 3 war souls was definitely not a simple person. "Submit to me and I'll tell you," Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. The double-winged snow eagle was truly shocked. It did not know what to do. Qin Feiyang smirked. He waved his hand in the air. With a loud clang, the holy weapon battle sword appeared out of thin air. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying saint aura surged out in all directions. The double-winged snow eagle trembled in fear. Holy weapon. Qin Feiyang said word by word. His voice was as loud as a bell, resounding through the clouds. At the same time, the double-winged snow eagle's heart was in turmoil. Not only did he activate 3 war souls, but he also possessed a holy weapon. Who exactly was this human? Now tell me, will you submit to me? Qin Feiyang asked. His voice was very calm. However, when it entered the double-winged snow eagle's ears, it was like a clap of thunder. It struggled for a moment before it lowered its proud head and said respectfully, "I submit." Qin Feiyang smiled. He could tell that the double-winged snow eagle was sincere in submitting to him. With a thought, the 3 war souls entered his qi. However, just as he was about to put away the sword, he suddenly frowned. He discovered that there were actually 3 cracks on the blade of the battle sword. What was going on? He clearly remembered that when the 2 old men took out the sword, the blade was still intact. Could it be because of the rib? Ever since the sword was taken out, it had only collided with the rib. In other words, the 3 cracks could have been caused when the sword collided with the rib. That was unbelievable. If the rib could damage a holy weapon, did that not mean that the power of the rib was far greater than that of the holy weapon? How powerful was Mu Tianyang when he was alive? Whoosh! While Qin Feiyang was in a daze, the double-winged snow eagle did not run away. On the contrary, it flapped its 4 wings and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Looking at the sword, its huge eyes shone with a green light. When Qin Feiyang noticed the look in its eyes, his expression froze. He was familiar with that look. This was because Wolf King often had the same look in his eyes when he saw treasures. Don't tell me it's another top-grade item? Qin Feiyang mumbled and asked with a smile, "Do you want it?" "Yes." The double-winged snow eagle nodded and drooled. Looking at the drool on the double-winged snow eagle's mouth, Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Sure enough, it was another treasure. Forget it. Just treat it as a misunderstanding. Don't follow me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, put away the sword, and flew away. The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and hurriedly shouted, "Want to escape?" "No way." Then it flapped its wings and chased after Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned and turned back. "I let you go. Shouldn't you be grateful?" "Bah. Why should I be grateful? Anyway, since I have chosen to follow you, you have to be responsible for me." The double-winged snow eagle snorted. Qin Feiyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "Brother, I regret it, okay?" "No. Let me tell you, if you dare to abandon me, I will order all the ferocious beasts in this glacier to come and kill you. At that time, you will be exhausted to death." The double-winged snow eagle sneered, like a scoundrel. "Abandon me?" Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and said angrily, "I didn't do anything to you, why should I be responsible for you? You didn't do anything to me, but you scared me just now, and my heart is very fragile." The double-winged snow eagle said shamelessly. Qin Feiyang was physically and mentally exhausted. This guy was simply like a dog skin plaster. Once stuck, he could not get rid of it even if he wanted to. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and said, "You just said that you can order all the ferocious beasts in this glacier?" "That's right. I am the ruler of this glacier." The double-winged snow eagle laughed proudly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. This bastard was indeed comparable to the Wolf King. The double-winged snow eagle looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He laughed and said, "What is the great fortune you mentioned just now?" "Potential pill, potential pill." Qin Feiyang glared at it in annoyance, then turned around and continued on his way. "What is a potential pill and a potential pill?" The double-winged snow eagle chased after him and asked curiously. Qin Feiyang said impatiently, "A pill to open the door of potential." "What? The door of potential can be opened with a pill?" The double-winged snow eagle was shocked and quickly smiled. "Then look, now that I have followed you, shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" "Not now, the time is not right." Qin Feiyang shook his head. To open the door of potential, one needed the assistance of pressure, and the double-winged snow eagle was a 9-star war sect. Therefore, he had to wait for an opportunity. "Don't be like this. This emperor is sincerely following you, so hurry up and give it to me. As a person, you can't go back on your word." However, the double-winged snow eagle did not know that opening the door of potential required the assistance of pressure, and Qin Feiyang was too lazy to explain. Therefore, along the way, the double-winged snow eagle kept pestering Qin Feiyang. Finally, Qin Feiyang really couldn't take it anymore. He threw a transformation pill and a barrier-breaking pill to the double-winged snow eagle, and after it consumed them, he forcefully sent it to the castle. This time, his ears were finally at peace. However, from the double-winged snow eagle's mouth, he had a rough understanding of this glacier. This glacier was very vast, and he was only in the center. In other words, if Qin Feiyang wanted to cross this glacier, he would still need more than 10 days. And inside the glacier, not only were there fierce beasts, there were also many precious medicinal herbs. Along the way, he did find a lot of precious medicinal herbs. Moreover, these medicinal herbs were all very old. There were medicinal herbs that were 100 years old. There were also medicinal herbs that had grown for thousands of years. Chapter 761. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. At this time, Qin Feiyang was only 4 to 5 days away from the other side of the glacier. Along the way, in order to find medicinal herbs, he had wasted a lot of time. This morning, when he passed by a snow forest, he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance in the air. What is it? His expression froze as he sniffed carefully. His eyes immediately lit up. This was the fragrance of medicine. There must be some rare medicinal herbs down there. Shwa! He swooped down and landed in the snow forest. Smelling the medicinal fragrance, he went down to search. A moment later, he walked out of the snow forest and arrived in front of an ice valley. The ice valley wasn't very big. There were ice peaks on all sides, and there was only one narrow entrance. Qin Feiyang looked at the entrance, his eyes shining. The medicinal fragrance came from the ice valley. Moreover, the medicinal fragrance here was several times stronger than the medicinal fragrance he smelled before. Shwa! Qin Feiyang turned into a ray of light and rushed into the ice valley like lightning. But when he entered the ice valley, he immediately braked and looked ahead with a vigilant expression. Roar! Just as Qin Feiyang entered the ice valley, roars exploded one after another, resounding in all directions. The ice valley was about 3,000 meters long. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice that was as bright as a mirror. And in the center of the ice valley, there was a huge vicious beast. It was an ape that was 3 to 4 meters tall. Its hair was as white as snow, and its entire body emitted an extremely terrifying and vicious aura. And on its shoulders, there were actually 4 heads. At this moment, it stared fixedly at Qin Feiyang, its 8 bell-like fierce eyes flashing with an astonishing ferocious light. Snow Mountain Ape. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with shock. The Snow Mountain Ape was also a species from 10,000 years ago. Moreover, when it broke through to the war chief, it would grow a 2nd head. When it broke through to the war emperor, it would grow a 3rd head. And when it broke through to the war master, it would grow a 4th head. In other words, the Snow Mountain Ape in front of him had already broken through to the War Master. But that was not the point. The point was that even Qin Feiyang was unable to see through the cultivation of this Snow Mountain Ape. According to his speculation, it should be an 8-star war sect. The Snow Mountain Ape of the 8 Stars War sect was not an ordinary person. Because the Snow Mountain Ape was the same as other apes. Not only was it extremely strong, but its physical defense was also extremely shocking. Furthermore, their speed was extremely fast, and they could basically crush humans of the same level. However, shouldn't the fierce beasts of the 8 Stars War sect live in the central region? Why are you here? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He took a few steps to the side and looked behind the Snow Mountain Ape. His eyes immediately shone with a heroic light. Behind the Snow Mountain Ape, there was a circular ice pillar. The icicles were more than a meter tall and as thick as a water bucket, emitting cold air. And at the top of the ice pillar, there was a piece of snow crystal. The snow crystal was about the size of an adult's palm. It was like a snowflake that emitted a hazy radiance. Furthermore, there was a naturally formed tiger-shaped spirit pattern on the snow crystal. This meant that this snow crystal was at least 10,000 years old. Qin Feiyang looked at the snow crystal and felt extremely excited. Refining small creation required all 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. The snow crystal was one of them. And it was one of the most important medicinal herbs. I must get it. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He looked at the Snow Mountain Ape and smiled. You and I need that snow crystal. Can you give it to me? Scram. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the Snow Mountain Ape's voice that was filled with hostility exploded in his head. Qin Feiyang patiently said, I can use other treasures to exchange. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being impolite. The Snow Mountain Ape didn't listen at all. Qin Feiyang frowned and said in a deep voice, I don't want to hurt you, give me the snow crystal immediately. A mere 5-star war sect dares to boast shamelessly. The Snow Mountain Ape sneered and walked towards Qin Feiyang. With every step he took, the ice valley would tremble and rumble. Qin Feiyang's gaze darkened. It seemed that in order to obtain the snow crystal, he had to first defeat this violent ape. And, go to hell. When it was only 100 feet away, the Snow Mountain Ape suddenly swooped down and instantly rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. Its millstone-sized fist carried an ear-piercing whistling sound as it smashed towards Qin Feiyang. You don't know what's good for you. Qin Feiyang's expression was slightly cold. He stretched out his arm and struck out with his palm without dodging at all. The moment the fist and palm collided, the layer of ice beneath the feet of the man and beast crazily cracked open. The entire ice valley began to tremble at this moment. The next moment, the Snow Mountain Ape spat out a mouthful of blood, and its thick arm was torn open on the spot. Its huge body was like a meteor as it crashed into the ice mountain opposite it. Crack! The ice mountain that was several hundred meters tall was instantly shattered and crumbled. The Snow Mountain Ape was buried deep inside. Shwa! Qin Feiyang did not care about it and rushed towards the snow crystal like lightning. Crash. But at this moment, a black iron chain that was as thick as an arm swept down from above and headed straight for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. There was someone else? But when he raised his head and saw the iron chain, a trace of disdain crept into his eyes. It was just an ordinary iron chain. But the iron chain was very fast. Like a giant python, it swept in front of him in the blink of an eye. Qin Feiyang stretched out his arm without hesitation and grabbed it in his hand. Immediately, a terrifying force came over, and it actually blasted him back a few steps. Humph. After he stabilized his body, he immediately snorted coldly and clenched his 5 fingers, ready to crush the iron chain. However, he was shocked to find that he could not exert any strength. Then he immediately sensed that a mysterious force was surging into his body. And this mysterious force came from the iron chain in his hand. Is there something wrong with the iron chain? Qin Feiyang was shocked and quickly looked at the iron chain carefully. He did not know if he did not look, but when he looked at it, he was shocked. This was not an ordinary iron chain at all, but an iron chain made of gravity divine iron. Gravity divine iron could imprison the cultivation and strength of living creatures. Once bound by the gravity divine iron, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would become a powerless ordinary person. Who is so insidious? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and hurriedly let go. With a clang, the iron chain fell to the ground and immediately smashed a deep pit. Human, I will kill you. It was also at this moment. An angry roar exploded. The snow mountain ape rushed out from the collapsed ice peak and charged towards Qin Feiyang with a monstrous murderous aura. Damn it! Qin Feiyang was extremely angry. If it were not for someone secretly playing tricks, he would have already obtained the snow crystal. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the snow mountain ape and shouted, I've already been very polite to you. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. However, the snow mountain ape turned a deaf ear to him and charged forward in an instant. It raised its huge foot high and stomped towards Qin Feiyang. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Feiyang finally lost his patience. With a wave of his hand, the battle sword appeared. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and slashed out. Terrifying sword chi swept in all directions. With a crack, the snow mountain ape's thick leg was directly cut off by the battle sword. Blood poured down like a waterfall, dyeing the ice valley red. Roar! The snow mountain ape roared in pain and hurriedly rose into the air. It retreated far away and stared at the battle sword in Qin Feiyang's hand in horror. Qin Feiyang looked at it indifferently, grabbed the battle sword, and rushed towards the snow crystal again. Crack! But just as he arrived in front of the ice pillar and reached out to grab the snow crystal, the ice layer under his feet suddenly cracked. Immediately after, another dark iron chain swept out from the broken ice layer. Like a poisonous snake, it pierced through his legs and tied them to his legs. Immediately, the power in his body receded like the tide. His entire body slumped powerlessly to the ground. With a clang, the battle sword also fell out of his hand and fell to the ground beside him. Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look, and a cold light suddenly surged in his eyes. This was actually another iron chain made of gravity divine iron. Who the hell is it? He scanned his surroundings, his eyes cold and bone-chilling. Hee hee, accompanied by a chuckle, an old man walked out from the ice peak on the left. Crack! At the same time, the ice layer behind Qin Feiyang also cracked, and an old figure also swept out. Both of them had white hair and white beards, and were emaciated. One was wearing a snow-white robe, while the other was wearing a black robe. That dry old face was full of complacent smiles at this moment. Shwa! On the ice peak, the white-clothed old man leaped and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He bent down and picked up the battle sword. After sizing it up for a while, he nodded and laughed. It is indeed a good sword. The black-clothed old man walked forward and asked curiously, "Let me see." The white-clothed old man handed it over. The black-clothed old man took it in his hand and carefully examined it for a while. Then, he flicked it with his finger, producing a crisp sound. Not only is there no noise at all, it can also easily cut off one of the snow ape's legs. What level of weapon is this? Immediately, the black-clothed old man's eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment. "Who are you?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "We?" The two old men looked at each other and smiled. The white-clothed old man said proudly, "This old man is the old patriarch of the Li tribe, and the one beside me is the old patriarch of the Wang tribe. So it's people from those two tribes." Qin Feiyang muttered. The Sky Thunder City Lord had said that there was a Wang tribe and a Li tribe on the other side of the glacier. And these two tribes each had a 5-star war master overseeing them. The two people in front of him happened to be 5-star war master. Presumably, the city lord was talking about these two people. "You're also here for the snow crystal?" Qin Feiyang asked calmly. "That's right. We discovered a long time ago that there was a 10,000-year-old snow crystal here. But that damned snow ape has been following us closely, leaving us with nothing to do. Just a while ago, we found these two chains made of gravity divine iron. Originally, these two iron chains were used to deal with that bastard. And in order to deal with it, we spent a lot of effort and even dug a tunnel underground. Seeing that the time was right, we were just about to take action, but we never thought that you would suddenly appear and easily take care of that beast. Brat, if you don't want to die, then tell us honestly, what level of battle weapon is this battle sword?" Chapter 762. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them. A dignified 5-star war sect actually didn't even know about sacred artifacts. They were truly frogs at the bottom of a well. His mind stirred. The battle sword suddenly trembled and broke free from the black-clothed old man's hands, releasing a world-shaking holy might. The two of them were sent flying on the spot, as if they had suffered a heavy blow, and blood spurted out of their mouths. Next, Qin Feiyang raised his arm with difficulty and pulled out the chain that had pierced through his thigh. At that moment, the power that had been restrained surged towards his limbs and bones like a tide. The explosive power instantly filled every cell in his body. Shwa! He suddenly stood up, stretched out his arm, and the battle sword automatically fell into his hand. "What level of war weapon is this?" He lowered his head, rubbed the blade, and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at the two of them and said coldly, "To be able to be the souls of the dead under the sacred artifact, it can be considered the glory of your life." As soon as he finished, he raised his battle sword and slashed through the air. Clang! A ray of sword chi roared out, bringing with it a world-destroying sharpness as it slashed towards the two of them. "What? It's actually a sacred artifact." Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the two of them trembled both physically and mentally, their faces deathly pale. "Don't kill us, please, we were wrong, we won't dare to do it again," the two of them wailed. But everything was in vain. The sword chi was like a rainbow, directly cutting the two of them into two pieces, blood splattering across the sky. At the same time, the ice valley also crazily collapsed. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, the snow mountain ape's heart trembled in fear as it hurriedly turned around and fled into the air. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look, his eyes flickering. But in the end, he withdrew his gaze, reached out to grab the snow crystal, and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Not long after he disappeared, a white figure flew out from a nearby ice peak and stood high up in the sky, looking in the direction Qin Feiyang disappeared. It was that mysterious lady. Interesting. The corner of her mouth pursed into a faint smile as she muttered to herself and disappeared without a trace. Not long after, two more figures appeared out of nowhere. One of them was a young man wearing a fitted white robe. He was about 23 or 24 years old and had a dignified appearance. The other person was a black-clothed old woman. Her body was stooped, and she held a walking stick. Her sunken eyes were suffused with wisps of eerie green light. Young master is indeed a genius. They've all gone to the Forgotten Continent's second region. The black-clothed old woman laughed, but her laughter was somewhat sinister, like the sinister laughter of a malicious spirit, very frightening. It's not that I'm a genius. It's just that I understand Qin Feiyang. If he doesn't figure out the secret of the heavenly thunder flame, he won't give up. And if he wants to investigate this, he can only go to the Pill Tower in the second region. Let's follow them. Don't let them discover us. The white-clothed young man said. With me around, they won't be able to find out. The black-clothed old woman smiled sinisterly. Then, with a wave of her hand, she silently tore through the air with the white-clothed youth. 4 days later, Qin Feiyang stood in the air above a snowy ridge and looked ahead. In front of him was still a forest of ice and snow. Every big tree was like a large snow-white umbrella, standing tall on the ground. And at the end of the forest, there were 2 huge tribes. The 2 tribes occupied an area of more than 10 miles. The wooden fences around them were all more than 10 meters tall, preventing the invasion of the cold currents and wind and snow. The buildings inside were also made of wood, emitting an ancient charm. And beside the gates of the 2 tribes, there was a tall stone tablet erected. On it were carved 4 bold words. Wang tribe. Li tribe. The 2 tribes were adjacent to each other. There was only a river a few meters wide in between, which could be considered the dividing line. And within the 2 tribes, Qin Feiyang also sensed quite a few powerful auras. Among them, there were a total of 10 auras of war masters. The auras of war emperors were at least 500 to 600. Compared to the Purple Sun tribe, the Black Tortoise tribe, and the Bright King tribe, they were indeed much stronger. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then turned into a stream of light and directly swept past the 2 tribes. Although the old patriarchs of the 2 tribes had plotted against him, he had already killed them. There was no need to find trouble with the 2 tribes. However, just as he was about to leave, 2 middle-aged men, one tall and one short, rushed out from the 2 tribes at the same time and blocked in front of him. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stopped in the air, sizing up the 2 of them. One of them was about 2 meters tall. His upper body was exposed, and his bronze skin was filled with an explosive power. The other person was considered normal. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a thin figure. However, there was a shocking scar on the left side of his face. The auras emitted by the 2 of them were both 2-star war masters. Qin Feiyang asked, "May I know what the 2 of you have to teach me?" The 2 of them also curiously sized up Qin Feiyang. At the same time, a large number of clansmen also appeared from the 2 tribes below. They looked at Qin Feiyang with slightly fanning eyes. A moment later, the middle-aged man asked, "Did you come from the glacier at the back?" His voice was loud and clear, as deafening as thunder. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. The 2 of them looked at each other, and a hint of shock flashed across their eyes at the same time. The thin middle-aged man said again, "So, you're from the 1st district?" "What 1st district?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the 2 of them in confusion. "You don't even know the 1st district?" The 2 of them were stunned. But immediately after, a trace of understanding appeared on their faces. The people of the 1st district were the lowest class people in the Forgotten Land. How could they know about this? The thin middle-aged man said, "Is there a city called Sky Thunder City where you were before?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded his head. The area around Sky Thunder City is the 1st district of the Forgotten Continent. It is also the weakest district in the Forgotten Land. And this is the 2nd district of the Forgotten Land. The overall strength is much stronger than the 1st district. The thin middle-aged man explained. "There's such a thing?" Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, "How many districts are there in the Forgotten Land?" The thin middle-aged man said, "We don't know about that. We only know that there is a 3rd district in the depths." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands and said, "Then may I ask, is there a pill tower in the 2nd district?" Yes, in the Ice City. It's estimated to be hundreds of thousands of miles away from here. The thin middle-aged man said. So far? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, then can the two of you tell me the coordinates? We haven't been there either. Only the two old patriarchs have been there, but the two old patriarchs are now in the glacier behind. If little brother is not in a hurry, you can stay in our tribe for a while and wait for them to come back. The two of them smiled and appeared to be amiable. Qin Feiyang was embarrassed. The two old patriarchs had died in his hands a few days ago, and the two of them still greeted him so warmly. It made him feel a little embarrassed. Ahem. He coughed and cupped his hands and said with a smile, I'm really in a hurry, so I won't disturb you. He couldn't tell the two of them the truth, right? I see. The two of them looked at each other, and there was a trace of disappointment in their eyes. The thin middle-aged man smiled and said, since little brother is in a hurry, we won't force you to stay, but we've told you so much, shouldn't you do something? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them suspiciously. They didn't seem to have told him any useful information, so what was there to do? The thin middle-aged man frowned and said with a smile, little brother, we all understand, so don't pretend. Why should I pretend? Qin Feiyang frowned. Why did he feel that something was wrong? Well, then I'll be straightforward. Leave your Qingquan bag, and we'll let you go. The thin middle-aged man said. His eyes instantly turned cold. The middle-aged man's eyes were also shining with a piercing cold light. Qingquan bag? Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened, and said, I understand, on the surface, you are kindly inviting me to be a guest, but in reality, you are planning to kill me for money. Ha! The middle-aged man laughed loudly, and said, you're not that stupid. Originally, we wanted to trick you into the tribe and take the opportunity to give you a fatal poison. But I didn't expect that you wouldn't fall for it. Then there's no other way. Now we can only snatch it. The thin middle-aged man laughed. Poison. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. These two people were too sinister. He almost believed that the two of them had a warm heart. Next. He glanced at the two of them, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and said, are you that confident? Of course. Although your aura is very strong, similar to the two old patriarchs, if you don't agree, we will immediately send a message to the old patriarchs. They will also immediately open the teleportation gate and return. At that time, facing the two old patriarchs, do you think you have any hope of survival? The thin middle-aged man said contemptuously. Hee. Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule, and said, I'm afraid your old patriarch won't be able to come back. What do you mean? The two of them looked at each other, and then at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Because I've already killed them. And you guys will die soon. As soon as he finished. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to point at the air, and an invisible force emerged. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. Ah! The invisible force was earth-shattering, and in an instant, it drowned the two of them. Accompanied by two painful screams, the two of them were smashed into pieces on the spot. You dare to deceive my feelings, you're simply courting death. Qin Feiyang laughed coldly. The enthusiasm of the two of them before made him feel guilty. But he didn't expect that the result was just a scam. Next. He glanced at the clansmen of the two tribes below and left. And the clansmen of the two tribes were all dumbstruck at this moment, extremely shocked. Patriarch, suddenly. Accompanied by a sorrowful cry, 8 figures rushed into the sky at almost the same time. Looking at the rain of blood, their eyes were filled with sorrow. These 8 people all emitted the aura of a 1-star war master. You dare to provoke Qin Feiyang, you guys really don't know what's good for you. But at this moment, a cold laugh rang out. Then, the mysterious madam appeared. Her face was full of disdain. And who are you? The 8 of them looked at the mysterious lady in surprise. Me? Of course I'm Qin Feiyang's companion. The mysterious lady pursed her lips and smiled. Her slender jade finger pointed at the air, and a terrifying battle chi roared out. Ah! Those 8 people were instantly obliterated, and not even their bones were left. Immediately after, that battle chi split into 2 and blasted into the 2 tribes below. Boom! Chapter 763. At this time, Qin Feiyang had not gone far. Hearing the loud noise behind him, he stopped in the void and turned around to look at the 2 tribes. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. What happened? Whoosh! After pondering for a moment, he turned into a ray of light and returned. After a while, he appeared in the sky above the 2 tribes again. Looking at the 2 tribes that had been destroyed, his face was filled with horror. Qin Feiyang, you are too cruel. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? An angry and sorrowful roar was heard. Qin Feiyang looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw that in the snow beside the 2 tribes, there were more than 100 people gathered together, and they were all staring at him with hatred. These people were all missing arms and legs and were dripping with blood. The one who shouted at Qin Feiyang was a middle-aged man who was a 3-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man and frowned. What do you mean? Still pretending? Look at it yourself. This is your masterpiece. Our 2 tribes had more than 200,000 people. But now, only 100 of us are left. You are inhumane. The middle-aged man and the people behind him were filled with grief and indignation. Qin Feiyang flashed and landed in front of the middle-aged man. He said gloomily, "Speak clearly. What happened? Hypocritical bastard. Kill us all if you dare." The middle-aged man stared at him. Both his eyes and his face were filled with hatred. The people behind the middle-aged man also looked as if they were ready to die. Qin Feiyang's eyebrows couldn't help but knit together tightly as he swept his gaze over these 100 people. Who was it that was so cruel to the 2 tribes? Whoosh! After a while, he turned around decisively and flew away. Because the survivors of the 2 tribes were blinded by hatred, they would not be able to get any answers. Continuing to ask would only be a waste of time. However, from then on, Qin Feiyang always paid attention to his back. Although he didn't know what was going on, he vaguely guessed that there might be a strong enemy following behind him. This person could be Mu Qing, or one of Mu Qing's clansmen, or even that mysterious madam. Therefore, he couldn't tell who it was, so he could only keep an eye out. However, as the days passed, Qin Feiyang did not find any suspicious person. 5 days later, he appeared in the sky above a tribe. This tribe was called the Min tribe. It was much larger than the Li tribe and the Wang tribe. Within the tribe, Qin Feiyang could sense a total of 15 War Master auras. The strongest aura was that of a 6-star War Master. Who? As soon as Qin Feiyang stopped above the Min tribe, a shout exploded in the tribe below. Following closely, a white-robed middle-aged man soared into the sky and stood in front of Qin Feiyang, looking at him warily. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "I am Qin Feiyang, I have something to ask you." "You are Qin Feiyang." The middle-aged man in white looked as if he had seen a ghost and turned pale with fright. Qin Feiyang frowned, looking at the expression of the middle-aged man in white. He couldn't help but feel uneasy, and asked, "You know me?" "Of course I know. You and your accomplices have mercilessly slaughtered over 200,000 people from the Li and Wang tribes. Your vicious methods are simply inhumane," the middle-aged man in white said in disgust. "Accomplices?" Qin Feiyang was startled, and frowned. "Who told you?" "Don't let others know, don't do it unless it's in the first place. Everyone in the 2nd district knows what you've done," the middle-aged man in white sneered. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold, and he said, "Don't challenge my patience, answer me. What is it? You still want to slaughter my Min tribe? Let me tell you, my Min tribe is not something that the Wang tribe and the Li tribe can compare to. The old patriarch of my Min tribe is a 6-star war sect that you can't afford to offend. If you know what's good for you, then obediently surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The middle-aged man in white shouted coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. 6-star war sect? Qin Feiyang was slightly startled, the corner of his mouth pursed into a playful smile, and said, "Is a 6-star war sect very strong?" Schwa. As soon as he finished, he took a step forward, and his large hand, like an eagle's claw, reached out towards the middle-aged man in white's neck. This person was a 3-star war sect, a level stronger than the patriarchs of the Li and Wang tribes. However, in front of Qin Feiyang, it was nothing. Seeing Qin Feiyang start a fight without saying a word, the middle-aged man in white was shocked and quickly retreated. However, how could his speed compare to Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang took another step forward and closed in on him with extreme speed. He directly grabbed his neck. Let him go. But at this moment, accompanied by an old shout, a black-clothed old man rushed out from the tribe below and stood opposite of Qin Feiyang. His cold gaze was extremely frightening. Qin Feiyang looked over, and said, "You are the old patriarch of the Min tribe?" The aura this person emitted was that of a 6-star war sect. "That's right, it's this old man." The old man in black nodded. "Tell me the coordinates of the Ice City." Qin Feiyang did not waste any time and directly revealed the purpose of his trip. "You want to go to the Ice City?" The old man in black was stunned. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and said expressionlessly, "Don't worry about what you shouldn't care about." Arrogant. The old man in black was furious, but he endured it and said, "This old man can tell you, but you have to let him go first." "All right." Qin Feiyang let go without hesitation. With his overwhelming strength, he was not afraid of the two of them playing tricks on him. Cough cough, the middle-aged man in white also immediately retreated to the side of the old man in black. While staring at Qin Feiyang, he rubbed his throat and kept coughing dryly. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "As you wish, you can speak now." "All right, I'll tell you," the old man in black nodded, but killing intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. He turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. At the same time, the pressure of a 6-star war sect erupted, and like a torrent, it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang squinted his eyes, revealing a dangerous signal, and said, "What do you mean? You slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people from the Li and Wang tribes. This is simply an unforgivable crime. The city lord of the Ice City has already placed a 100 billion bounty on you." Do you know what a 100 billion bounty means? It means that as long as we can take your head, our Min tribe will be rewarded with 100 billion gold coins. The old man in black said, his old eyes filled with greed. 100 billion? Qin Feiyang was stunned. His head was only worth so much money? Just as he was in a daze, the old man in black had already arrived in front of him. Without the slightest bit of mercy, he clenched his 5 fingers and attacked with all his might, smashing towards Qin Feiyang's head. Seeing that he was about to succeed, even his old face revealed a victorious smile. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang stretched out his arm and slammed his palm into the air, golden light surging from his palm. The moment the fist and palm collided, the old man in black immediately let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. His entire arm was instantly shattered, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. What? The middle-aged man in white who was watching the battle not far away had a face full of disbelief. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang would be taken down by the old patriarch in one fell swoop. However, he never would have thought that the old patriarch would be severely injured by Qin Feiyang in one move. Was Qin Feiyang's strength that terrifying? 100 billion bounty is very tempting, but it also depends on whether you have the life to spend it. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly as he stepped into the air. Like a god or devil descending to the world, his aura shook the heavens. Don't be arrogant. The old patriarch roared and waved his hands. His battle chi was like a tide, turning into a ferocious beast that pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Its ferocious might shook the sky. This was a type of battle art. And it was a high-grade battle art. At the same time, the old man's face was also filled with confidence. With the cultivation of a 6-star war master and the amplification of a high-grade battle art, this move had the lethality of a 9-star war master. He was confident that Qin Feiyang would definitely not be able to block this attack. But the result left him dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang only raised his arm and lightly tapped the air with his index finger. Boom! An invisible force roared out and collided with the ferocious beast. With a wail, the ferocious beast collapsed. Puff! The old patriarch's blood splattered across the sky as he shot backward like a meteorite. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. Whoosh! He used the phantom steps and caught up with the old patriarch in a few breaths. Then, he grabbed the old patriarch's throat and hung him in the air like a little chick. Don't kill me, the old patriarch panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. He really did not expect this person's strength to be so terrifying. Qin Feiyang said lightly, if I didn't need the coordinates of Ice City, you would be dead now. Do you understand? Yes. Yes, the old patriarch nodded hurriedly and then gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang without hesitation. Why didn't you do this earlier? You had to force me to make a move. Aren't you looking for trouble? Qin Feiyang also let go of his hand and smiled faintly. Yes, I was wrong. Thank you for not killing me, sir, the old patriarch nodded submissively. Now, other than agreeing, he did not dare to have any other thoughts at all. The middle-aged man in white lowered his head and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them, opened a portal, and strode in. The old patriarch and the middle-aged man in white only breathed a sigh of relief when the portal disappeared. The middle-aged man in white wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and flew to the old patriarch. He whispered, "Are we letting him go just like that?" The old patriarch was silent for a while and sneered, "Letting him go like that is too easy for him." The middle-aged man in white was shocked and asked, "What do you mean, old patriarch? Isn't he going to Ice City?" "I'm going to Ice City now. If I tell the city lord about his whereabouts, I'll definitely get some rewards," the old patriarch said. "Good idea. As long as the city lord receives the news in advance and sets up a heavy ambush at the city gate, he won't be able to escape." The middle-aged man in white smiled and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "How dare you scheme against Qin Feiyang? You really don't know what's good for you." However, before the middle-aged man in white could finish his words, a bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded in the sky. "Who is it?" The old patriarch and the middle-aged man in white were shocked. They looked up and saw a woman in white standing in the void above them. She looked to be in her 30s, but her skin was delicate and fair like a young girl's. She wore a snow-white long dress that was spotless. Her soft and beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Chapter 764. I'm Qin Feiyang's companion. I'm here to kill you all. The woman in white smiled coldly. Her slender finger pointed in the air, and a vast majestic aura roared out. Ah! Accompanied by two desperate screams, the old patriarch and the middle-aged man in white died on the spot. And that pressure continued to blast towards the tribe below. With a loud rumble, the enormous Min clan tribe was instantly annihilated into nothingness. Why did you do this? But at this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air and glared at the woman in white. The woman in white was slightly stunned. She turned around and turned into a ray of light, breaking through the air. Don't run. Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps and chased after her crazily. After leaving the Min tribe, the woman in white stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Puzzled, she asked, "Didn't you go to the Ice City?" "I did go to the Ice City. But I suddenly thought that the situation between the Li tribe and the Wang tribe might happen again, so I came back to take a look. As expected, I really bumped into you." Qin Feiyang's face was as gloomy as water. The woman in front of him was the mysterious lady. The mysterious lady looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and wondered, "Why are you so smart?" Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. What is your purpose?" My purpose? It's very simple. I want you to be notorious in the Forgotten Land and become the enemy of the entire world. The mysterious lady said. Why? Qin Feiyang said angrily. The mysterious lady teased, there's no reason, it's just fun. Fun? Hearing this, the anger in Qin Feiyang's heart could not be restrained. He roared, just because it's fun, you kill the innocent. Do you still have any humanity? Now that you're a 5-star war master, don't you understand the principle of the strong preying on the weak? The mysterious lady mocked. Of course I understand. But you can also use other methods. Do you have to be so extreme? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Extreme? The mysterious lady shook her head and sneered, this is the most direct and effective way. Why do I have to rack my brains to think of other methods? Qin Feiyang said gloomily, you're simply a madman. Sigh. You're still too young, you still need to train. But this is your business, my goal. In the future, you will not be able to live a peaceful life. The mysterious madam smiled mockingly and turned around, disappearing from Qin Feiyang's line of sight like lightning. Damn it. Qin Feiyang gnashed his teeth in anger. He had never been so angry before. Although the Li clan, the Wang clan, and the Min clan were destroyed by this woman, no one else knew about it. Most importantly, this woman had repeatedly said that she was his companion before she made her move. Naturally, others would put the blame on him. Now, there was nothing he could say to defend himself. How did I provoke such a fiend? Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. He took out an illusory form pill and turned into a thin and sickly young man. He opened the portal and once again headed to the Ice City. Ice City. This huge city was just like its name. Whether it was the city walls, the buildings, or the streets, they were all covered with a thick layer of ice. It was bone-chilling. Outside the city, snow covered the mountains and rivers. Everywhere was a snow-white world. Not far away, in a dense forest, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. He stood in the snow and scanned his surroundings. There were many footprints of berserk beasts on the ground. And in the vicinity, he could also sense the aura of many berserk beasts. And they were all very strong. The weakest was a 1-star war emperor, and the strongest was a 9-star war emperor. Of course, the so-called strong was only aimed at ordinary people. To Qin Feiyang, a war emperor-level berserk beast was no longer a threat to him. He only released a little pressure, and the nearby berserk beasts did not dare to approach. Next, he strode out of the forest, and the Ice City immediately came into sight. The city covered an area of dozens of miles. And that crystal-clear city wall was like a giant python lying on the ground, emitting a cold aura. The city gate was also very tall. The pedestrians were also hurrying to and fro. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, suppressed his aura to a 1-star war emperor, and walked towards the city gate. Tell me, who exactly is this Qin Feiyang? He actually did such a heinous thing? Is there a need to say? He must be a heinous devil. The city lord offered 100 billion bounty to capture him. If we can capture him, we don't need to rely on hunting for a living. We can live a good life for the rest of our lives. That's right. It's a pity that our strength is not enough. Even if we find him, we don't have the ability to capture him. On the way, Qin Feiyang met 5 burly men who were walking together. These 5 men were all hunters. As they walked on the snow, they discussed in a low voice. Hearing the discussion of the 5 men, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. The current him had really become the most popular person in the second area. Everyone wanted to kill him. Very soon, he arrived in front of the city gate. On the city wall to the left of the city gate, there was a bounty poster with his portrait attached. It was also clearly written that anyone who took his head would be rewarded with 100 billion. He was still very puzzled. One had to know that any potential pill he took out was worth more than 200 billion. And he had at least a few hundred potential pills on him. If it was changed to gold coins, it would be impossible to estimate it with numbers. But now, his head was only worth 100 billion, which was not even worth half a potential pill. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. If others knew what he was thinking at this moment, they would definitely be dumbfounded. If others were wanted, they would hide in time. But him? Not only was he standing here openly, he was also dissatisfied with the bounty. Wasn't this perverted psychology? Get out of the way, get out of the way. Suddenly, a shout rang out. The sound came from within the city. The guards at the city gate, as well as the passers-by, all stopped and looked into the city. Qin Feiyang also looked over suspiciously. On the streets of the city, a black armored guard was hurriedly rushing over. Wherever he went, people also quickly retreated to the side. After a while, that black armored guard ran out of the city gate. He Chuan, what are you doing here in such a hurry? The 4 guards guarding the city gate looked at him in confusion. Something big happened again. He Chuan sighed deeply and took out a piece of craft paper from his chest. What? This Qin Feiyang actually slaughtered the Min tribe again. Only a few dozen people survived. Is he crazy? What is he trying to do? The 4 guards came closer to take a look, and their expressions suddenly changed. The Min tribe was also killed by Qin Feiyang? Is this Qin Feiyang the reincarnation of a fiend? How can he be so cruel? The crowd around immediately became restless. Everyone's heart was surging with shock. After all, the 3 tribes together had a population of 300,000 to 400,000 people. This person was simply deranged. Qin Feiyang, who was mixed in the crowd, couldn't help but frown. Wasn't the news spread too fast? 3 tribes were wiped out in a row. Is the city lord very angry now? The 4 guards looked at He Chuan and asked. More than angry. He's going crazy. He Chuan shook his head and said. Then he walked to the left side of the city wall, pulled out the previous bounty poster, and pasted the craft paper in his hand on it. It was also a bounty poster. It was still Qin Feiyang's portrait. There was a shocking murderous intent between the lines. And the bounty was doubled. After pasting the bounty poster, He Chuan turned to look at the crowd and said loudly, "See, in order to get rid of this devil as soon as possible and restore peace to the 2nd district, the city lord has increased the bounty to 200 billion. And the city lord has promised that whoever can get rid of Qin Feiyang will be rewarded with a 5th-grade alchemy fire. In addition, if anyone knows the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang, you can also report to us. After confirming that there is no mistake, we will also reward you with 100 million gold coins." He Chuan added. 5th-grade alchemy fire. The scene suddenly boiled up. Many people here couldn't save 200 billion gold coins in their lifetime, let alone a 5th-grade alchemy fire. Therefore, everyone present was full of fighting spirit and looked like they were determined to win. Even if in the end, they didn't have the ability to take down Qin Feiyang's head, they could still send a message. At that time, they could also get a reward of 100 million gold coins. This was also a considerable amount of wealth. However, they didn't know that the person they were looking for was right beside them. You guys keep a close watch here. Don't let that devil sneak into the city. He Chuan said something to the 4 city guards, then turned around and left quickly. Okay, don't crowd around here. Quickly disperse. The 4 city guards immediately waved at Qin Feiyang and the others. At that moment, the crowd dispersed in all directions. Some entered the city, some went hunting. Qin Feiyang looked at the bounty poster. Not only was he not worried, but there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. This was in line with his status. Then, he looked at the 4 city guards. The 4 of them had the cultivation of a 9-star combat emperor. It was still not bad. But the strange thing was, looking at the people coming in and out, they didn't check and let them go? What was going on? According to normal logic, shouldn't they use the Heaven's Eye stone to check them one by one? After thinking for a long time, Qin Feiyang couldn't figure it out, so he was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, for him, this was a great thing. After adjusting his mood, he blended into the crowd and strode toward the city gate. The 4 city guards also noticed him, but they didn't pay much attention to him. The defense is too lax. Qin Feiyang shook his head and finally entered the city gate. However, the moment he stepped through the city gate, the layer of ice under his feet suddenly trembled and released a hazy glow. What's going on? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the ice layer under his feet in surprise. At the same time, the pedestrians around, as well as the 4 city guards, all looked at Qin Feiyang. Their eyes were also full of surprise. And under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Feiyang's body and face began to change. In less than 2 breaths, he actually restored his true appearance. He is Qin Feiyang. Quick, stop him. The 4 city guards stared and then immediately shouted excitedly. It's really Qin Feiyang. Chapter 765. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Since he didn't take the facial restoration pill, nor did he have the detection of the Heaven's Eye Stone, how did he suddenly recover his true appearance? Do you think you can sneak into the city just by changing your appearance? How naive. The 4 city guards laughed mockingly. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. One of the guards said, look at what's under the ice. Ice? Qin Feiyang was slightly startled. He lowered his head and scanned the ice on the ground, but didn't find anything unusual. That's not right. Suddenly, he noticed that there seemed to be something under the ice. With a slight force from his feet, the ice layer broke open inch by inch, and in an instant, it was like a spider web. Next, with a wave of his hand, the shattered pieces of ice rose into the air. The things under the ice were also exposed to the air. They were strange stones that were shaped like eyes. They were the size of a palm, simple and unadorned, and looked very ordinary. But when he saw these stones, Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Because these were all Heaven's Eye Stone. He swept his gaze over them one by one and discovered that the bottom of the ice at the city gate was actually covered with Heaven's Eye Stone. There were 500 to 600 of them. Normally speaking, the Heaven's Eye Stone needed to be touched in order to work, but there was also another situation. That was the quantity. The Heaven's Eye Stone itself emitted an invisible energy, but the energy of one Heaven's Eye Stone was very thin. However, if the number of Heaven's Eye Stones reached a certain level, then the energy would become denser. At that time, there was no need to touch it. As long as it was within a certain distance, the Heaven's Eye Stone would work. Qin Feiyang also never thought that there would be such a mechanism under the ice. It was simply impossible to guard against. Now that you have nowhere to run, obediently kneel down and accept your surrender, so as to avoid suffering physical pain. The 4 guards shouted. With just you guys? Qin Feiyang scanned the 4 of them. To ordinary people, the 9-Star War sect was like a god. But in his eyes, they were inferior to ants. And us. Today, don't even think about escaping. The surrounding crowd also roared. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one, and the disdain in his eyes deepened. The strongest here was only a 1-star battle ancestor. The rest of them were basically battle emperors, and some were even battle kings. However, for the sake of the 200 billion bounty, even those battle kings didn't back down at all. They stubbornly trapped Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, if I said that I didn't kill the 3 tribes, would you believe me? Hearing this, everyone's faces were filled with ridicule. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Then pretend I didn't say anything. After saying that, he turned to look at the crowd behind him and said coldly, get out of the way if you don't want to die. However, those people acted as if they didn't hear him and remained indifferent. Moreover, his eyes flickered with shocking killing intent. Boom! Qin Feiyang was too lazy to waste any more words. The aura of a 5-star war master exploded forth with a loud bang. The surrounding crowd was instantly thrown off their feet. Bang bang bang. Some people crashed into the city wall, while others crashed into the ground. They all spat out blood and their faces were pale. So powerful. This aura is almost on par with the commander. The 4 guards were also sent flying. They kept spitting out blood and their eyes were filled with shock. Shwa. Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer. He used the phantom steps and rushed towards the forest outside the city like lightning. He was confident that he could break into the Ice City. However, now that his identity had been exposed, if he were to barge in, he would most likely die. This was because he could sense many powerful auras in the city. And some auras even surpassed his. Therefore, he had to retreat for the time being and think of a way to enter the city after the news had passed. You're not allowed to leave. Those who were sent flying by Qin Feiyang didn't give up either. Seeing him escape, they immediately got up and chased after him. You're really obsessed with money. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Anyone with a bit of rationality could tell that he had already shown mercy. And these people were still chasing after him? As the saying goes, one won't cry until one enters the coffin. Shwa. Suddenly, 2 black figures appeared out of thin air above the city gate. Both of them looked middle-aged and were more than 9 meters tall. Their bodies were burly and they exuded a valiant aura. Moreover, the aura exuding from their bodies was very terrifying. The 2 of them looked at Qin Feiyang, who was running away, and frowned slightly. Then, they opened a portal and walked in one after another. The next moment, the 2 of them appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang braked and stopped in the snow, looking at the 2 of them in surprise. These 2 people actually looked exactly the same. Greetings, Commander. Greetings, Deputy Commander. As for the crowd behind Qin Feiyang, as well as the 4 guards, when they saw the 2 of them, they all bowed to greet them. Commander. Deputy Commander. Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. Without a doubt, these 2 people must be the commander of the guards of Ice City. The commander had the cultivation of a 7-star battle grandmaster. The deputy commander was a 5-star battle grandmaster. Looking at their appearances, they were already twins. The 2 commanders were also sizing up Qin Feiyang. At the scene, dead silence. Suddenly, the deputy commander waved to the crowd behind Qin Feiyang and said, "All of you, step back." Yes. Everyone respectfully replied and quickly retreated. Next, the deputy commander then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Are you still very young?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "You're so young, yet your heart is already so vicious. If you continue to live, I really don't know how many innocent people will die in your hands." The deputy commander said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Vicious? Qin Feiyang sneered, pointed to the crowd that had retreated into the distance, looked at the deputy commander, and said, "Are you blind? If I was really vicious, would they still have the chance to watch the show?" The deputy commander said, "Then what about the destruction of the Min clan and the other 2 tribes?" Qin Feiyang said, "Someone wants to frame me." "Frame you?" The deputy commander was stunned, and then his face was full of sarcasm. He said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth." "The truth?" The deputy commander sneered and said, "Let me tell you, what is the truth? We went to the Min clan, the Wang clan, and the Li clan in person to ask. The surviving clansmen of the 3 tribes all claimed that you were an accomplice who destroyed their tribes and killed their clansmen. With so many witnesses, how do you still want to quibble?" The deputy commander looked at Qin Feiyang as if looking at a clown. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and wanted to say something. It's all nonsense. But at this time, the Ice City commander, who had been silent all this while, snorted through his nose. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang expressionlessly and said, "Kneel down immediately and accept your execution. This commander will leave you with an intact corpse." "Okay." Since it's nonsense, then I won't explain anymore. As long as you have the ability, I'll give you my head with both hands. Qin Feiyang looked at the commander without any fear. He had finally lost his patience. Arrogant. The commander's gaze turned cold, and the pressure of the 7 Stars War Master broke out of his body. Like an invisible torrent, it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Humph. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and waved his hand. Red sword chi appeared, and 20 sword shadows instantly appeared out of nowhere. The terrifying sharpness suddenly toppled the mountains and overturned the seas, tearing apart the glaciers and earth. Seeing this, the 2 commanders' pupils shrank slightly. Boom! The deputy commander also immediately made his move, his hands dancing in the air. In the next moment, the accumulated snow within a radius of several miles rose into the air, like a white waterfall, surging into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a huge snow-white palm condensed, covering the sky and covering the sun, emitting a great pressure. At the same time, the commander also began to evolve his battle art. With a stretch of his hand, an ice mountain that was hundreds of feet tall suddenly rose from the ground. Next, he clenched his hand, and with an earth-shattering sound, the ice mountain shattered, turning into sharp ice cones. Each one was as thick as a thigh, floating behind him, filling half of the void. Their auras were firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. Kill! In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 10 sword shadows above his head cut through the sky, furiously slashing down. Die! The 2 commanders' eyes were also filled with killing intent. The huge palm condensed from snow suddenly trembled in the sky, bringing with it a terrifying power as it slapped towards the sword shadows. At the same time, those ice cones also broke through the air like sharp arrows, emitting an ear-piercing whistling sound. Clang! Boom! The 10 sword shadows took the lead to collide with the huge palm formed from snow. A loud explosion suddenly exploded, like the roar of thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers. That huge palm was immediately torn apart by the sharpness of the sword shadows, turning into nothingness. The huge palm flashed, and the vice commander also spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating continuously. Regarding this point, Qin Feiyang was not surprised. Because, although the vice commander's cultivation was the same as his, their battle arts were one level apart. The battle arts that the vice commander mastered were only superior slaughter battle arts, and could not block his Guiyuan sword technique at all. However, the vice commander was horrified. While retreating, he looked at the 10 sword shadows in shock and suddenly seemed to think of something, shouting, "Brother, be careful, he has a perfect battle art." What? Perfect battle art? The commander's expression changed, and his heart was filled with shock. One had to know. There was no perfect battle art in the entire 2nd district. Even he, the commander, had never seen one before. It could even be said that perfect battle arts were a legendary existence in the 2nd district, unattainable. However, he did not expect that this seemingly young man in front of him actually mastered a perfect battle art. Who exactly was he? Clang! Just as he was shocked, the sword shadows and the ice cones collided with a loud bang. Accompanied by a series of deafening noises, a destructive wave rolled wildly between heaven and earth. For a moment, within dozens of miles in the distance, glaciers collapsed, and the earth sank, as if the end of the world had arrived. Even the ice city was affected by it. The city walls were crumbling. Chapter 766. But suddenly, a man in white appeared and stood in the sky above Ice City. With a wave of his hand, a golden battle chi appeared and turned into a light screen in front of the city wall, blocking the surging waves. Next, the man in white looked at Qin Feiyang, who was fighting with the 2 commanders. Clang! The sword shadows and the icicles were still clashing. Waves of air waves continuously pounced in all directions. The ice and snow beneath Qin Feiyang and the commander had already disappeared and was replaced by a huge sinkhole. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was also retreating, and there were even strands of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. The 10 sword shadows were also shattering and disintegrating. The commander's strength was much stronger than the deputy commander's. The cultivation of a 7-star war master, coupled with the superior slaughter battle art, was enough to dominate the war master realm. As for Qin Feiyang, although the Guiyuan sword technique was a perfect battle art, his overall strength was a level lower than the commander's. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was no match for him, the commander heaved a sigh of relief and said coldly, "Even if you have mastered a perfect battle art, you will definitely die today. Isn't it too early to start being complacent?" Qin Feiyang laughed coldly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and suddenly waved his hand. Clang! Crimson sword chi surged out and condensed into 20 sword shadows above his head. Every sword shadow was trembling violently and crazily, as if they were ready to move. Kill! Abruptly, Qin Feiyang shouted sternly. The 20 sword shadows were like ferocious tigers that had left their cages, crazily slashing forward. At this moment, only 5 of the 10 sword shadows remained. But when these 20 sword shadows joined in, the 25 sword shadows immediately turned into a torrent, crushing over with unstoppable force. Crack! One by one, the icicles shattered. The commander's face also turned pale bit by bit. Finally, the moment all the icicles shattered, he cried out and spat out blood. And of the 25 sword shadows, after a series of collisions, only 2 were left. Qin Feiyang glanced at the commander, then turned to look at the man in white standing above Ice City, killing intent surging in his eyes. Whoosh! He suddenly turned his head and waved his hand in the air. The 2 sword shadows immediately separated. One slashed towards the commander. One of them slashed towards the vice commander. From afar, they looked like 2 graceful flashes of light. It was impossible to capture their trajectories with one's eyes. Stop! Seeing this, the white-clothed man raised his eyebrows. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Boom! A terrifying pressure emerged and swept across the sky in an instant, rushing toward Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang did not stop there. Instead, he summoned the 9-leaf fire lotus. Because he knew that the 2 sword silhouettes could only kill the vice commander. As for the commanders, they would at most be injured. Therefore, he wouldn't give the commander of Frigid Ice City any chance to make a comeback. Clang! A fire lotus leaf left its body and shot towards the commander like a beam of light with a destructive aura. Just as the fire lotus leaf broke away, 2 sword shadows had already arrived. Dodge! The commander's expression changed. He turned to look at the vice commander and shouted. In fact, even without his reminder, the vice commander knew that he could not fight head-on. Moreover, he had already chosen to dodge at the first moment. However, the aura of the sword shadow was firmly locked onto him. No matter where he dodged, the sword shadow would follow. Moreover, the speed of the sword shadow was twice as fast as his dodging speed. Just as the commander was about to warn him, the sword shadow whizzed by and directly slashed him into 2. Fresh blood stained the sky. His tragic cry reverberated through the clouds. Bastard! Seeing his own brother die in front of him, the commander cried out in grief, gritting his teeth and cracking his eyes. Swoosh! He suddenly turned around. Like a mad beast, he stared at Qin Feiyang and roared, "If I don't kill you today, I'm not human." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge beast shadow roared from behind him. It was a raging bull. It was more than 100 feet tall, and its entire body seemed to be cast from stone, emitting a terrifying aura. And that pair of bull horns were several meters long, as if they were cast from divine iron, emitting a shocking cold light. This was his battle's soul. Moo! Once the raging bull battle's soul appeared, it roared towards the sky and charged towards the sword shadow. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword shadow instantly shattered. Qin Feiyang's body shook. A gush of hot blood rushed up to his throat and he directly spat it out. As for the Raging Bull Battle's soul, it was almost torn apart by the sword's shadow. It dragged its broken body and madly charged towards Qin Feiyang. Its millstone-sized fierce eyes flashed with a terrifying murderous light. Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously. With a wave of his hand, the fire lotus leaf paused in the air and directly charged towards the Raging Bull Battle's soul. Boom! The fire lotus leaf's aura was like a rainbow, instantly shattering the Raging Bull Battle's soul. Then, without any pause, it swept in front of the commander like lightning. Explode! Qin Feiyang immediately shouted coldly. Boom! The fire lotus leaf exploded, and a destructive aura was born, drowning the commander. Ah, that mournful scream immediately resounded in all directions. Even the commander is not his match. No wonder he dared to massacre the 3 major tribes. It turns out that he is so strong. When the people of Ice City saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Seeing the 2 commanders killed one after another, the eyes of the man in white standing above the city also flashed with a sharp light. All of this was said to be slow, but the entire process took less than 3 breaths. At this time, the pressure of the man in white finally descended, wanting to imprison Qin Feiyang in the air. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This pressure was quite strong. According to his judgment, it should be the 9-star battle sect. Swish! He turned around, looked at the man in white, and said indifferently, "You are the city lord of Ice City?" "That's right, it's me." The man in white nodded. However, there was a trace of surprise in his heart. Why did it seem like this kid wasn't affected by his pressure at all? "Don't bother me again." Qin Feiyang coldly said these words, then turned around and stepped on the phantom steps, breaking through the air. He really isn't affected. The city lord's gaze trembled. One had to know. He was a 9-star battle sect, and this Qin Feiyang was only a 5-star battle sect. Even if his pressure couldn't imprison Qin Feiyang, it could at least affect Qin Feiyang's speed, right? How did this kid do it? Suddenly, someone shouted, "City Lord, he's running away." The city lord came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feiyang, who was about to disappear into the horizon. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Don't worry, he won't be able to escape." Swish! As soon as he finished, he took a step forward and chased after Qin Feiyang. His speed was several times faster than Qin Feiyang's. "Let's go and take a look as well." The people of the Ice City also swarmed out, turning into a tide of people as they chased after him. How troublesome. Above a forest of ice and snow, Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the city lord, who was quickly approaching, and a trace of anger could not help but crawl up between his brows. "Don't run, you can't escape." The city lord's speed was too fast, and he had already closed most of the distance. At this moment, he was only a few miles away from Qin Feiyang. A distance of a few miles, for experts like them, was only a matter of a few blinks of an eye. Soon, the 2 of them, one in front and one behind, entered a glacier mountain range. In the mountain range, the ice peaks were like giant swords, standing tall and majestic. In the mountain stream, countless fierce beasts ran amok, their roars shaking the heavens. A few fierce beasts ran out to block the way, but they were all killed by Qin Feiyang with a wave of his hand. And now, the distance between the city lord and him was only about 100 meters. Shwa! Qin Feiyang decisively stopped, stood above an ice peak, and turned to look at the city lord. The city lord also stopped and stood in the air with Qin Feiyang, saying, "Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want the city lord to do it? Do we have to do this?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Although this person was strong, he was still not a threat to him. Because in the ancient castle, there were still Wolf King, Fatso, and the recently subdued double-winged snow eagle. With this lineup, he was completely capable of counterattacking. But he had to consider it. Now, he had already killed the 2 commanders of the Ice City. If he killed the city lord, then in the second area, he would really be the enemy of the whole world. Boom! But in the face of Qin Feiyang's question, the city lord of Ice City directly used practical actions to respond. The aura of the 9-star war sect erupted. Several nearby ice peaks that were more than 10,000 feet tall were directly shattered by the aura. This also meant that there was no room for negotiation. Who? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, "Then let's begin." Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord flashed and instantly landed in front of Qin Feiyang. His large hand shot out and slapped towards Qin Feiyang's head. The terrifying aura made Qin Feiyang's scalp go numb. Without the slightest hesitation, he retreated like lightning. But with his speed, how could he keep up with the city lord? Even if he activated the phantom step, the difference was too great. Swish. The city lord's figure moved, appearing behind him like a ghost, and slapped him on the back. Qin Feiyang also did not hesitate to activate the battle character's secret art. Puff. This palm made Qin Feiyang's body almost fall apart. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, he crashed into the glacier below like a meteorite. Ka-cha. The glaciers within a radius of several miles were all broken by him. The fierce beasts in this area were even more dead and injured. Whiz. But very quickly, Qin Feiyang rushed out, his eyes flashing with bone-piercing killing intent. Previously, if he had not activated the battle character's secret art, he would have died by now. And for those who wanted to kill him, he would never show mercy. He waved his hand. Fatso, Wolf King, and the winged snow eagle all appeared in an instant. Kill him. Qin Feiyang shouted coldly, his aura fully released, and took the lead to kill the city lord. Boom. Wolf King and Fatso did not say anything and directly activated their transformation state, their aura crazily soaring. Bullying with numbers? This is this emperor's strong suit. At the same time, the winged snow eagle also howled excitedly and instantly returned to its original form. Following closely, it flapped its 4 huge wings, like a towering mountain, with an ear-piercing whistling sound, following behind Qin Feiyang, charging towards the city lord. This guy is indeed not a good bird. If it was a good bird, then it would be boring. That's true. Let's go and kill that bastard. Chapter 767. Looking at the 2 men and 2 beasts, the Ice City Lord's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Qin Feiyang, Wolf King, and Fatso, although they were only 5-star War Master, the aura they emitted was quite impressive. As for the dual-winged snow eagle, it was a genuine 9-star War Master. He really didn't expect that this young man who had risen out of thin air would have such a strong foundation. You must be scared. The dual-winged snow eagle chuckled, and in front of Qin Feiyang, it extended its sharp claws and grabbed towards the city lord's head. Humph. The city lord snorted from his nose, quickly raised his arm, and punched towards the dual-winged snow eagle's sharp claws. Boom. The fist and the sharp claws collided, giving birth to a terrifying wave of air. 1 man and 1 beast were forced back at the same time. Kill. At this time, Qin Feiyang's group and the Wolf King also arrived one after another. Qin Feiyang's index finger pointed in the air, and the 4th style of the ruins technique roared out, bringing with it an apocalyptic aura as it crazily attacked. Wolf King and Fatso were even more violent. They directly used their fists to attack the city lord from both sides. They were currently in a state of transformation. Fatso's dragon transformation art was a perfect battle art. Coupled with his cultivation of a 5-star War Master, the power of his fist was comparable to that of a 9-star War Master. Although Wolf King's Berserk Fury was only a superior battle art, its physical body was naturally stronger than a human's. Therefore, it could also display the strength of a 9-star War Master. However, in the face of the storm-like attacks of the 2 men and 1 wolf, the city lord of Ice City did not panic in the slightest. With a wave of his hand, a stream of battle chi whizzed out and blasted towards the 4th style of the ruins technique. Following closely, he raised his hands again and clenched them into fists. Without dodging, he collided with Fatso and Wolf King's fists. Boom! A loud explosion rang out in the sky. Destructive waves of air, with the few of them as the center, surged out in all directions like mountains and seas. Puff! In the meantime, Qin Feiyang, Wolf King, and Fatso all spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. I'll let you see what it means to destroy everything. Cold light flashed in the eyes of the city lord of Ice City. Then, he performed a mysterious footwork, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed. Whoosh! He landed in front of Qin Feiyang and slapped his palm on Qin Feiyang's chest. Puff! Qin Feiyang's body shook, and like a meteorite, he shot toward the glacier below. The disdain in the city lord's eyes deepened. Next, he took another step forward and appeared behind Wolf King in an instant. His large hand slapped down on Wolf King's head. Roar! Wolf King howled in pain and uncontrollably fell towards the glacier below. Damn, his speed, Fatso was dumbfounded. With the cultivation of the 9-Star War sect, coupled with the auxiliary battle arts, who would dare to compete with this person in terms of speed? Without hesitation, Fatso turned around and fled. Humph! The city lord snorted and chased after him like lightning, punching Fatso's back. Puff! Fatso spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the glacier below. Damn, why are they all good-looking but useless fellows? The dual-winged snow eagle looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two with disdain in its eyes. You're not that useful either. The city lord laughed coldly. With a wave of his hand, a huge golden palm appeared out of nowhere. Following closely, the huge palm landed with a loud bang on the dual-winged snow eagle's huge body. Immediately, blood dyed the sky. Chirp! The dual-winged snow eagle wailed and smashed into the glacier. The glacier with a radius of tens of miles was directly razed to the ground by the 2 men and 2 beasts. The city lord is indeed strong. Aren't you talking nonsense? No matter what, the city lord is still a 9-Star War sect and has mastered all sorts of superior battle arts. No matter how heaven-defying Qin Feiyang and his accomplices are, they are definitely not a match for the city lord. The people who caught up from behind looked at the city lord who had displayed his might with admiration. Boom! Swish! Suddenly, accompanied by a few loud sounds, Qin Feiyang and the others rushed out from the ground and gathered in the sky. His entire body was dripping with blood. City lord, quickly kill them. That's right, they have already lost their minds and are inhumane. If we let them escape, who knows how many more people will be killed by them. Yes, we must bury them here. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the others appear, the crowd in the distance roared. Everyone's face was filled with intense hatred and disgust. Don't worry, as long as this city lord is here, none of them will be able to escape. The city lord smiled confidently, looked at the 2 men and 2 beasts, and said contemptuously, a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals dare to be arrogant in front of the city lord, they are truly reckless. Oh my! They are really taking advantage of us. Wolf King screamed, looked at the 2-winged snow eagle, and laughed. Little eagle, he said that we are shrimp soldiers and crab generals, what do you think we should do? Nonsense. Of course we should kill him. I will take the lead, you guys take the rear. The 2-winged snow eagle's eyes flashed coldly, and it flapped its huge wings, and rushed toward the city lord. You are overestimating yourself. The city lord of Ice City smiled disdainfully, and with a mysterious step, he went toward the 2-winged snow eagle. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Do you think that you have the right to look down on others just because you took advantage of me? Kid, you are too naive. Competing with me in terms of speed, you are just asking for humiliation. The 2-winged snow eagle sneered, and 2 huge light wings rose into the air, instantly embedding themselves on its back. It was its fighting soul. Swoosh! As soon as the light wings appeared, its speed suddenly doubled, and it was much faster than the city lord. What? The city lord was shocked, and without hesitation, He raised his arm and golden fighting chi burst out. Crash! The golden fighting chi turned into a huge wave, drowning the sky and crazily pouncing towards the two-winged snow eagle. "Kid, are you afraid?" The two-winged snow eagle chuckled. Although its body was huge, it was very agile. Like a ghost, it dodged the bombardment of the golden wave and appeared behind the city lord. Next, its hard and sharp claws quickly smashed towards the city lord's back. Puff! The city lord was sent flying on the spot, blood spurting out of his mouth. What's going on? Why is the city lord injured? The crowd in the distance was dumbstruck. Good chance. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up, and he rushed over aggressively with Wolf King and Fatso. After rushing up, the two men and one wolf did not show the slightest bit of mercy and directly bombarded him. Ah! Immediately, the city lord screamed again and again. In his heart, he was also ashamed and angry. Not only was he a 9-star war sect, he was also the city lord of Ice City. It could even be said that he was the person in charge of the second area. But at this moment, he was actually being beaten up by 3 5-star war sects in public. Where was his face? How would he manage this place in the future? Boom! All of a sudden, a shocking aura rushed out from his body. Retreat! Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. The two men and one wolf retreated to the front of the two-winged snow eagle and looked at the city lord in shock. At this moment, the city lord was bruised and swollen. The clothes on his body were also torn to shreds. His originally jet-black hair was now like a chicken's nest. He looked to be in a sorry state. He stood in the air, staring at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said, "I swear, all of you will die soon." Boom! As soon as he finished, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from his back. Within the golden light, there was an axe floating in the air. That axe was the size of a palm, as if it was cast from gold, emitting a terrifying sharpness. Battle soul? The two men and two beasts looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't it just a battle soul? What was there to be arrogant about? Innate ability, splitting heaven and earth. The next moment, the city lord roared towards the sky, and the axe actually rose in the wind. In that instant, a giant golden axe that was hundreds of feet long appeared out of nowhere. Following that, the giant axe chopped down from the sky, its sharpness toppling mountains and overturning seas, tearing apart the mountains and rivers below. The power is not bad, but isn't it a bit too exaggerated to say that it can split heaven and earth? If the name isn't a bit domineering, would it be able to scare us? Tisk, to put it nicely, it's called domineering. To put it bluntly, it's called a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Facing the giant axe that was crazily chopping down, Fatso, Wolf King, and the two-winged snow eagle were not the slightest bit nervous. Instead, they were still discussing with relish. Qin Feiyang, who was at the side, looked at them helplessly. Couldn't they tell that the city lord had already started to fight with his life on the line? Looking at the city lord, who was gritting his teeth as he stared at Fatso and Wolf King, he was so angry that smoke was rising from his head. Even at this time, he was still in the mood to chat. This was simply humiliating him. "Ants, go to hell!" the city lord roared. The speed of the giant golden axe suddenly increased, and like a graceful swan, it furiously chopped towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Fatso sneered, turned his head to look at Wolf King and said angrily, "Brother Wolf, he actually called us ants, can you bear it?" "Of course not." Wolf King snorted coldly. A dazzling golden light emerged from behind him and rushed into the sky. The void, the earth, and the sky here suddenly seemed to be plated with a layer of gold foil. Boom! Following that, a boundless divine might spread out in a frenzy across the entire area. "What's that?" The city lord's gaze froze. The crowd in the distance was also surprised. Even the double-winged snow eagle beside the Wolf King was filled with bewilderment. The next moment, Under everyone's gaze, a golden beast shadow appeared in the sky. Its head was in the sky and its feet were on the ground, like a beast god descending. Everyone present felt an indescribable fear in their hearts. You dare to activate your fighting soul in front of me, I have to say, you're really brave. Wolf King sneered and suddenly shouted, talent superpower, deprive. The golden beast shadow immediately opened its mouth. In this place, a fierce wind suddenly blew, sweeping hundreds of miles of the sky. The golden axe immediately flew uncontrollably towards the golden beast shadow's mouth. What's going on? The city lord was shocked. The fighting soul was not under his control? Although the crowd in the distance did not know what was going on, they could imagine that the city lord must have suffered a great loss, so their hearts were filled with horror. The double-winged snow eagle was also puzzled. It looked at the golden beast shadow, turned its head to look at Fatso and asked, "What's the use of its fighting soul?" "Great use." Fatso smiled mysteriously. The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and hurriedly said, "Can you explain it clearly?" "Sure. Brother Wolf's fighting soul is the nemesis of all fighting souls. Because it has a terrible ability, deprive." Chapter 768. Deprive? The dual-winged snow eagle was even more puzzled and couldn't help but get angry. He looked at Fatso and said, "Can you not keep me in suspense and say it all at once?" Fatso chuckled and said, "It means that Brother Wolf's fighting soul can deprive other living beings of their fighting soul, including you and me. Once it is deprived, the fighting soul will disappear forever." What? The dual-winged snow eagle's eyes widened. How could there be such a fighting soul in this world? Don't doubt it. Back then, you were very wise to choose to follow the boss. Otherwise, you would have ended up like the city lord. Fatso said. The dual-winged snow eagle looked at the golden beast shadow again, its eyes filled with shock. Was this Wolf King's strength? Although it had been getting along well with Wolf King these few days, it had always looked down on Wolf King in its heart. It was a 9-star war sect. Wolf King was only a 5-star war sect, a full 4 small realms lower than it. This was the first factor. The second factor was that it had a heaven-defying fighting soul that could stack speed. As for Wolf King, although it didn't know what Wolf King's fighting soul was before, it didn't think that it would surpass it. But it never thought that Wolf King's fighting soul would be so terrifying. Fatso wasn't exaggerating at all. This golden beast shadow was the nemesis of all fighting souls. The conversation between the man and the beast was not deliberately concealed. The city lord heard it clearly. In his heart, a storm was raging. Moreover, he immediately began to disperse his fighting soul. But it was too late. The golden axe was like a stream of light, disappearing into the golden beast's wide mouth. Damn it. The city lord cursed and hurriedly looked into his chi-si, wanting to verify if what Fatso said was true. He didn't know if he didn't look, but after looking, his face turned pale. Inside his chi-si, the fighting soul had actually disappeared, as if it had never appeared. How could this be? How could there be such an outrageous fighting soul in this world? He muttered to himself, falling into despair. Whether it was a beast or a human, the fighting soul was the strongest trump card. In other words, losing the fighting soul was equivalent to a drop in one's strength. In the past, in the same realm, he dared to claim supremacy. But now, anyone with a fighting soul would be able to kill him in seconds. This kind of earth-shaking change was truly hard for him to accept. It was more painful than death. How is it? Now, let's talk again. Who exactly are the shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Wolf King said proudly. Bastards, I'll kill you. The city lord abruptly raised his head and stared fixedly at the 2 humans and 2 beasts. His eyes seemed to be dyed red with blood, and a shocking murderous aura gushed out from his body. With a fierce roar, he tore through the sky and madly pounced on Qin Feiyang and the others. Beat him up. Wolf King waved its claws. The previous situation happened again. The double-winged snow eagle flew over like a bolt of lightning, relying on its overwhelming speed to severely injure the city lord. Next, Fatso and Wolf King rushed forward, punching and kicking the city lord, beating him down on the spot. Ah, miserable screams resounded through the clouds, filled with anger and unwillingness. This time, Qin Feiyang did not make a move. He had been watching coldly from the side. Seeing that the city lord had been beaten beyond recognition and had lost his human form, he said with a faint smile, "All right, just kill him." Boom! However, before he could finish his words, 3 terrifying auras suddenly descended. The next moment, in the air above, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. They were 2 men and a woman, all of them middle-aged. The aura emitted from their bodies was like a vast ocean, unfathomable. When they saw the miserable state of the city lord, the 3 of them were furious on the spot. They rushed down like lightning and charged towards Fatso and Wolf King. "You didn't come earlier or later, but you came at this time. You really know how to join in the fun." Wolf King cursed angrily and quickly retreated. Fatso and the double-winged snow eagle's expressions also changed. They immediately retreated and joined up with Qin Feiyang. The aura of these 3 people was almost on par with the city lord. In other words, the 3 of them were all 9 Star Wars sect. With the foundation of Qin Feiyang and the others, the 3 9 Star Wars sects were actually not without the strength to fight. However, if they really fought, it would be meaningless. It would be a waste of time. Thought about it. Qin Feiyang still chose to retreat. He jumped up onto the back of the double-winged snow eagle and shouted, "Let's go." Just as he spoke, Fatso and Wolf King also jumped up and landed on the back of the double-winged snow eagle. Chirp! The double-winged snow eagle spread its 6 wings and tore through the air like lightning. The 3 of them did not chase after him. Instead, they landed beside the city lord and checked his injuries. A moment later, the middle-aged woman raised her head to look at the other 2 and said in a deep voice, "Both the Sea of Qi and the Sea of Consciousness have been shattered. The situation is not good." The 2 middle-aged men's gazes also darkened. One of them asked, "Can you save your life?" The middle-aged woman thought for a moment and said, "If there are Essence Soul Pill and Spirit Sea Pill, it should be possible." Then quickly bring him back to the Ice City. The 3 of them immediately brought the city lord and rushed towards the Ice City. As for the people who were watching the battle from afar, they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. They were all intimidated by the methods displayed by Qin Feiyang and the others. At the same time, above the glacier, the double-winged snow eagle was like a divine rainbow, moving as fast as lightning. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang looked behind him and laughed, "All right, you can stop now." The double-winged snow eagle braked and stopped in the air. The light wings on its back also quickly dissipated. Wolf King immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and said with dissatisfaction, "Actually, we don't need to run at all. We are indeed not afraid of the 3 9 Star Wars sects, but even if we kill them, what's the point?" Qin Feiyang asked. Wolf King was startled. Thinking about it carefully, it didn't make any sense. At this time, Fatso waved his hand and said, "These are all small problems. What Fat Lord is most curious about is, who are they?" Qin Feiyang, Wolf King, and the double-winged snow eagle also had a trace of doubt in their eyes. "Don't think about it." Fatso finally shook his head, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What are we going to do next?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's cultivate for a while first, and then we'll enter the Ice City after the wind blows over." Schwa. Finished. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone into the castle. Fatso and Wolf King also immediately entered a state of cultivation. However, the double-winged snow eagle turned into the size of a palm, flapped its wings, and floated behind Qin Feiyang, as if it had something to say. After Qin Feiyang opened the iron box, he turned to look at it and laughed. "Are you still thinking about the Gate of Potential?" The double-winged snow eagle hurriedly nodded, its eyes filled with desire. "You can't rush it. To open the Gate of Potential, you need the assistance of pressure. And with your cultivation, you need to at least use the holy aura. So, you just have to wait patiently. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking with a smile, he turned around and began to copy the fourth stroke of the kill formula. Holy aura? The double-winged snow eagle was stunned. Was there an existence of the war saint level in the second area? Even if there was, they were not related to each other. Why would they help you? It seemed that it was basically hopeless to open the gate of potential. Sigh. It sighed deeply and lay on the side, feeling very disappointed. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at it, shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, the Pill Pagoda Master in the second area is definitely a war saint. When the time comes, I will think of a way to get him to help. Really? The double-winged snow eagle immediately became spirited. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hearing this, the double-winged snow eagle's eyes darted around. Suddenly, its eyes flashed, and it said, since I am not in the mood to cultivate right now, why don't I sneak into Hanbing City first and investigate the situation? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, then laughed. That's fine too, be careful. After he finished speaking, he sent the double-winged snow eagle out. Time passed in a flash. 4 months passed. On this day, Qin Feiyang finally finished copying the fourth stroke. His cultivation had broken through to the 6-star War Master as he wished. And because he had crazily refined pills for 4 months a while ago and delayed his cultivation, Fatso and Wolf King had both stepped out of the 6-star War Master before him. The pangolin had also stepped into the 4-star War Master. Lu Hong had also broken through to the 2-star War Master. Now, their overall strength had risen to another level. Who? After exhaling a long breath, Qin Feiyang closed the 6-word divine arts and prepared to leave the castle. But at this time, Lu Hong opened her eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. Can you bring me out with you? Qin Feiyang was startled, and asked, aren't you going to cultivate? Ever since my cultivation was crippled, I've been cultivating. I feel a little tired, so I want to go out and relax. Lu Hong laughed. Relax? Qin Feiyang looked at her deeply, and shook his head. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? As if her lie had been seen through, Lu Hong lowered her head in embarrassment. I know, you want to help me. Although you have already stepped into the 2-star War Master, you can't help me much in the face of the current situation and strong enemies. So, you can stay here and cultivate peacefully. In the future, when your cultivation catches up to everyone, I will bring you out even if you don't ask. Qin Feiyang laughed. Lu Hong hesitated for a moment, then nodded, all right. Actually, she was very disappointed in her heart. Before her cultivation was crippled, she could still accompany everyone and face all kinds of difficulties and dangers together. But now, she was like a national treasure that was protected by everyone. If it was someone else, they might still feel happy and warm. But she was different. She felt that all these years, she was like a cripple who couldn't do anything to help. Even if everyone encountered a life and death calamity, she could only watch helplessly. That kind of powerlessness made her feel very uncomfortable. At the same time, after Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he wanted to leave the castle, but looking at Lu Hong's current expression, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable emotion in his heart. He pondered for a moment. He smiled helplessly and nodded, all right, I'll take you for a stroll, but it's only limited to relaxing. All right. Lu Hong immediately stood up, sweeping away the haze from before, and a brilliant smile appeared on her face. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be absent-minded. Her exquisite and tall figure, her skin as white as jade, her sexy and full red lips, her eyes rippling with autumn waves, this little girl was becoming more and more charming, more and more enchanting. Lu Hong discovered that Qin Feiyang was staring at her, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn slightly red. She lowered her head, showing a bashful expression. When Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and noticed Lu Hong's expression, he wanted to slap himself a few times on the spot. What was he thinking? The atmosphere was awkward because of him. Chapter 769. Ice City. For months had passed, but Qin Feiyang's popularity did not decrease much. Everyone was still looking around. The security at the city gate was even tighter than before. Not far from the city gate, there was a forest. Qin Feiyang stood on a small hill, looking at the city gate, his brows furrowed. Of course. Now, he had changed his appearance and lowered his cultivation to a 5-star combat emperor. Even his temperament and eyes had changed slightly. But facing the heaven's eye stone under the city gate, no matter how hard he tried to hide it, it was useless. Lu Hong stood at the side, looking at the city gate silently, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, she retracted her gaze and turned to Qin Feiyang, saying, "Didn't the double-winged snow eagle sneak into Ice City? Can you contact it?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. During this period of time, the double-winged snow eagle seemed to have disappeared from the world. From the moment it left until now, it had not appeared again. And the double-winged snow eagle did not have an image crystal, so Qin Feiyang had no way to contact it. So, he did not know whether the double-winged snow eagle was alive or dead, or where it was fooling around. Lu Hong was silent for a while, then smiled and said, "I have an idea." "What idea?" Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. "I can enter the city first. After I enter the city, I will give you the coordinates and you can directly teleport in." Lu Hong smiled. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of this idea? Currently, the people in the second area only knew about him, Fatso and Wolf King. As for Lu Hong, she had always been cultivating in the ancient castle and had never shown her face. There was simply no one who knew about his relationship with Lu Hong. So, Lu Hong didn't need to worry about anything. She could enter Frost City with her real face. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, Lu Hong knew that Qin Feiyang had acquiesced. She smiled and said, "Then I will go." "Be careful," Qin Feiyang reminded. Lu Hong nodded and walked out of the forest. She walked towards the city gate at a leisurely pace. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Qin Feiyang glanced at the 4 guards in front of the city gate and then looked at Lu Hong's back as he muttered to himself. Very soon, Lu Hong walked to the city gate. He curiously looked at the bounty poster and walked into the city. Stop. However, just as she stepped into the city gate, a city guard suddenly stopped her. Qin Feiyang immediately raised his eyebrows and paid close attention to Lu Hong's situation. Lu Hong did not expect to be stopped. Puzzled, she looked at the guard and asked, "Is there a problem?" The guard looked at Lu Hong from head to toe and asked suspiciously, "Why haven't I seen you before?" "I rarely come to Ice City." Lu Hong replied with a smile. "Really?" The guard looked at her suspiciously. At this time, the other 3 guards also turned around and looked at Lu Hong. Vaguely, deep in the eyes of the 4, there was a trace of undetectable laughter. The guard who stopped Lu Hong suddenly said, "Miss, I'm sorry, but you have to come with us." "Why?" Lu Hong furrowed her brows. "I believe you also know that we are now arresting Qin Feiyang. And Qin Feiyang is insidious and cunning. It is very likely that he will bribe others to sneak into Ice City." The guard said. Lu Hong was stunned and asked, "You suspect me?" "Yes. But it's just a suspicion. After we find out your identity, we will naturally let you go." The guard nodded and said. Hearing this, Lu Hong was just a little dissatisfied on the surface, but she was surprised and suspicious in her heart. Did they see something? But it was not right. She had never appeared. How could these people know the relationship between her and Qin Feiyang? But what was the meaning of this guard stopping her? Did he have other intentions? At the same time, standing in the jungle, Qin Feiyang's eyes gradually became gloomy. Although he could not hear the conversation between Lu Hong and the guard, he could imagine that something bad must have happened after so long. No, I can't let her continue to be in danger. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. After taking a face-restoring pill, he turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the jungle. But he did not rush directly to Lu Hong. Standing in the sky outside the city, he looked coldly at Ice City and shouted, "Lord of Ice City, come out and accept your death." "Who is it?" The 4 guards were shocked and quickly looked up. When they saw Qin Feiyang, their faces suddenly changed. The others next to them were also shocked. And Ice City, in an instant, was in an uproar. This is Qin Feiyang's voice. He dares to openly provoke the Lord of Ice City. What does he want to do? One figure after another soared into the sky and gathered above the city. They looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. At the same time, Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd at the city gate. When he saw Lu Hong, he immediately winked at her. Lu Hong immediately understood. While the 4 guards were not paying attention, she quietly squeezed into the crowd and entered the city. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He sneered and said, "I didn't expect the dignified city lord of Cold Ice City to be such a coward." After that, he turned around and quickly disappeared into the sky. His appearance was just to attract the attention of the 4 guards and create an opportunity for Lu Hong. Now, Lu Hong had entered the city. Naturally, there was no need for him to continue to stay. Swish! Not long after Qin Feiyang left, 3 figures descended out of thin air in the sky above the city gate. They were the 2 men and 1 woman who suddenly appeared 4 months ago. The middle-aged woman glanced at the void and looked at the 4 guards. She frowned and said, "Where is that little bastard?" "He has already left." The 4 guards replied respectfully. "Damn little bastard. Sooner or later, I will skin you." The middle-aged woman's face was gloomy, and the killing intent in her eyes was undisguised. On the top of an ice mountain, Qin Feiyang stood against the wind, holding the image crystal in his hand. About half an hour later, the image crystal shone brightly. Qin Feiyang also smiled. A wisp of battle chi gushed out of his palm and merged into the image crystal. An illusory figure immediately appeared. It was Lu Hong. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, "Did you encounter any trouble later?" "No." Lu Hong smiled and gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a portal. The next moment, he appeared beside Lu Hong. It was a room about 10 meters wide. Although it was not big, it was very clean and tidy. In the corner, there were a few flower pots in full bloom. A faint floral fragrance filled the air. "Where is this?" Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Hong said, "Fragrant Flowers Restaurant." According to Lu Hong, this restaurant was located in the central area of the city. It was the most high-end restaurant in Ice City. Usually, the people he entertained were all rich and powerful. However, the most important thing was that the Fragrant Flowers restaurant was very close to the City Lord Mansion and the Pill Pagoda. Lu Hong walked to the window and opened it. 2 huge buildings immediately entered Qin Feiyang's sight. Qin Feiyang walked over and looked up. One of the buildings was an ancient stone pagoda. It was covered in a layer of ice and emitted a cold aura. The ancient pagoda was located in the center of a square. It was like a king looking down on all directions. In the 4 directions of the square, there was a tall stone tablet erected. 2 bold and eye-catching words were engraved on each of the stone tablets. Pill Pagoda. Opposite the Pill Pagoda was the City Lord Mansion. In terms of scale, the City Lord Mansion was several times larger than the Pill Pagoda. Majestic palaces were scattered like stars in the sky, crisscrossing each other. The guards stood upright like iron pines growing in the snow, giving off a bone-chilling coldness. The distance between the Pill Pagoda and the City Lord Mansion was at most about 10,000 feet. Qin Feiyang suddenly shivered and said, "Did you notice that the temperature here is lower than outside the city?" "Yes. I was wondering about that too." Sky Thunder City, because of the Sky Thunder Flame, the entire city is very warm. But Ice City is colder than outside the city. Could it be related to the alchemy fire here? Lu Hong said. Qin Feiyang said, I don't dare to jump to conclusions before seeing the alchemy fire here. After saying that, he seemed to think of something and asked, why did the city guard stop you? I don't know. Lu Hong shook her head and explained the situation in a simple and clear manner. After hearing that, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and frowned. That's not right. When I entered Ice City last time, they didn't interrogate me. If it weren't for the ice under the city gate that was filled with heaven's ice stones, I could have sneaked in. Lu Hong said in surprise, do you mean that they really have other motives? Most likely. After all, there are countless people entering and leaving Ice City every day. How could they remember who is who? Just now, they didn't check anyone else but you. There must be something wrong. Qin Feiyang said. What is it? Lu Hong asked. Haha. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked Lu Hong up and down for a while, and said teasingly, maybe they like you. Like me? Lu Hong was slightly stunned, and her face suddenly turned red. She said angrily, don't talk nonsense, okay? Qin Feiyang laughed. Dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Lu Hong looked at the door suspiciously. It was her first time in Ice City and she was unfamiliar with the place. Who would come to find her? No matter who it is, you have to be careful. Qin Feiyang exhorted through voice transmission and immediately left for the ancient castle. Lu Hong took a deep breath, walked to the door, and slowly opened it. She saw two men standing outside the door. One of them was slightly plump and middle-aged. He was wearing a black robe and there was always a smile on his chubby face. The other was a young man in his 20s. He was about 1.75 meters tall and was quite thin. He was wearing a purple coat. His facial features were chiseled, and there were dark circles under his eyes. He gave people a feeling of coldness. Lu Hong looked at the purple-clothed young man suspiciously, then looked at the plump middle-aged man and asked, House Master, what's the matter? The plump middle-aged man was the house master of the Fragrant Flowers house. I'm fine. It's our young city lord who is in trouble. The house master pointed at the purple-clothed young man and looked at Lu Hong with a smile. Young city lord. Lu Hong looked at the purple-clothed young man in surprise. The purple-clothed young man had been looking at Lu Hong since he opened the door, and there was an imperceptible light in his eyes. Chapter 770. Both of you are important figures in Ice City, and I'm just a weak woman. How would I dare to be alone with you? What's more, if a woman like me is alone with two men, people will talk about me behind my back. So, if you have something to say it here. Lu Hong's eyes flashed, and she declined tactfully. Hearing this, the purple-clad young man raised his eyebrows, looking a little dissatisfied, but he didn't lose his temper. Miss, you're really considerate. But there are some things that can't be said here. Because if others hear it, it'll be even worse for you. The purple-clad young man said with a meaningful smile. Lu Hong looked at the purple-clad young man suspiciously. Seeing that the purple-clad young man didn't intend to explain, she gradually lost her patience. Since it's not convenient for you to say it, then don't. This way, please. Her face turned cold, and she asked them to leave. Oh, you're taking advantage of me? The purple-clothed youth smiled coldly. He pushed Lu Hong aside and walked in a grandiose manner. Little girl, don't be so hot-tempered. After all, this is Ice City. The house master of Fragrant Flower Tower chuckled and followed him into the room. Lu Hong's face darkened. It was obvious that these two people didn't come with good intentions. She closed the door, turned to the two, and said, Now, can you say it? The purple-clad young man didn't say anything. He sat in front of the tea table, leaned on the chair, and crossed his legs, looking very arrogant. The house master of Fragrant Flower Tower also sat next to the purple-clad young man like a follower, making tea for him. Soon, the tea was ready, and the aroma assailed their nostrils. The house master washed a teacup, picked up the teapot, and poured tea, then respectfully handed it to the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man took the teacup and tasted it leisurely, as if Lu Hong didn't exist. Lu Hong's beautiful brows furrowed tighter. The tea in fragrant flower tower is delicious. After a while. After drinking the tea, the purple-clad young man praised with a smile. The house master of fragrant flower tower smiled, as long as you like it. Disgusting. Looking at the flattering smile on the OP's face, Lu Hong could not help but feel nauseous. As a human being, if he didn't even have the most basic self-respect, then what was the difference between him and a beast? The purple-clothed young man finally put down his teacup and raised his head to look at Lu Hong. He said with a smile, "Not long ago, the guards of the city came to report to me that you were very suspicious." Lu Hong's heart trembled, and she said, "Then young city lord, tell me, how am I suspicious?" "Don't be hasty. Let me finish slowly. In the beginning, I was also skeptical. However, now that I've seen you in person, I truly feel that you're extremely suspicious." The purple-clad young man said. "Then go and investigate. If you find evidence, I'll let you do whatever you want with it. If you can't, don't harass me," Lu Hong said impatiently. The house master of the fragrant flowers house frowned. She stood up and looked at Lu Hong, shouting, "You're too bold. Do you know who you're talking to?" "Of course I know. I also know that you're not worthy of being a human," Lu Hong sneered. "What did you say?" The house master clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with a shocking cold light. "What? You can't hold it in anymore and want to make a move?" Lu Hong sneered. "Bitch, you're courting death." The house master took a step forward. His big hand was like an eagle's claw, grabbing towards Lu Hong. "Trash." Lu Hong smiled disdainfully. This person was only a 2-star battle ancestor. Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the others in the ancient castle, even she had the ability to directly erase him. But at this moment, the purple-clothed young man stood up, grabbed the arm of the house master of the fragrant flowers house, and said unhappily, "You're a man after all. How can you attack a woman?" The house master was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded and smiled apologetically. "Young city lord is right. I was rude." "That's right. Men can't bully women no matter what, right?" The purple-clothed young man laughed. "Yes, yes, yes." The house master nodded submissively, smiling fawningly. The purple-clothed young man smiled and sat on the chair again. He looked at Lu Hong and asked curiously, "Can you tell me why you said that he's not worthy of being a human?" "Sure. Since you're curious, I don't mind saying a few more words. Other restaurants will basically protect the privacy of their customers. No matter who asks, they won't reveal it. But what about him? As the house master of the fragrant flowers house, not only did he not do that, but he also helped the villain do evil. He doesn't have any professional ethics at all. Tell me, is he worthy of being a human?" Lu Hong sneered. "What a glib tongue." The purple-clothed young man clapped his hands and cheered. Then, he said playfully, "What you said makes sense. But it's different here. This fragrant flowers house is my family's business, and he's just a manager. If I want to find out about your whereabouts, he naturally won't dare to hide it." Lu Hong suddenly understood. "So he's just a dog raised by your family. Bastard." Hearing this, the house master clenched his fists tightly. His lungs were about to explode from anger. The purple-clothed young man glanced at the house master. Then, he looked at Lu Hong and sighed. "This is your fault. It's only right for him to compliment me. After all, I'm his master. But if you say that about him, it's the same as scolding me. You're giving me a headache." As the purple-clothed young man spoke, he revealed a very difficult expression. Lu Hong frowned and said, "Don't be so sarcastic. Just say it clearly. What exactly do you want?" "Hee hee." The purple-clothed young man smiled faintly and slowly drank a mouthful of tea. That arrogant look made Lu Hong want to slap him. After drinking the tea and putting down the teacup, the purple-clothed young man said, "Right now, I suspect that you're Qin Feiyang's accomplice. I'm in cahoots with him from the start." Lu Hong sneered inwardly. However, she definitely didn't dare to say this out loud. She said angrily, "Don't slander me. Don't be agitated. I'm just suspecting. Of course, if you can't satisfy me, this suspicion will definitely become the truth in the end." The purple-clothed young man said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Lu Hong was stunned. "What I mean is that you have to satisfy my needs. Otherwise, even if you're not Qin Feiyang's accomplice, as long as I say the word, you'll become his accomplice. Do you know what will happen to you if you become his accomplice?" The purple-clothed young man looked at Lu Hong with a playful expression. Lu Hong's eyes darkened. She said with disgust, "So you're beating around the bush because you want to abuse your power for personal gain. Don't make it sound so bad. In this ice city, I'm the king. There's nothing I can't get if I want it." The purple-clothed young man smiled proudly. "I've seen a lot of playboys. But this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant and conceited as you." Lu Hong sneered. This person was about the same age as Qin Feiyang, but in terms of temperament, it was like heaven and earth. "You, forget it. I'll just take it that you're jealous of my identity and status." The purple-clothed young man was very angry, but for some reason, he suppressed it. "Jealous?" Lu Hong smiled. She had never been jealous of Qin Feiyang, the son of the great Qin Empire's emperor, let alone a mere son of a city lord. Moreover, she had seen all kinds of big shots in the years she had followed Qin Feiyang. Even if it was just a disciple of the Divine Hall, he would be much stronger than this person. She didn't want to waste time talking nonsense and said indifferently, "Tell me, what do you want me to fulfill?" The purple-clothed young man said with a smile, "This is a very simple request for you women." Lu Hong's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. Because she had vaguely guessed what this person wanted. The purple-clothed young man took a sip of tea and looked at Lu Hong again, his eyes suddenly bursting with a strong possessiveness. Then he stretched out a finger and said, "1 month. As long as you can accompany me for a month and serve me well, I'll let you go." Hearing this, Lu Hong's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of dense killing intent. However, on her cheeks, a bright smile climbed up and said, "Why don't I understand? Can you explain it a little more clearly?" If it was Fatso now, facing Lu Hong's abnormal attitude, he would definitely not dare to speak. Because he knew Lu Hong, the current Lu Hong was on the verge of rage. And Lu Hong, although usually very docile and considerate, but once she was angered, the consequences were unimaginable. However, the purple-clothed young man didn't understand Lu Hong's temper. "Other women try every means to please me, and some even take the initiative to lie on my bed, but I don't care," the purple-clothed young man said proudly, but before he finished, Lu Hong laughed and said, "So, you can take a fancy to me, and I have to thank you? What do you think?" The purple-clothed young man asked back, and couldn't help but reveal a trace of a lewd smile on his face. "Me?" Lu Hong pursed her lips and smiled, walking towards the purple-clothed young man. Her eyes were charming, as if she was going to take the initiative to offer herself. The purple-clothed young man was even more proud, and winked at the house master. The house master understood instantly, with an ambiguous smile, turned around and walked out, and closed the door tightly. After the house master left, the purple-clothed young man also opened his arms, smiling, waiting for the beauty to enter his arms. Soon, Lu Hong stood in front of the purple-clothed young man, and there was only half a meter between them. Lu Hong smiled and said, "Do you know?" "What?" the purple-clothed young man asked. Lu Hong said, "Last time, there was someone who came to tease me like you. Guess what happened in the end?" The purple-clothed young man frowned and said in surprise, "Could it be that you have already been?" Lu Hong laughed and said, "He didn't take advantage of me at all." "That's good." The purple-clothed young man heaved a sigh of relief. If it was a broken shoe, then it would be disgusting. He asked, "What happened in the end?" Lu Hong looked at him strangely. This person didn't look stupid, why was he so slow? In the end, Lu Hong pursed her lips and laughed. Suddenly, she raised her leg and kicked the purple-clothed young man's crotch. Awoo! How could the purple-clothed young man have thought that Lu Hong would suddenly kick him? On the spot, his eggs broke. He bent his body and covered his lower body, letting out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. Blood flowed from his hands and dripped onto the ground. It was a shocking sight. This is his end, and also your end. Chapter 771. You vicious woman. Hearsay. The young man in purple was trembling both physically and mentally. He looked up at Lu Hong and shouted hysterically while enduring the pain. To deal with a scum like you, I naturally have to use extreme means. Lu Hong sneered. Bitch, just you wait. My father will not let you go. There will be no place for you in the second zone. The young man in purple looked at her with hatred and turned to run towards the door. I haven't said anything yet. How dare you leave? Lu Hong's eyes were cold. She stepped in front of the young man in purple and slapped him. Slap. The young man in purple was slapped away and hit the tea table beside him. With a crack, the tea table was smashed. Blood was spurting out of his mouth. Half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Clang. But suddenly, the door was knocked open. The owner of Fragrant Flowers Tower rushed in anxiously. When he saw the blood all over the floor and the miserable condition of the young man in purple, his face changed color. He stared at Lu Hong in shock and anger and shouted, What did you do to the young city lord? Nothing much, I just crippled his manhood. Lu Hong said lightly. What? The owner of Fragrant Flowers Tower was shocked. He looked at the young man in purple who was lying on the floor and howling in pain. His face was pale. The city lord only had one son. He usually treated him like a treasure. If the city lord knew that the young city lord was destroyed in Fragrant Flowers Tower, he, the owner of Fragrant Flowers Tower, would also suffer. I can't let this bitch leave. The owner of Fragrant Flowers Tower was shocked. He suddenly looked up and stared at Lu Hong like a mad beast. If this woman escaped, he would not be able to keep his life, let alone suffer. Boom! He stepped out and bent his 5 fingers like an eagle's claw to grab Lu Hong's arm. Humph! Lu Hong snorted and was about to attack. But at this moment, a white figure appeared in front of Lu Hong out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he stretched out his arm and grabbed the housemaster's wrist. Crack! Immediately after. He only used a little bit of force, and the housemaster's technique was crushed, causing blood to gush out. The heart-wrenching pain caused the tower master to cry out in pain. What's the situation? At this moment, the guests in the main hall and the various private rooms were all looking at the room Qin Feiyang and the others were in with bewilderment. Previously, it was the young city lord's screams, and now it was the tower master's screams. Who was committing murder in that room? Who would have the guts? One had to know. Whether it was the young city governor or the house master of the Fragrant Flowers Tower, they were both at the top of the pyramid in the second district. Who would dare to touch them? Everyone was curious, but no one dared to go up. However, the news had already spread. More and more people rushed towards the floral fragrance house, including the guards of the Ice City. Inside the room. Regarding the sudden appearance of Qin Feiyang, the OP was a little confused at first. But after seeing Qin Feiyang's real face, he completely forgot the pain and asked in surprise, Why are you here? Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Hong and said with a smile, Since she's here, I'm naturally here too. What? The OP's face changed, and he looked at Lu Hong and said gloomily, You're really his accomplice. Lu Hong glanced at him disdainfully, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked timidly, You won't blame me, will you? Because of her, Qin Feiyang would definitely not be able to continue lurking. Silly girl, you've been bullied by them. I can't wait to be angry. How can I blame you? In the future, if you meet such scumbags again, just do it. If the sky falls, I'll carry it for you. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong felt warm in her heart. Now, the feeling in her heart was even more obvious. One was mature, steady, and responsible. The other was relying on his father to commit crimes. They were both young people, but why was the difference so big? While the two of them were conversing, the house master of the fragrant flower house tiptoed toward the door. 4 months ago. The battle between Qin Feiyang and the city lord had already spread throughout the second district, so he naturally knew about it. Even the city lord of the 9-star battle sect was no match for this group of people, let alone him, a 2-star battle sect. Therefore, he took advantage of the time when Qin Feiyang were talking to sneak away. However, although Qin Feiyang were talking, they had been paying attention to him. Seeing that the door was close at hand, the OP was ready to rush out in one go. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at him and chuckled, "Want to leave? I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished, killing intent surged in his eyes as he took a step forward and slapped the back of the OP. With a scream, the OP was sent flying, blood gushing out of his mouth. Bang! Crack! In the end, like a meteorite, he landed in the lobby. Several chairs and tables were smashed into pieces on the spot. The sudden turn of events left the guests in the lobby a little confused. But when they came to their senses, they immediately swarmed forward and surrounded the city lord, looking at him in shock and bewilderment. "He's dead." Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Bang! In an instant, everyone's minds began to rumble, as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded. Stormy waves were surging in their hearts. They actually killed the city lord. Who was so bold? At that moment, everyone in the restaurant looked up in unison and saw Qin Feiyang standing in front of the railing. It's him. Isn't he outside the city? Why is he in the floral fragrance restaurant? Everyone present was glaring at him, full of shock and bewilderment. The restaurant fell into dead silence. At this moment, Lu Hong also dragged the purple-robed youth out of the room and came to Qin Feiyang's side. Who is she? Everyone looked at Lu Hong again. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Suddenly, a shout sounded outside the restaurant. Immediately afterward, a group of guards with sharp weapons in their hands ran in fiercely. The leader looked at the body of the OP and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "You're courting death." Haha. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and grabbed the neck of the purple-robed youth. Like a little chick, he hung in the air above the lobby. Young city lord. The group of guards changed their expressions. The leader of the guards said angrily, "If you don't want to die, let go of the young city lord immediately." Qin Feiyang joked, "Didn't you just say that I'm courting death?" The guard said gloomily, "If you don't let go of the young city lord, I promise you will never walk out of the floral fragrance restaurant alive." Just by you? Qin Feiyang laughed. Of course they can't, but we can. Accompanied by a cold voice, 2 men and a woman rushed into the restaurant like lightning. Standing in front of the group of guards, they looked up at Qin Feiyang coldly. "It's you." Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them and asked puzzledly, "You've come to help the city lord again and again. I'm curious, what's the relationship between you and him?" But before his voice died away, the purple-robed youth shouted, "Mother, save me." Mother? Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Don't be afraid. I'll come to save you right away." At the same time, the middle-aged woman looked at the purple-robed youth and comforted him. Then she looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let him go, and I'll leave your body intact." I see. Qin Feiyang showed a look of understanding. He looked at the 2 middle-aged men and said, "She's the wife of the city lord, so it's natural for her to help the city lord. What about you? Are you the illegitimate son of the city lord?" Illegitimate son? Lu Hong was slightly stunned and burst out laughing. The others in the restaurant also looked at each other. The two of them looked older than the city lord. How could they be the illegitimate son of the city lord? This bastard must have done it on purpose. The two middle-aged men also had gloomy expressions. They were just friends with the city lord, but they were close. But he said they were the illegitimate sons of the city lord? Wasn't this a blatant attempt to humiliate them? Isn't it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He glanced at the others in the restaurant and said with a smile, "Can anyone introduce them to me? Is this guy here to make fun of us?" Everyone's face twitched. However, someone really did introduce them to him. It was said that these two people were the leaders of two super tribes. They were the Black King tribe and the Quicksand tribe. The overall strength of the two tribes was the strongest in the second area. But there was another tribe that was strong enough to compete with the two tribes. This tribe was called the Qingyuan tribe. And the leader of the tribe was the mother of the young man in purple. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang understood that the young man in purple did have the capital to be a playboy. His father was the city lord of Ice City. His mother was the leader of a super tribe. Although in his eyes, the identity of the two people was nothing, but in the second area, it was enough to dominate. Then, Qin Feiyang glanced at the three people, his eyes flickering as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, he said, "I'm curious to ask, do you have alchemy fire in your tribe?" "What do you mean?" The three people frowned. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Answer me truthfully, and I'll let him go right away." "Yes." The middle-aged woman nodded. "What grade?" Qin Feiyang asked. "5th grade." The middle-aged woman said. "5th grade?" Qin Feiyang frowned and suddenly lost interest. Now, his 5th grade alchemy fire was enough, what he wanted was the 6th grade alchemy fire. Although the 5th grade alchemy fire snatched from the temple had not been erased and could not upgrade the nether devil flame to the 6th grade, he had to be prepared in advance. But now it seemed that it was not easy to get 3 kinds of 6th grade alchemy fire. Because it was already obvious. Even the alchemy fire of the 3 super tribes was only the 5th grade, then in the second area, there was definitely no 6th grade alchemy fire, no. But thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly lit up. The 3 super tribes did not have it, but it did not mean that the Pill Pagoda did not have it. The Heavenly Thunder Flame was the 6th grade, then the alchemy fire in the Pill Pagoda of Ice City must be at least the 6th grade. But soon, he gave up this idea. It was so difficult to snatch the Heavenly Thunder Flame, let alone the alchemy fire here. It was better to find other alchemy fires. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not intend to let go of the young man in purple, the middle-aged woman gradually lost her patience and said gloomily, "I have already answered you, now should you keep your promise?" "Well, I'll give it back to you." Qin Feiyang laughed. Crack. His 5 fingers suddenly tightened, and the throat of the young man in purple was crushed on the spot. "Catch it." Then, Qin Feiyang loosened his hand, and the young man in purple fell down. "What? Kill him?" Everyone was dumbfounded. He actually killed her son in front of the city lord's wife. This was simply a naked provocation. At the same time. Chapter 772. She knew that this Qin Feiyang was very bold. Otherwise, 4 months ago, he wouldn't have dared to kill the 2 commanders of the Ice City in front of the city lord outside the city. But it was different then. Only the city lord was there. And now, they had 3 9-Star Wars sect present, yet they still dared to be so arrogant. Even to the point of directly killing her son. It was simply unforgivable. Boom! Her aura exploded as she leaped up and caught the purple-clothed youth. Looking at that pale face and those eyes that died with grievances, the killing intent in her heart couldn't be restrained. Swish! She silently returned to the ground and handed the purple-clothed youth to the guards behind her. Immediately after, she suddenly raised her head and stared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Today, even if you can go to heaven and earth, you won't be able to escape from the Ice City." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, waved his hand, rolled up Lu Hong, and forcefully broke through the roof of the fragrant flower building, and flew high into the sky. Stop. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman and the other two leaders roared at the same time and chased after Qin Feiyang like lightning. High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang stood against the wind. Lu Hong had already disappeared, and it was obvious that she had been sent to the castle by him. Swish! The three leaders rushed into the sky and formed a triangular formation, surrounding Qin Feiyang in the middle. Qin Feiyang looked around at the three of them and said with a faint smile, "If I really plan to escape, even if a dozen more 9-star war sect come, they won't be able to stop me." Arrogant. The leader of the Black Mountain tribe was furious, and a dark battle chi surged out from his body. Clang! In an instant, a sickle appeared above the head of the Black Mountain tribe leader. The sickle was pitch black and huge, like a black moon hanging in the sky, emitting an astonishing aura. At first glance, it looked like a death god sickle. This was the Black Mountain tribe leader's battle art. Moreover, it was a high-grade battle art. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the leader of the Black Mountain tribe. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "You will know soon whether I am arrogant or not." Boom! His aura also completely erupted. This is a 6-star war sect. The eyes of the three trembled. He remembered that 4 months ago, this kid was only a 5-star war master. How did he break through so quickly? But then, disdain crawled up the faces of the three people. So what if he was a 6-star battle ancestor? They were 3 9-star war sects, wouldn't it be more than enough to deal with a 6-star war sect together? Boom! The middle-aged woman and the chief of the Quicksand tribe also moved. 2 great battle arts instantly shot out, releasing an astonishing killing intent. However, facing the 3 great 9-star war sects battle arts, Qin Feiyang did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. Not bad. He just wanted to see if his strength could compete with a 9-star war master after breaking through to the 6-star war master. Little bastard, go to hell. The middle-aged woman, the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, and the leader of the Quicksand tribe roared at the same time. The 3 great battle arts carried a world-shaking aura as they crazily charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's gaze focused as a golden light surged in his palm. Facing the full-strength attacks of the 3 of them, the 2 perfect battle arts of the Origin Returning Technique and the Origin Returning Sword Technique were definitely no match for them. After all, the cultivation of the 3 of them was 3 small realms higher than him. Therefore, only the 6-word divine arts and battle soul could give it a try. At this moment, the streets below had already become a sea of people. Can he do it? Definitely not. The reason why they were able to defeat the city lord last time was because they had helpers. I remember that the winged snow eagle was still a 9-star war sect. Yes, I also remember that the other wolf and that fatso are also quite strong. People discussed in private. Although Qin Feiyang had broken through to the 6-star war sect, he was only one person. No matter how strong he was, he could not be stronger than the 3 leaders. But how would they know? When he was fighting with the city lord, Qin Feiyang did not use his full strength at all. Moreover, Qin Feiyang, as long as he broke through a small realm, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. In the blink of an eye, the 3 great battle arts were as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived and were about to strike Qin Feiyang's body. At this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his arm and threw out 3 palms in a row. 3 resplendent golden lights immediately appeared. Crash! Rumble! The golden light was like a tide, roaring through the sky as it collided with the 3 great battle arts. Immediately, a thunderous sound exploded in the sky above the ice city. At the same time, waves of destructive air waves, like huge waves, crazily pounced in all directions with Qin Feiyang and the others as the center. The city was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. At this moment, the ice city fell into a state of panic. Because this wave of air was enough to destroy the entire city. It was also enough to turn all the people in the city into ashes in an instant. Three lords, save us. If we allow the battle waves to sweep over, the ice city will be destroyed. Countless people cried for help to the middle-aged woman and the other two. But the three of them turned a deaf ear and stared at Qin Feiyang in the center of the battle. They have been driven crazy by Qin Feiyang and don't want to care about us at all. What should we do? What else can we do? Escape. For a moment. Everyone frantically rushed out of the city. Among them, there were many battle masters. But even the battle masters could not escape in time. That terrifying wave of air was like an invisible torrent, surging forward with irresistible force. Seeing that the ice city was about to be destroyed, many people were paralyzed on the ground and gave up struggling. Whoosh! At this critical moment, a beautiful white figure swept out from the pill tower and stood above the city. She was about 1.75 meters tall, with an exquisite figure and exquisite facial features. Her soft long hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall. She also had a pair of sky-blue eyes, as clear as a mirror, like the clear sky. She looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world, exuding an otherworldly temperament. As soon as the woman in white appeared, she raised her slender arm and gently waved it in the air. At this moment, a terrifying saint aura rolled out in the void. Wherever it passed, the air wave that was surging toward the city disappeared in an instant. It's the Tower Master. Thank you for saving our lives, Tower Master. Those who had fallen into despair saw the woman appear, and their eyes regained color as they kowtowed. The woman in white glanced at the people in the city, then raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang and the other three. Her bright eyes flickered with a strange color. High in the sky, Qin Feiyang stood firmly in the void, but there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was a little pale. And in three directions around him, 3 golden lights and 3 battle arts crazily collided in the void, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. Qin Feiyang was somewhat surprised by this result. He originally thought that with his current strength, even if he didn't seriously injure the 3 of them, he would at least be able to reflect the 3 great battle arts back. But he didn't expect that they would be in a stalemate. But for this scene, the middle-aged woman, Black Mountain Leader, and Quicksand Leader were even more surprised. They had originally thought that they would be able to kill Qin Feiyang as easily as crushing dry weeds, but who would have thought that Qin Feiyang would actually be able to block their full-strength attack? Furthermore, it was a joint attack. This also meant that Qin Feiyang was completely capable of killing any one of them alone. A 6-star war sect already had such a powerful battle prowess. Then, when this child broke through to 7-star or 8-star war sect, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill them? At the same time, the people in the city below also looked up at the sky after recovering from the shock of surviving a calamity. When they saw the stalemate situation, their hearts were once again set off by waves of shock. With the cultivation of a 6-star war sect, he was able to fight against 3 9-star war sections. In the end, he was still evenly matched. What kind of monster was this Qin Feiyang? How could he be so powerful? People could not help but look forward to it. Who would win? Time passed breath by breath. After about 20 breaths of time, the stalemate finally broke. Just like Qin Feiyang, the 3 golden lights became more and more courageous as they fought. Boom! Finally, the 3 great battle arts were finally repelled and flew towards the middle-aged woman and the other 2. How could this be? The 3 of them were shocked. Qin Feiyang being able to block their battle arts had already shocked them. But now, he could actually return it to them intact? What kind of joke was this? How could there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? Being distracted during a battle was fatal. The 3 great battle arts struck the 3 of them, and the terrifying aura instantly drowned the 3 of them. Ah! Screams also sounded, resounding in all directions. When everything dissipated, the 3 of them were covered in wounds and dripping with blood. The leaders of the Black Mountain tribe and the Quicksand tribe were even missing an arm or a leg. Qin Feiyang actually won? The people in the city below were all dumbfounded. But in the next moment, the ice city was boiling with noise like a tide. 1 against 3, amazing. With his current cultivation, he was strong enough to dominate under the War Saint. In this second area, besides the pagoda master, who else could be his opponent? People couldn't help but ask themselves. The woman in white's eyes were also full of surprise. However, although he defeated the 3 of them, Qin Feiyang also paid a heavy price. The blood in his body was surging and his 5 internal organs were injured. The left hand that used the return word technique was shattered into pieces. But in his opinion, it was worth it. Now, he could finally determine how heaven-defying the return word technique was. Before, the middle-aged woman and the other two's battle arts were all superior battle arts. As everyone knew, superior battle arts could increase one's battle prowess by 3 small realms. In addition to their own cultivation of the 9-star war sect, if calculated according to the numbers, the battle prowess that the 3 of them had displayed before was a total of 12-star war sect. Of course, the highest level of the war sect was 9 stars, not 12 stars. This was purely a metaphor. But according to this metaphor, Qin Feiyang being able to defeat them was enough to show that the return word technique could increase one's battle prowess by 6 small realms. Because he was a 6-star war sect, he had not used any battle arts before. Moreover, if it was a one-on-one kill, he would still be able to do it. In other words, now that he was facing the 9-star war sect, he was not afraid at all. Even if it was Zhuge Mingyang, who had grasped a perfect battle art, he still had the power to fight him. After all, he still had many trump cards. For example, the battle word technique, the sacred artifact, Mu Tianyang's ribs, Chang Shui, the ancient castle, and so on. Who? Letting out a long breath, Qin Feiyang swallowed a heal pill and looked at the middle-aged woman and the other 2. I am indeed a little arrogant, but I have the qualifications to be arrogant. Do you? Qin Feiyang chuckled, unperturbed. The faces of the 3 darkened. Boom! But at this time, a terrifying aura exploded somewhere in the ice city. What's going on? Everyone looked over. Chapter 773. The aura came from the City Lord Mansion. And this aura was getting stronger and stronger, faintly showing signs of rising to the battle sage level. Qin Feiyang was no stranger to this aura. It was the aura of the City Lord. He was surprised. Was the City Lord about to break through? If that was the case, suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. No matter which realm he was breaking through, the biggest taboo was to be disturbed. Because if he was disturbed, it was very likely that he would fail to break through and fail. Then, he would have to start all over again. What he was thinking at the moment was to go to the City Lord Mansion to stir up trouble. If the City Lord failed to break through to the battle sage level, it would definitely be more painful than killing him directly. Whoosh! He did as he said. He used the phantom steps, leaving behind a series of afterimages, and rushed toward the City Lord Mansion. What is he doing? Seeing this, the crowd below could not help but reveal a puzzled look. The middle-aged woman and the other 2 were also puzzled. But suddenly, the Black Mountain leader seemed to have thought of something and roared in shock and anger. Quickly stop him. He wants to hinder the City Lord from breaking through to the battle sage level. What? Damn it. The middle-aged woman and the quicksand leader immediately changed their expressions. Whoosh! The 3 of them did not dare to delay for a moment. They hurriedly dragged their seriously injured bodies and chased after Qin Feiyang. Now, the 3 of them were definitely no match for Qin Feiyang. But as long as the City Lord broke through to the battle sage level, killing Qin Feiyang would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Therefore, no accident must happen to the City Lord. No matter what, they had to hold Qin Feiyang back. Although the 3 of them were seriously injured, their cultivation level was far higher than Qin Feiyang's. In addition, they had mastered superior auxiliary battle arts, so in terms of speed, Qin Feiyang was at a disadvantage. In a few blinks of an eye, the three of them were in front of Qin Feiyang. The middle-aged woman stared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Don't even think about it. With just you guys?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of disdain. "I admit that you are very strong. But as long as we don't fight you head-on, your ability to reflect attacks is useless." The middle-aged woman sneered. "You're pretty smart," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. That was right. The ability of the returning character formula was to give oneself a taste of their own medicine. In layman's terms, it was borrowing the enemy's strength. If there was nothing to borrow, then the return formula would be useless. But his means were not limited to the return formula. "Do you want to pester me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Qin Feiyang chuckled and stretched out his hand in the air. Clang! Following a deafening explosion, a 3-foot-long blue sword appeared out of thin air. It was the saint weapon that he had snatched from Mu Qing's clansmen. As soon as the combat sword appeared, a terrifying holy aura surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Whether it was the middle-aged woman and her companions, or the people in the city below, they all felt as if they had fallen into the abyss of hell, and their bodies were cold. In the meantime, the white-clothed woman's pupils shrank slightly. "I got you in Sky Thunder City, so from now on, you'll be called the Sky Thunder Sword." Qin Feiyang rubbed the blade and muttered to himself. His movements were extremely gentle, as if he was caressing his child. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head and glanced at the three of them. "If you have the ability, take this sword of mine." He held the Sky Thunder sword in his hand and slashed in the air. A dazzling sword chi suddenly burst out and slashed toward the three of them. The Black Mountain leader said in a low voice, "This sword is not ordinary." The Quicksand leader nodded and said in surprise, "Judging from its aura, it seems to be holy aura. Is this sword a saint weapon?" But before he finished speaking, a crisp and pleasant voice rang out. "It doesn't seem to be. It is a saint weapon. Quickly dodge." It was the white-clothed woman who spoke. At this moment, her face was full of seriousness. Saint weapon. Hearing these two words, the middle-aged woman and her companions trembled both physically and mentally. He even had a saint weapon. Who was this little bastard? The power of a saint weapon was comparable to a 9-star battle saint. Even if it was not awakened and could only use 1/10 of its power, it was enough to kill them instantly. The three of them did not dare to be negligent and quickly dodged. Although the three of them had dodged, the sword chi slashed toward the city below with irresistible force. If no one stopped it, Ice City would definitely be destroyed. Whoosh! Just as the three of them dodged, Qin Feiyang swooped down and rushed toward the city governor's mansion at lightning speed. He did not care about the sword chi, because he knew that someone would take care of it. As expected, the white-clothed woman, who had been watching from the side, could not help but frown when she saw Qin Feiyang's back that was rapidly disappearing. Whoosh! Suddenly, she flickered and appeared below the sword chi. Then, she raised her arm and opened her palm. Battle chi surged in her palm. A white ball of light quickly condensed. The ball of light was the size of a palm. There were electric arcs flashing on its surface and it emitted an unparalleled destructive aura. Go! The white-clothed woman looked up at the sword chi and shouted in a low voice. The white ball of light in her hand was like a meteor, meeting the sword chi head-on. Boom! In an instant, the white ball of light and the sword chi met in the sky and immediately exploded with a thunderous sound. Countless people's ears were spurting blood at this moment. There was a rumbling sound in their heads. Puff! At the same time, the white-clothed woman also spat out a mouthful of blood and her face quickly turned pale. Her seemingly thin and delicate body was also trembling. Obviously, this collision had also caused her to suffer severe injuries. However, the sword chi also disintegrated in the loud sound and finally stopped this disaster. Boom! However, at the same time, above the city governor's mansion, another terrifying wave of air erupted. Everyone looked over and their faces changed drastically. Especially the middle-aged woman and the other two, their faces were as pale as paper. They saw Qin Feiyang standing proudly above the city governor's mansion. His black hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, like a god of war descending to the world. At this moment, he raised his arm and pointed his index finger at the city governor's mansion. A terrifying aura spread out from his fingertip. Qin Feiyang, I beg you, don't, the middle-aged woman cried out, her face full of pleading. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to her. An invisible force gushed out from his fingertip and rushed toward the city governor's mansion aggressively. No, I beg you, do a good deed and let him go. The middle-aged woman suddenly collapsed in the void, her face full of despair. However, seeing that the city governor's mansion was about to be destroyed, the white-clothed woman actually landed on top of the city governor's mansion in a few steps. Qin Feiyang, don't be too ruthless. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. She said coldly and waved her hand. That invisible force directly disintegrated and dissipated into nothingness. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the white-clothed woman seriously. This woman's aura was unusually strong. According to his judgment, it was definitely stronger than the Sky Thunder City's Tower Master. Suddenly, his gaze focused and looked at the white-clothed woman's eyes. A trace of surprise crawled up his face. Why did this woman's eyes and gaze have a sense of déjà vu? Suddenly, he remembered. The Sky Thunder City's Tower Master. This woman's eyes and the Sky Thunder City's Tower Master's eyes were extremely similar. How could this be? Could it be that these two people had some relationship? Just as he was in shock, a mighty holy aura, with the city governor's mansion as the center, rolled out in all directions. Breakthrough? Qin Feiyang frowned. The city governor has broken through. Qin Feiyang, your death date has arrived. The middle-aged woman and the other two were also in high spirits and laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to pay attention to them. He directly looked at the white-clothed woman and said, if I don't kill them, they will kill me. Is this what you want to see? The white-clothed woman said, you slaughtered the Min clan, Wang clan, and Li clan, 3 major tribes, 300,000 to 400,000 people. You should be killed. Hee. Qin Feiyang laughed and shook his head. I thought you were also a reasonable person, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. The white-clothed woman frowned slightly, and there was a trace of displeasure on her face. Whoosh! At this time, a white figure flew out from the city lord's mansion and stood opposite Qin Feiyang, his entire body surging with aura. It was the Ice City Governor. He looked at Qin Feiyang as if he was looking at a dead man, and said, how do you want to die? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, don't be so confident, war saints are not necessarily invincible. The middle-aged woman suddenly roared in grief, he killed our son, you must kill him. What? The city lord's expression changed. He looked at the middle-aged woman and asked anxiously, where's the corpse? Sir, the young city lord is here. Below. A guard soared into the air, holding the purple-clothed youth's corpse in his hands. Damned beast. The city lord roared, his hair stood on end, and his entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Little bastard, today I'll make sure you don't even have the chance to be a ghost. He stepped toward Qin Feiyang step by step like a mad beast, his holy aura shaking the world. Then come and try. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, grabbed the heavenly thunder sword, and swung it in the air. Clang! A wave of sword chi rushed out, its sharpness overwhelming, and even the void was crazily twisting. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman hurriedly reminded, be careful, he has a sacred weapon, you can't fight against it. What? He even has a sacred weapon. The city lord turned pale with fright and hurriedly used an auxiliary battle art to dodge. However, the white-clothed woman was going all out again. Because if she did not stop the sword Ice City would suffer again. And now, the city lord's eyes were bloodshot. Qin Feiyang obviously would not care about the life and death of the people of Ice City. Therefore, only she could care about it. However, she could barely block one or two sword chi. After all, an unawakened sacred weapon could only exert 1/10 of its power, but if there were too many sword chi, even she would die here. Boom! After disintegrating the sword chi, she looked up at Qin Feiyang and the city lord and shouted, "Both of you, stop." The city lord roared, "Impossible, he killed my son, he must die today." "Then come." Qin Feiyang said lightly. The tower master frowned and said in a deep voice, "Then go out of the city, don't hurt the innocent here. Follow me if you have the guts." The city lord glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang, then flew out of the city with a murderous aura. "How dare you be rude to the young master, die." But at this moment, an ice-cold voice exploded. Then, a woman in white appeared out of thin air in front of the city lord. It was the mysterious woman. Chapter 774. In the face of this sudden change, not only did Qin Feiyang not react, everyone present was also confused. Where did this woman come from? But when they reacted, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know. The city lord had already stepped into the War Saint realm and his strength was through the heavens. But in the end, this woman just waved her hand lightly and instantly killed the city lord. How strong was she? Who are you? Why are you helping the tyrant and helping Qin Feiyang kill him? After the city lord's wife came back to her senses, she immediately roared with grief and indignation. Just now, she seemed to have mentioned the word young master. Could it be that Qin Feiyang is her young master? At the same time, the leader of the Black Mountain tribe also looked at the mysterious lady in surprise and secretly sent a sound transmission to the leader of the Quicksand tribe. When the leader of the Quicksand tribe heard this, his pupils shrank slightly. If Qin Feiyang was really this woman's young master, then Qin Feiyang's identity was not simple. Because, the aura this woman exuded was even stronger than the pagoda master. Such an existence was not something they could provoke. At the same time, the mysterious lady walked in front of Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, "Young master, your subordinate did not protect you well and frightened you, please forgive me." Ugh! Qin Feiyang was stunned. This damned woman, what did she want to do again? The mysterious lady smiled strangely, pointed to the pagoda master and the city lord's wife, and said, "Young master, do you want to get rid of them too?" At this moment, the leaders of the Black Mountain tribe and the Quicksand tribe trembled and hurriedly knelt in the air. "Young Master Qin, please spare our lives. We were all forced by her, so we had no choice but to attack you." The two of them angrily pointed at the city lord's wife and begged Qin Feiyang. "You," the city lord's wife looked at the two of them angrily. "Did we say anything wrong? You two, one of you is the leader of the Qingyuan tribe, and the other is the city lord of the Ice City. You usually order us around and make us follow your lead. If we didn't listen to you, you would think of ways to harm us. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. We've been tolerating you for a long time." The two leaders shouted angrily. Venomous slander. The city lord's wife was furious. She knew that the two of them saw that the mysterious madam was too powerful and didn't want to implicate themselves. They wanted to cut ties with her. Actually, this was completely understandable. If it were her, she would have done the same. However, she really couldn't tolerate this kind of creating something out of nothing and betraying her trust. On the other side, the pagoda master glanced at the city lord's wife and the other two. He also looked at the mysterious madam as if he was thinking of something. The city lord's wife and the two leaders were still arguing. But Qin Feiyang had no time to pay attention to them. He looked at the mysterious madam, and his eyes were flickering. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. If he didn't guess wrongly, the mysterious madam definitely wanted to continue to set him up. Furthermore, in order to trick him, he even put down his pride and dignity to pretend to be his subordinate. He really knew how to put in a lot of effort. Since that was the case, he might as well beat them at their own game. We'll talk about their business later. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and took out the cluster of elixir fire that he had snatched from the temple. First, help me erase the blood contract in the elixir fire. If the mysterious madam wanted to set him up, he definitely couldn't stop her. Instead of trying to resist, it was better to give up directly and take advantage of her first. And the blood contract in this cluster of elixir fire had always been a thorn in his heart. Because as long as this blood contract was not erased, the netherworld devil flame would not be able to advance to the 6th grade. Therefore, Qin Feiyang simply took this opportunity to ask the mysterious madam for help. And under the watchful eyes of everyone, the mysterious madam had to help. Because she had already said that Qin Feiyang was her young master. If she didn't help, her fake identity would naturally arouse suspicion. The most important thing was, at that time, when she destroyed the Min clan, Li clan, and Wang clan, she deliberately left some alive. The purpose of leaving these alive was to let the news spread quickly. But because of this, her current situation became very awkward. Because the survivors of the 3 major tribes had all seen her true face. If she fell out with Qin Feiyang here, then the rumor that Qin Feiyang had slaughtered the 3 major tribes would be dispelled. Then all that she had done would be tantamount to falling short of success. Therefore, Qin Feiyang's sudden move made her very angry. Looking at the deflated mysterious madam, Qin Feiyang was very happy in his heart. He had been repeatedly set up by this woman, and he had been very unhappy in his heart for a long time. This time, he finally got back at her. Cough, cough. He coughed and frowned. What? You don't even listen to this young master, do you want to rebel? Seeing Qin Feiyang becoming more and more proud, the mysterious madam couldn't help but be furious. But in the end, she still chose to endure and respectfully said, "How dare I not listen to young master's words?" After that, the battle power surged and pounced on the elixir fire. At the same time, Great Qin Empire, Temple. On the balcony of a courtyard, a beautiful woman in white was sitting cross-legged, closing her eyes and meditating. This person was the temple master of the Pill Hall. Puff! Suddenly, her delicate body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. What happened? The next moment, she opened her eyes, and her eyes were filled with shock. Immediately after, she closed her eyes again, and carefully sensed for a moment. Swoosh! When she opened her eyes again, her face was filled with disbelief. He actually erased the blood contract of the elixir fire. How did he do it? Now, where exactly was he hiding? Swoosh! After pondering for a moment, she stood up and opened a portal, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Forgotten continent. At this moment, the Ice City was in dead silence, and everyone was in danger. The mysterious madam retracted her battle power and said, "Young master, the blood contract has been erased. Do you have any other orders?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and sent the elixir fire to the ancient castle. He smiled and stretched out his hand, saying, "Give me your Qinquan bag." What? The mysterious madam was furious, and transmitted her voice, "Brat, I advise you not to push your luck." Qin Feiyang secretly sneered, "Why didn't I see you restrain yourself when you tricked me?" Last time in the Sky Thunder City, Mu Qing's housekeeper personally said that the mysterious madam was a war emperor. The war emperor's Qinquan bag must have a lot of treasures. The mysterious madam's gaze turned cold, and she secretly said, "So, you want to fight with me to the end?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and transmitted his voice, "It's not that I want to fight with you, it's you who wants to scheme against me." The mysterious madam looked at Qin Feiyang, and suddenly smiled. Looking at that smile, Qin Feiyang's pores tightened, and an uneasy premonition arose in his heart. "Brat, you want to take this opportunity to threaten me, you're still too inexperienced." The mysterious madam transmitted her voice, and the smile on her face became brighter. Suddenly, She waved her hand, and a terrifying aura surged, blasting into the city below. Accompanied by a loud sound, the entire ice city disappeared from the ground in an instant. Only the Pill Pagoda was still stubbornly sitting in the dust. Other than the Tower Master, Qin Feiyang, the mayor's wife, and the chiefs of the Black Mountain Tribe and the Quicksand Tribe, no one from Frost Ice City survived. All of them were annihilated along with the city. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded, including the Pagoda Master. The leaders of the Black Mountain and Quicksand Tribes were so scared that their souls left their bodies, and they pissed their pants. One had to know. The Ice City covered an area of dozens of miles, and there were at least 560,000 people. They were all killed in an instant. It was simply too savage. Too terrifying. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head, looked at the mysterious madam, and roared, "Do you still have any humanity? So that's how it is." Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the Pagoda Master muttered to himself, and a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. Humanity? Young master, don't be too naive. It's only right and proper for the strong to dominate the fate of the weak. The mysterious madam sighed deeply and waved her hand again. The city lord's wife and the leaders of the two tribes also died tragically on the spot. You still call me young master? Qin Feiyang frowned. Now, the mysterious madam's attitude and tone was as if she was teaching an ignorant junior. Moreover, previously, the conversation between the two of them was done through voice transmission. So even if the mysterious madam destroyed the Ice City and killed everyone, everyone would still think that the mysterious madam was his subordinate. At that time, this blood debt would still be counted on him. After killing the city lord's wife and the other two, the mysterious madam looked at the Pagoda Master again, and a light flashed in the depths of her eyes. Immediately, she looked at Qin Feiyang, bowed and said, "Young master, the Lord asked me to protect you, and I will certainly do my best. If I have offended you in any way, I hope the young master will forgive me." "What do you mean? Why didn't you kill the Pagoda Master?" Qin Feiyang frowned tightly. But then, his eyebrows were full of hostility. This damned woman deliberately left the Pagoda Master alive. What he said was also deliberately said for the Pagoda Master to hear. His goal was to continue framing him. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang felt his body lighten, and instantly appeared beside the woman in white. Qin Feiyang looked at her in confusion. The Pagoda Master ignored him and looked at the mysterious madam, saying, "Who exactly are you? Why did you do these things?" The mysterious madam was stunned and asked, "What are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" "Stop pretending. I've been to the first area and just came back yesterday. From the survivors of the Sky Thunder City, I found out that you were the one who stole the Sky Thunder Flame, and you were also the one who killed my sister, Mu Qiuyu. And at that time, you even wanted to kill Qin Feiyang. How could you be his subordinate?" The woman in white said in a deep voice, a cold light surging in her eyes. The mysterious madam was stunned and laughed. "Then why didn't you say so earlier? You made me put on a show for nothing. I didn't say it because I didn't know what the relationship between you and Qin Feiyang was. At first, I also suspected that Qin Feiyang and you might really be in cahoots. What you did in the Sky Thunder City might also be an act. Otherwise, why would my sister die while he was still alive when facing the same attack? But when I saw Qin Feiyang's reaction when you destroyed the Ice City and killed everyone, I knew that I had misunderstood him. What happened in the second area was all your doing. It has nothing to do with him." The woman in white said. "Finally, there's someone who understands."